Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ah, gas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas Kit Kat?
And welcome back to the LEC FanFest area. I'm here joined by two dashing young fans. Guys, can I ask your names to start off?
Sure, I'm Yannick.
Yannick?
I'm Dario.
Dot.
And I'm Ernest.
My name is Bambi.
I'm Rostiki.
I'm Brian.
Okay, I have a country on this bit of paper in front of me. I'm going to show it to the audience at home. Now, what I want you to do is name this country and then name as many players as you can think of in the LEC at the moment who are from that country. So what country is it?
It's Spain.
It is Spain. Yeah. Can we think of any players from Spain?
Elioya.
Elioya is from Spain, yes.
Who else could it be, actually? Hold on.
Like half of Mad Lions, probably.
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Specifically, though.
I'm just blank at the moment. You know, the stage fright.
That's fine. Do you know any of the other players who are on Mad Lions?
Oh my god. This is embarrassing right now.
What country is this?
That's our home country, Germany.
That is Germany. And can you name the German players currently in the LEC? Can you hold the mic up just a tad as well for us?
Okay, so we have on G2, we have BB.
Yes, Broken Blade.
Upset.
Upset.
Then Irrelevant.
Irrelevant, yes. There's one more.
Kaiser.
Kaiser, amazing. You got all of them right.
Yeah, it's our German boys.
I mean, true, yeah. Maybe I should have picked someone from a different country if I was going to ask that question.
There is one, isn't there, actually, yeah.
Flackhead, yeah. Flackhead is Spanish,
yeah.
amazing. Okay, can we identify the country?
Denmark.
It is Denmark, and can you tell me players from that country, please?
Broxa.
Okay, current players in the LEC.
Current players
Yep.
in the LEC. Caps obviously.
Yeah, Caps is one. There are 4 current players in the LEC. One of these players was on, actually they both played last year for Fnatic as well. Oscar Rinin is Spanish, very nice.
Yeah.
One other player.
And
It's Larsen Swedish, no?
Larsen Swedish, yeah.
Rogue does have one.
That's where I draw the blank.
yeah.
It's Razork. Razork is the final Spanish player, yeah. It's Shigenda. And then Wonder and Dos are also from Denmark. So you let me down a little bit, but you did manage to get one. Thanks very much, guys. Anything you'd like to say before we wrap it up?
We are sorry to Mad Lions and the Spanish players. Please don't come at us. We are really big fans.
Well, it was great to meet you both. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
joining
so
me
much.
today.
Welcome to the Riot Games Arena for Week 2, Day 2 of the LEC Winter Split. Today already marks the halfway point in the Winter's regular season, with only a week and a half to go until we say goodbye to our bottom teams. That was fast. I know, and 2024 has brought with itself also a sizable class of freshman rookies. And while some may be comfortably able to graduate into the playoffs, others may need some extra credit to get by. And that is why I, as the teacher's assistant, have tasked Professor Treats and Professor Goldberg with giving me a report card of our class of rookies so far. I hope they're well prepared. Oh.
We are super prepared right now.
Professor Goldberg.
Goldberg.
I gave you this assignment
Get your stuff
weeks
together.
ago. What do you got? Come on.
We've got a lot of papers, got a lot of players. Treats, why don't we get into the first one? Super. Great student so far coming into the split. He gets along with everyone in the class. He's always first to sit in the front row, follows the lectures, and not only that, a super good teammate to all of his students. He's there to help them out with the homework, he's there to help them out with the assignments, and he understands his role in the class. We've been super impressed by his performance so far.
Super impressed?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Just look at his performances and obviously the pentakill. I mean, what can you say? This guy has been popping off so far. And like his classmate Elioya said, Alvaro and Supa, best bot lane in the league, perhaps?
Perhaps. Okay, I'm hearing good things, you know, good teamwork.
But
So what's the scores here?
Well, I'm the kind of teacher that we all love, that likes to see higher potential in our kids as well. So giving him an S+ immediately, you know, maybe that would be
Well, what
too
are we doing? Because
much.
you're doing numbers and there's also SA tiers. What is
Well,
it?
math started doing it first, so now we're doing it as well. Okay?
I think 5, 5, 5, S+.
5 out of 5.
Let's go next.
I thought that was 5
do you mean
S's.
5 out of 5?
Yes.
Okay, so you
On all
didn't.
of them.
I don't know
Perfect.
the parameters. I clearly told you have to tell me the parameters.
We told
okay?
you we were prepared.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good. Super. Great start. Doing good. Great. Admirable student. Next up.
Jaggies, I mean, we gotta be honest, you know, a little bit the class clown. We've seen him be a bit aggressive with some of his teammates, been up there. He likes to sit in the back. He often brings some food to sit and munch in the back, and then suddenly he just goes ham with it.
I mean, he's a bit behind in CS perhaps, laning not the best. Mid-game, he's very aggressive. I like his Akali. I like his Akali a lot. I think in general, very good team fighter. Needs to work on the lane. So I would give him laning 3, playstyle 5, impact 4.
You can take a little bit more time. You don't have to rush it. You can give
But
a
yeah,
little
he
context
seems to
the-
get along well with everybody else, though. He does not seem like the loner type. Everyone loves being around him as well. So outside of class, you know, seems like a good guy. So
He
so
does
far,
kind of the class clown in a way, I would say.
he is, but there's good potential with it. You know, we've seen some of the best, but we've also seen it go a bit wrong. It's like when he's taking the multiple choice test of League of Legends. Sometimes you hit the right questions,
Yeah.
and sometimes you don't. So the preparation, you know,
see.
he tries his hardest.
He
but-
tries his hard. I think that is really important, you know, the willingness to evolve and to change. That's nice. I do want to talk about Isma specifically. I've had my eye on him. Of course, he got insane scores which got him into the school. How is he doing?
What a great student. Comes from a great family too. And he's just been impressing us all around the board. Once again, joining people at the front row of the class.
He's
But
always
just a
there,
bit-
right, with
He
everybody?
is, and he seems to get along well with everybody. He's gotten really good friends with Niski too. It's great to see them two cooperate quite closely on a lot of their assignments together. But not only that, he seems quite flexible in his approach to a lot of the classmates.
Very selfless, I would say.
Absolutely, gets along with everybody.
Helps his teammates a lot. I think himself, very selfless, doesn't care about himself. Wants everyone to do great, especially with Niski. Works super well with him. I would say, I would rate him very high personally. I think for laning, obviously it's this jungle matchup. He's done very well, I would say. That's a 5. Playstyle, 4. Impact, I'll give him a 5 as well.
But also,
almost perfect scores.
You're hearing it from everyone else. Even if there's a mistake on the assignment, you give him the same text the next week, he's figured it out. So he shows improvement all the way.
I like that you're so objective because, for instance, you know, you gave 3 5s at the beginning to Supa, even though sometimes the group project didn't work out yet. You see his individual
Exactly. It's about his
class.
potential.
Yeah, and the same for Isma. I like it a lot. Yeah. Yeah. What do you have for me next?
Let's reveal the next one. Zoelis.
It's been a bit
Difficult
rough with
setup.
Bit
Zoelis.
disappointed, I'm not gonna lie.
We've had a hard time getting him integrated into our classroom. He's a bit quiet with the
Spoiler.
rest.
We're talking about Mary later. Never mind.
There's a spoiler.
We're on
They
Zoelis
didn't
right
see
now.
anything. They didn't see anything.
He's
No,
kind
it's
of lacked impact, right? I think Rakan, he's been looking a bit lost, a bit shaky, I would say. I can't rate him too high right now. We see potential, but it's not quite there yet, I would say.
It's like he hasn't found his footing really yet. It's too hard to pinpoint him in a group project alone. There's a lot of different factors. We'll see how Rogue works
Is
out.
he maybe suffering from the fact that the group that he was put in didn't actually do too well on their latest assignment?
They are
Is
a bit
he-
of misfits, all of them, aren't they?
Is
But
it hard?
they seem like that there is potential, but it's too early to say right now.
Okay,
Not
okay.
yet, yeah.
Not yet. Okay, I see. And of course, we saw it already. I would like to talk about Mirwin as well.
Yeah, I actually got an assignment here. I think there's some coffee stain on it too.
Oh.
No, that is absolutely spicy. There's some hot sauce on this. And that is just like the pigs that he's been bringing out. We've known him from his former schools to bring out some different pigs like an Ari top, the Seri tops. But I gotta say, he's behaving quite fine in class just now. It's not been the most explosive, especially not from what we've known him for.
Very reliable member to have on the team. I think where I give him negative grades is he's very susceptible to ganks. He pushes up a lot, so I think that's one area that I would like to see him improve on, for sure.
But he shows hunger and he shows
Yes, he does.
engagement every single time. He pays attention, he's willing to learn, he's willing to push the limits. And sometimes you get one wrong answer. But who cares when the 4 rest of the answers are correct? He shows perfect enthusiasm and high impact.
You both have aced the assignment that I have given you. Fantastic. We can keep it here. I do want to talk about the top lane a little bit more since you did bring up Merwin. And he's up against Adam in the first match. And I think we should compare them a little bit because this has the potential to be a very interesting top lane matchup.
It does for sure, and just starting from the champ pools, right? I think they don't share any similar champs. They're both very interesting champ pools. Obviously, Merwin hasn't picked all of his counter picks so far, and we've only seen kind of the Akali be the spicy pick. But as for Adam, he got the gods. He got obviously the crocodile as well there up in the top lane. So we'll have to see what they pull out today. Hopefully, they pick some spicy champs.
No, absolutely. But I also think that we haven't seen, as you said yourself, the best from Mervin just yet. When he joined the league specifically, I said, this guy has a potential to be a new Adam. Not with the same champion pool like the gods, but with a completely different take on it. Mervin quite often likes to bring some ranged champions up to that top lane as well. So he's a bit more... well, I don't know what the word for it, but we don't like ranged top laners. So he's a bit more sly about it. But I do respect the fact that he's willing to bring champions in like an Ahri, like a Fiddlesticks in the top lane. And I'm kind of praying that it's something we will see at some point because I've never seen anything like it.
If anything, it would be this matchup. Maybe, you know, they're edged on by each other, going like, okay, if you might pull out one of your crazy champions, I might do the same. We'd love to see it. Of course, BDS owes us a video. Okay. Oh, it's on fire. Fnatic's on fire. I mean, they beat them, of course, so love the timing on that.
Yeah, you could say that they took him out. So that was great. The Flames were vanquished right there.
They were.
And yeah, love to see them in the fight.
Sometimes you start something and you don't know where you're going, just like me for real. Anyways, the top lane matchup going to be super interesting. And Laura is standing by to get a deeper insight into it with Adam.
Thank you, Shox. Bonjour, Adam. Thank you for joining me ahead of today's game. The desk was just talking about top lane meta and a lot of things, but I wanted you to talk me through draft structure in general, especially when it comes to top lane, because what I've noticed for BDS, but most of the teams right now, when it comes to drafting top lane, it comes rather late in the draft, B4 or 5, R5 for sure, most of the time. Can you elaborate on this decision and, I don't know, tendencies that we see in the LEC and how it impacted top lane, you think, compared to last year?
Well, in terms of drafting in general, like usually top lane isn't really a role that you want to pick early. So you rather keep it like 5 because obviously he's like maybe the best role in terms of counter pick and like spicy picks that you can play. So obviously you want to keep it for like 4 or 5 pick. But in general, like in this meta right now, we can see like some early picks on top lane like Jax and Rumble, which comes to my mind, or even Cassante Blind, for example. I think there's like a few champions that you can pick rather high. And it doesn't like really create any issue with the draft because there's no really counter to this type of champs, so you can just freely. But in general, like each team can decide whether or not they like each pick, kinda, and they can just decide which one basically to go for.
Depends on the priorities, I get that, but it feels like there's a lot of value in counter-picking top lane right now in some moments. And when you think of the whole way top lane is played right now, it looks to be the most diverse role in terms of champions. And we saw some innovations coming from the LCK, I feel, this week with the Udyr and picks like this. Why is Europe unable to come up with stuff like this on their own, do you think, and has to wait for other regions to innovate and bring these picks in the end?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree because I feel like European players just started to pick up Udyr on top just because Korean players started to play Udyr top. But, you know, like when you just try to copy a thing without like really understanding basically like the deepest meaning of the pick, right? We're talking about Udyr, then obviously like the results you can expect won't really happen on stage. But so I think we could clearly like see it yesterday, but we need more step up.
And talking about the matchup you're going to have today, I feel like Marin versus yourself in the top lane is going to be the banger of the century in the sense that you were the crazy guy in top lane when you showed up a couple of years back. And from what we know from this top laner, he can pop off on the crazy picks as well. What do you expect from him and how is it to prep against a top laner that can be as crazy as you are and is going to have the same fire as you had when you showed up in the LEC a few years back?
As far as I know about him, I know that he liked to play some spicy picks on top lane in Superliga in Spain. So I would assume that this guy, he can be ready just like me to pick some non-conventional picks. So I really like the mindset he has, and obviously it's going to be a great matchup.
More gods in store for today, or can we get ready for anything on both sides?
No, we can kind of expect anything at this point, because like the meta is actually a bit versatile, so you cannot really know what to expect actually from both teams in general, so it's going to be interesting.
Right, Adam, merci beaucoup.
Merci
Thank
beaucoup.
you. Good luck today. And casters, back to you for game one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and thank you very much for that interview with Adam from Law. My name is Asterix. I'm joined by Dagda. We got told to look pretty. I tried. Dagda didn't have to do anything. Let's be real. He just stood here, and it came naturally.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You're pretty handsome yourself.
Thank you very much. This is a loving car. It's a great way to start, isn't it? Really good way to kick us off, especially when we've got a good matchup ahead of us. We already talked about it. It was already talked about there from the two of them. I mean, Adam mentioning the meta, mentioning how he's kind of situated in this team. I think more importantly, mentioning who he's going up against today. Merwin is this new face. Adam has been situated in the league now. This is his third year. I think the biggest thing for me, Dagda, is that Merwin has that same kind of flavor in the champion pool that we're hoping to see when he goes up against Adam today.
I think it's going to make things super interesting, especially when you look towards like the opportunity for counter picks, as the desk was already kind of alluding to. So I'm very hyped for this matchup. I'm also very hyped for the jungle matchup. I think Sheo had a decent enough game against Fnatic. I mean, look, there was a few hiccups in that game. It wasn't the prettiest for either side, but I still think like Sheo is a guy that I'm keeping my eyes on to see just how strong he can be in that jungle role. He made a name for himself at the start of last year, but struggled when it came to summer. Now going up against Elyoya, I think this is going to be a big test to see where does Sheo land coming into 2020.
And I think giving them the caveat as well, which is really important in this meta, people are still finding their feet. You look at co-streamers, you look at players, everyone still says, we're still working out how to play the game properly, how to play it efficiently, new mechanics in the game, new systems, and we're only on week 2. We're in the middle of it right now, and as you were talking about in the car on the way over here, Dagda, it is the halfway point of winter. But remember, we've only had 5 days of gameplay as we kick off that 5th day right now.
Yeah, halfway point after today for our groups, but we still got all the playoffs to look forward to. We'll be losing 2 teams at the end of next week. But coming into our draft now, a little bit of a change up already. Seen that Senna taken away. Teams kind of realizing yesterday how impressive that Senna Seraphine could be. Azir also rising up in priority with some of the nerfs to things like Akali in the mid lane. But it does mean Rumble's gone as well. So curious to see exactly what the game plan is. Kalista, Zinzao, what's going to be the option?
And it has been a go in that bottom side. Nice little tidbit there as well. But on this 14.1B, remember things like Corki have started rising up as well through the mid lane. As Kalista's still there and present, but I want to see what the response is as we get a bit of that flair from the top laner who, again, is trying to complete that God's champion pool that we've already seen partially of. But Varus, another pick in the bottom side, Dagda is more important here. With the Nico, again, we're not shying away from that for BDS.
Yeah, I think it's just a super strong pick at the moment where you can get a good amount of push in lane, which is what a lot of junglers are looking for when they want to try and go for these baits, especially off, say, bot side push as well. But also just the fact that it is a takeaway from Freskewi. Freskewi has been leaning over towards that pick quite a bit and trying to set up for these big team fights for Mad Lions Koi, so not surprised to see that taken away. But I think Elyoya here will probably try and go for something like the Zinzao or maybe even a Vi to try and take away from Sheo. Sheo has been good on where he's able to kind of be that engage tool for Team BDS. We saw that a lot last year in picks like the Maokai and Sejuani, so wouldn't be surprised to see him try and fall back towards a Vi if we don't see it taken away here by Elyoya.
I love that for both these junglers, we know what their priority pick should be. We know what they're going to look good on with their comfort. I love that you picked out the Zinzao because, of course, even though Titanic gets beefed back a bit, we know it's strong, but hey, ignore that. Instead, we go towards that Corki that has had a bit of a buff coming through in 14.1B.
Yeah, definitely a very, very strong pick at the moment, and it means you can get a lot of poke damage down as well. You got decent amount of team fight activity as well with the Kalista paired alongside this Corki too. It does mean though that you're kind of looking towards people like, hey, what can Elyoya or Miran bring when it comes towards like, hey, we want a bit more of the early power to facilitate something like a Kalista on that bottom side, especially with the Blitzcrank taken here for Labrov. So I'm going to see if you can be a little bit more of an aggressive support here and see if they can go a bit onto the offensive in that bottom lane and keep Alvaro from being able to push in effectively on this Renata.
Labrov has been a bit spicy, I will say. Second game of Blitzcrank coming through. We've seen the Pyke already as well. The Ashe has come through alongside Ice. So, again, this support really not shying away from having a piece of an engage tool for Team BDS. Now, Dagda, I want to talk to you about the bans that we should start looking through because one jungler taken away, you'd have to expect that Team BDS are going to keep tugging out Elyoya, who has been the lifeblood of this new Mad Lions Koi.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of looking already saying, hey, look, Sejuani taken off the board. It has gone back towards things like the Viego, but again, I do think you're looking towards Elyoya to be that big engage tool. When it comes towards this, like Miran, probably going to want to try and go back towards something that's a bit more of a hey, maybe we want something like a Gwen, or we want something that's a bit more carry oriented for him on that top side. But I am curious to see exactly. Okay, going to take away the Kazante. So I think here for Sheo, you can probably go towards something like take that 5 for yourself if you want to, because you're kind of caught in a rock and a hard place here from Madeline's Koi, because you've got a relatively short range AD carry with the Callista, but you have a composition the opposite side that kind of thrives in that environment, where you've got the Blitzcrank who can be a pain and just running up and hitting you, Nico flashing in, getting the Callista locked up. So I think something like a Vi to kind of add to that, hey, we got that chase down potential, is going to be super strong here for BDS. It's just a case of what Elyoya wants to try and respond with.
I mean, it's going to have to be something spicy. This is a pick, though, that is constantly banned away. I mean, we've seen here and back again in the past couple of weeks, but the thing about Nocturne is it's often one of those first rotation bans, Dagda. And it would be nice to see Elyoya take it, or at least find that follow-up engage tool. Instead, the Rel, I guess, still fits a similar pattern.
Yeah, I mean, 14 bans and Nocturne's only slipped through twice, but not going to be the case. It's going to be the Rel taken, which I think is a good call. I think you need a little bit of tankiness to try and go in on this, and looks like we're actually, I wouldn't mind the Kennen here, to be perfectly honest. I mean, a bit of follow-up on the Rel. You can probably get a good amount of push on that top side as well, depending on if Adam wants to go for something weird like the Olaf. But just gives you that opportunity to try and, hey, we can actually try and go for these big team fights, play off of 2-item spike, and just see if we can overrun the game in the mid game.
In the meantime, finish it up. It's Renekton topside. Sorry to disappoint you guys. Adam's going a little bit more standard, but again, this is one of his picks as well. I feel like in the past he's also excelled on. Those are round things up, Dagda. I mean, again, we're seeing a slightly different draft from Mad Lions Koi, but we know there's team fighting there. We know there's a lot of all-in potential now with the engage from Elyoya, and the fact that Merwin on this cannon is going to play a pivotal role as well.
I mean, so much pressure from BDS on this top side, right? Like, you've got so much lockup, a ton of skirmish power, so I think that's where BDS are going to be trying to lend a lot of that. I wouldn't be surprised to see if Labrov is trying to roam to facilitate that top side skirmish as well, and trying to play through that, particularly around like Void Grubs or even Rift Herald and that sort of thing. Whereas on the opposite side, I think for Mad Lions Koi, it's kind of a similar story to what we've already seen. Mirwin should be fine in the 1v1. He's going to be grand. Then it's really looking towards like Super and Alvaro in that bot lane to try and facilitate this Callista, get her up and running, allow you to push and poke with the double ranged bot lane, and see if you can play through that as a win con.
I've heard that story before, though. I mean, Super and Alvaro have been, you know, I guess a surprise for me, you know, coming through, and me coming from all the way across the world and seeing these rookies come up and debut in the LEC. There's been a lot of hype around Super, but Alvaro especially, I think, has been someone that hasn't been talked about enough, has been really good on this Renata pick, and yet again, if they can set it up to succeed, then you absolutely know that Alvaro is going to be a reliable support, just like you were saying in Labrov on the other side. But ladies and gentlemen, as we get on in, you know what this is all about. We're getting past that halfway point, at least accruing towards it. And when Mad are sitting 2-2, have already done better than expected. They want to keep the pace going, while BDS, a massive win to burn down Fnatic only yesterday, sits them on top of the scoreboard. Another win would move them to that magic number 4, if they can take down Mad here to open up today.
Yeah, I think for BDS, it's about trying to get that cleaner gameplay in the mid game. Well, honestly, on both sides, to be perfectly honest, like for Mad Lions Koi, they had a fantastic start against G2, but just weren't able to get it across the finish line. There was a few hiccups where they weren't really able to play out the game the way they'd want to. So for both these squads, yes, you can get the early game advantage, but it's really about cleaning up that mid game and making sure that you're going to be able to take that early lead and snowball it, particularly with the composition that Mad Lions Koi have at the moment. I suppose actually, to be honest, with the Corki in the mid lane and the Kennen, you have a little bit of better scaling on Mad Lions Koi, so they can wait a little bit, but both these compositions definitely coming online around that 1 to 2 out of a spike.
Mixed bag, isn't it? Just a quick note, Frescowi. We're just going pretty standard here on the Corki. I mean, there's nothing really to add on apart from the fact that Merwin has gone for Airy rather than anything like Phase Rush, but Dagda, I feel like I'm talking like 2019 or something up for the Kennen top side. At the very least, you talked about the trading in lane between Merwin, between Adam, and even Laura in the interview before, you know, when she was talking to Adam, there's a bit of hype behind this matchup, considering that, again, it's Merwin, this fresh face, going up against Adam, who both have spicy champion pools. We didn't get the spice. At least we got the Kennen, but I feel like there's still an epic story proportions to be had up here with the matchup we have, nevertheless.
Yeah, this is definitely two players that one for Adam is trying to move himself out of the conversation of just the guy who plays the weird champions into, hey, I am actually an incredibly strong top laner. And I think he has definitely started that transition into, hey, this is a name that you have to fear and respect when it comes to top laners in the LEC. But for Mirwin, it's kind of him coming in and starting to see if he can, well, take names, right? Picked up a solo kill against Broken Blade and trying to see now, and also against Cabo. I wanted to see now, hey, can I actually move that dial a little bit further forward where people have to take notice of Mirwin as he's coming into the league as well.
I mean, again, a player who I think has also been a very pivotal player. I could talk about the whole of Mad at this point. Let's look at the game state, because Elyoya going to be jumping on top of a pixel ward as he goes for the deep invade on this red side. Ice and Labrov getting pushed in. It's more about what Sheo can do as he hits level 3 himself, gets the camp, runs out. But these faces going to come across each other as Sheo taking the wide peak. But for now, I mean, Sheo can just push him out. Elyoya going to have to back away. Shattering Strike is there as well. Alvaro making the move, but it's a hook that gets dangerous here under turret.
Yeah, I'm surprised Elyoya went that far forward. You could see that the Gromp was being taken by Sheo as he moved into that brush. And you don't really win the 1v1, especially with Ice and Labrov, who should have been able to react a little bit quicker. If that hook had landed, or even if Labrov had moved that little bit quicker, I think that was Elyoya dead. So Elyoya at least, you know, getting some pressure here. He's still sticking around, though.
He's not left, has he? I mean, Sheo expects him to back off, but I'm not sure about the warning. It was actually placed in the other brush. Elyoya takes the easy route instead. Ice and Labrov under threat. Hook brings him in. Elyoya's like, okay, jumping down anyway. He's ignited, flashes away. Dagda, that was janky.
That was bizarre. I don't know what. I don't know why Elyoya, like, I can kind of half get it. Elyoya is like, okay, Sheo has moved on. We can try and go for something. But you know that Ice and Labrov are going to hit level 3 off of that. So I don't know why you try and commit to the play. Now you've just wasted a ton of time on trying to get this bot lane ahead. Sheo is going to start to scoot ahead where he's picking up the Skull of Crab for himself. Could even look for an opportunity to, well, as I was saying, move in here, at least get some vision. I don't know if he can try and steal anything, because realistically he doesn't have push on top side, and you've got the TP from Freskewi coming back in, so yeah, he will just back away. But nice vision set up on this top side of the map now.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, further to your point, Sheo double the CS right now of Elyoya. Well, he's going to be spotted out in the ward, and I think that's more important, the fact that Elyoya is giving over information to Sheo because of that false move in the bot side. Scuttle taken to Elyoya behind the pace of the game. Well, it's that first back with a longsword, bit of extra damage for Sheo. That now gives him options to look at bottom side Scuttle himself, see he can impact bot, or depending on mid, and again, give pace and control to BDS here in this early game.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what's happening on the bot wave here, because you can see the reset is, well, Alvaro has actually stopped his reset, but yeah, it is going to be pushing out away from them, so I don't think he can get particularly much here. He'll get Scuttle and should be able to just make sure that Labrov and Ice can push this wave in to get their own reset off. Labrov looking for the hook.
Oi, close one. Good handshake from Alvaro in the end. Keeps him alive as the wave gets pushed in with no AD carry there, so again, a couple of minions going to be denied from Super, who goes back for his Berserker Greaves.
I think they just needed to reset, though, for Ice and Labrov. They kind of missed an opportunity there to get one back, so Supa and Alvaro should be able to shove in this wave a little bit more effectively now. Maybe try and open up Alvaro to go for some sort of roam, especially into mid lane, because you can see Nuke has just been permanently shoving in this mid lane.
Yep.
So Labrov going to not go for his own actually, neither have gone for a reset here, so yeah, you can see they've just kind of mucked this.
Oh, they're trying to be in river first. Dagger, it's dangerous, but Sheo's there waiting. This right now is jungle diff. First blood over to the Vi. BDS are chilling as Labrov gets a couple of spears in, flashes away. Super is trying to bring it back himself. But meanwhile in the mid lane, Elyoya with a crash down. Force the flash out of Nuke. That's a good thing here for Mad. As well as that flash for Labrov down bot side. Getting something, but not the gold that was given over to Sheo.
Yeah, Alvaro was convinced that they'd backed and gone for that reset on the opposite side, but they hadn't actually gone for it. So Supa now just trying to keep Ice and Labrov in this lane for as long as possible. Sheo hovering behind because Elyoya is already on the way down.
There is a ward in brush if Sheo moves any closer. Labrov and Ice, as you said, stuck in because they don't want to lose out too much, but their health bars say the opposite. Alvaro's also back now as well as Mad Koi. You look at the wave clear of a Callista Dagger. It's just so easy to get this wave in.
And the thing is that you don't even have the kill going to the bot lane. The kill goes to Sheo in this. So they go for, hey, look, they should have reset on that last wave. But if you see, so Supa able to chase them down. So Labrov and Ice actually aren't able to get some of this wave that's underneath the tower now as well because they're just trying to run away. So they end up losing some of the CS there, and they'll lose this next wave that comes in. So when we actually come back to live, you can see there's a pretty sizable CS lead and also gold advantage. And now the Dragon going over to Mad Lions Koi off the back of that. So although it is a kill going to BDS, I actually give an advantage to Mad Lions Koi off of the bad resets that Ice and Labrov had.
And that bottom lane, again, it has about 100 gold lead. It's nothing, but still 10 CS is worth talking about. And it's just the biggest question of what Sheo can do in response. He starts off the grubs in this top side. Maybe he can get something here top tag. What do you think the next move is? Because again, for BDS, we then have to use the biggest tool, which is going to be this Vi jungle.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Elyoya, I'd like to try and get back into this bottom side of the map. Supa, I don't think, well, actually, it's actually off the size of this wave, should hit 6. And I think you can try and make a play off of Alvaro into Supa trying to go for something spicy.
you can even see Oyoya trying to go for just that. He's going to wrap around in behind them, knowing that they have the level advantage. And you're about to hit 6 up the wave. This is going to be a disaster for Ice. He's got no flash.
Well, walking it through. And the question is, Elyoya coming down. That flash going to be burned early. The knockup comes through. Shattering strike there as well. Elyoya gets hooked back in. Not again! Dagda! Not again!
Yeah, I mean, that needed to be Alvaro who tanked that hook, because you had Super, who you can see just hit 6, would have been able to take him back out from underneath the tower, but Labrov managing to get the hook underneath the tower and catching MDK completely off. Labrov's still hovering off the
He's
one
also
side.
got Hex Flash, Dagda. That's dangerous over the wall, but Mad Koi's bottom lane is out. Death goes through. Now, Oyoya before struggled, but this time sealing the deal. I mean, let's just talk about gold bouncing back and forth, because Ice now has one to his pocket too.
And that's the thing, it's kind of fixed Ice and Labrov in this bottom lane as well. Labrov will manage to get the reset off here, should be able to back just as Super, because he's going to slow push in this wave. So opening up a lot of control on this bottom side now for BDS, when it had gone so well for Mad Lions Koi. And when we look across the rest of the map, it's all kind of gone a bit bog standard. Sheo having that extra kill, a little bit more gold for himself. May even find Alvaro here though.
Only level 5, so doesn't have his ulti to stop this play. Sheo with his own ulti as Elyoya's moving mid. Nuke wants to join this play, but a Shattering Strike stops him, as now for Frescowi, gold on him would be incredible. The Flash Magnet Storm, Elyoya knows exactly what he needs to do. And with the range advantage as well, Frescowi has a big one, fires down, and Nuke is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, this is the thing. We talked about Nuke being very overextended consistently in this mid lane, and see the opportunity for Elyoya, catches Nuke out, no flash available, so managing to pick him off nice and easy. Sheo and Labrov, though, trying to respond on the bottom side, but I mean, look at where Supa is. He's well aware that there can be multiple members of BDS down in this bot side, especially with the size of this wave. I think Alvaro had gone for that reset. Means that Elyoya, as you can see, has to come down here to help him out so we can actually collect this wave.
And they got Void Grubs, remember? BDS picked up 3 in the top side. That was Sheo. So easy to push down. Ice able to get first turret played as well. And that gold game has just swung back and forth. Super trying to clear out the wave. You can see Dagda, observers toggling vision, because there is a plan afoot for BDS in the bot side.
Elyoya's reset as well. This is going to be perfect timing. There he goes.
Sheo's in and Chain's out as well. He can't move. Super with another kill over to Ice. And BDS's bot side rejoice.
And that's the second time now that BDS have gone for these kind of unconventional plays, and it's worked out with something netting, or a kill at least going over in their favor. Ice managing to pick himself up another kill off the back of that is going to just help out massively. You get to push in the wave once more, so that's a lot of gold now, and kind of the experience being leveled up now between these two AD carries. So really nice job from Sheo to correct this bot lane after it had gone a little bit awry at the beginning.
You're going to be able to correct mid as well. Frescowi moving, because Adam's made his roam down. Labrov is going to cover the wall, and Frescowi fails the flash. Adam matches, and with Dominus, no!
Labrov, what? There was no need for that.
He didn't need to, but it's Blitzcrank. I mean, I am the carry now.
I was going to say, I mean, especially when Adam had committed the flash, just let him get the kill. But, I mean, like, Frescowi, welcome to just playing against Adam. The mid lane is never a 1v1. There is always an Adam that will roam down around about this time and finds a nice moment to have that wave crash topside and then managing to pick up the wave as it goes back as well. So, Frescowi kind of getting a bit of a rude awakening as Adam moves back up here to collect his wave.
At least collecting most of it, but would have been nice to have a kill on top of that. 500 gold up for the Kennen, who gets his second plate up topside. So while Adam makes the move, I mean, again, the fact that Labrov got the kill kind of hurts the soul a little bit, you know? Even as a support main Dagda, I know my role, man. I don't take kills.
It's more that I know when I'm going to get flamed. That was definitely where I'm going to get flamed.
Yeah.
Still, though, I think, look, nice to see Labrov off in the roams and trying to see if he can help out. And I think it's the right call, especially as, you know, when Ice is gone for these sort of resets, I think you're in a good spot. Elyoya might find himself on the business end of a hook, but not a huge amount of BDS players around. But Elyoya aware that Blitzcrank was in the area.
Yeah, again, Labrov making these roams. It's going to bring me back to a story, but I might have to pause because Dragon's spawning. Now, Mad were able to pick up the first one. As you see, Elyoya gearing up for number 2. And that's because the push in bot side again, Dagda, using this 2v2. Well, your eyes open because you're like, oh, there's Labrov again.
Yeah, he is eyeing up a hook. A lot of members of MDK here, though, and you can see Nuke and Sheo are trying to make a play on mid lane. As Frescowi might try and enter.
Sheo's ult just came up, by the way.
They're going to collapse on Sheo.
So with that ulti up and available, maybe they can make a turn. I'm wondering, is Super moving into Fog of War? There's no vision here. There he goes. Sheo now out, not going to take the play as the package in Frescowi's hand. also influences the play.
It is so hard to try and start this up as Mad Lions Koi because you're always going to have two pinches that can come in, one from the top side and one coming in from this bot side as well. And even Labrov is going to be able to be in a position to look for hooks, but so you really need to get bot side pressure and then get vision control in the enemy jungle before you can really go for it. Because there's always an opportunity to just play over these walls like Labrov is showing to look for hooks in these non-committal ways where Mad Lions Koi are trying to set up for the dragon.
Great point. I mean, Mad paying the respect, it seems, not taking the full-on plunge towards the objective. BDS get the shove on bot, and now to and fro, it's their turn to move up towards River. And Dagda, we've got to remember, the package has a timer on it as well. So we'll have to find out when that is, because BDS hold control of the bottom side. They threaten away the dragon, are on the edge of a ward, but as that expires, Labrov will be in no man's land, playing a little bit dirty to find out who he can get.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. BDS, we're like, cool, as long as we can get push in bot, we're able to hold control in mid, so we can move towards Dragon. Elyoya going to respond by immediately moving up towards the Void Grub. Yep. This Kennen has had permanent shove in this top side of the map, so he's always kind of been able to play for this objective, can even calm Mirren down if needs be. But for BDS, they're going to continue this push on bot lane, and without Frescowi being able to really roam here, Supa's just got to give up more of this control. And I think this is where, you know, Void Grubs, they're nice if you can get a couple of them, but it's always kind of hurting your bottom side of the map at the same time, because BDS know exactly where you are when this announcement goes off.
Maybe it hurts more as well because Sheo's going to be here. It's that ulti once again, the Pop Blossom to follow through. Will you get to move? Labrov, leave it! Leave it! Leave it! There you go, he's done it. And Nuke picks up the kill this time, as everybody has to kill Frescowi.
Yeah, and I mean, just again, BDS using their tempo a little bit better. It takes so long for Elyoya to try and finish off these grubs. They know that he's not going to be able to move in towards the mid lane, and just a great engage coming through from Sheo, immediate follow-up by Nuke, and that's kind of how you can use the time invested on towards Void Grubs if you're late to the play like Elyoya was, to get some extra things on the map.
And Dagda, while we are talking up some of the plays that BDS are making, while we see plates on the top of our screen, thank you very much to our team. I want to note that Labrov, again, did this same thing against Fnatic on the Blitzcrank, right? That was the big roaming game we saw, their 28-minute game against Fnatic as well, might I add. Labrov on this pick, making magic happen once more. And it's been really exciting to watch him play. He's got 100% kill participation, 104 on this Blitzcrank, and he's on the move yet again, seeing what he can fish up towards his top side, while BDS are moving up to take the Herald. That's just spawned on top of it as well.
And this is kind of the beauty that you get with this poke Varus. He's so insane at pushing out mid-wave that, look, you don't actually end up getting the towers here. They will trade this for the bot tower, but it still means that you can contest mid-lane pressure and then immediately roam over towards the Herald, or lock Labrov to kind of go, right, Ice is safe. He's just one shot away with his Q. Let's see if I can work with Sheo to invest into a gank on top side, or even shift my pressure down to bot lane to work with Nuke to see if I can get a pick against Frescowi. So I think that's where BDS are going to try and look for, especially with this Riptile picked up. I think they're going to try and shove out a side wave here with Nuke. You can already see he's kind of slow building that one on the bottom side of the map, and then look to have Nuke rotate towards mid with Ice as Sheo comes off of reset here, and try and look for that mid lane turret as a four-man group.
On the other side, tell me a little bit more about what you do for Mad, because they're trying to make a play to the top side after the fact. They've been spotted out walking through River and now showing their face in top side as Super's clearing this wave, trying to threaten another turret where BDS haven't even picked up their first one yet, so maybe not a bad play as Elyoya looks for it. Adam now isolated, but he has Flash and Dominus. Super walking up here, dangerous as the wave clears, super easy as Renekton. They pull the ulti out, they clear the wave, and Mad won't go any further.
Yeah, it does slow the pace down. So you can see here, because Shea was pulled in towards topside to try and facilitate Adam, he's going to be late on the reset. So that big wave that Nuke was building on that bottom side is now crashed, and Nuke is kind of just sitting there, not really able to do particularly much in the map. So it's kind of a nice play by Mad Lions Koi to jump the gun and get ahead of what BDS were trying to achieve there on the map. So now Nuke again will have to try and slow push in this bot wave. Maybe he can try and put some pressure onto this bot lane turret, but with Mirwin here, we'll more than likely have to give respect to the Kennen. But it means that you're not really able to group up as effectively as you'd like here. And Mad Lions Koi now should be able to match it. If you try and commit to mid lane as BDS, Mad Lions Koi just commit to top side, and they're still trading tower for tower.
You've got time to do it. 1 minute 30 till the next dragon as well. So Mad using those windows quite well. As Sheo, you could say, is doing the same. That is the real Sheo, by the way, if anyone's wondering, with a Herald in his back pocket as well. So the difference is they get a kill here. The push becomes a little bit more deadly, a little bit faster as Nuke threatening up. You've got the grubs to do the damage, but Merwin's like, come on, man. Come on, do it. Just do it. No worries. Oh, and he says do it. Nuke flashes away. Merwin, still a bit of a devil. That's dangerous.
It does mean, though, he has no ult, or sorry, no flash. I think ult might just about be back up in time for Dragon, but not having flash is a real downside, because ideally you would like to try and go onto ice and try and pick that off. Now, Nuke not having a flash, it kind of, same response. It's not great that you have burnt that, but at least he keeps the Terror alive. It'll just be curious to see how he tries to position himself now if they try to contest this next Dragon with that flash now down.
I love the logic, Dagda. You know, I feel the chat energy, like Merwin's like, come on, I dare you. You're telling me it's a big summoner down, and I agree. I mean, the ulti as well, half the cooldown remaining, so we'll see if he can do anything without the core summoner with just the Proto Belt. And as you mentioned, 20 seconds till the next Dragon. It will be the third on Summoner's Rift, one each for BDS and for MDK. And BDS right now walking into River first, but Mad getting a bit of CC off and trying to get authority, but it's hard when you have 5 big items on the map. Plus seconds building in Ice, in Nuke. A lot of damage here and a lot of ability to get poked out by BDS if Mad walk in.
Yeah, don't forget we still have this Rift Tower for Sheo. There it goes. It's actually just going to be put down. So I think that not the biggest fan of this Rift Tower usage. It's not in the best of spots. So yes, you will get a charge as they try and start up the Dragon, but I don't think you, as Madeline's Koi, you particularly have to worry about this. Maybe you just immediately go for Dragon, but looks like, yeah, they're actually just going to try and stop this one from charging. Maybe they get it.
Trying at least, but Lebrov gets the bait on in. Frescowi caught out, Chains of Corruption. Can't use a package. I believe he had it in hand, Dagda, but no more. Ice now on a killing spree as BDS also picked up the Dragon. Their Herald was a ruse. And if you add the kill on top of it, I guess you call it worth.
Yeah, so I mean, the fact that you end up stopping the Rift Herald is nice. For Madeline's Koi, you will still lose out on bot lane here as Shea's able to move down, but Frescowi getting hooked is a big mistake. Looks like Madeline's Koi were trying to respond to the play, but now you're just down a man. BDS still get the play, and Mirwin?
Oh, the flash on top. Adam doesn't nail him down. That's rough, especially when you know the cannon was vulnerable. At least able to push the wave in, but Elyo are now here for backup.
Yeah, so everyone on BDS is just going to back away. They still hold on to the mid lane tower, which honestly is a pretty sizable win. The fact that you don't end up taking that means it's going to be a little bit more difficult for BDS to completely shove it away for Ice and open up Lavrov to start to lean in towards side lane. So I think for Madeline's Koi, despite if you hadn't given over the kill for Frescowi, I think you're relatively happy with how that passage of play went out. It's just a case of now, okay, can we start to push out these side lanes, not give the opportunity for BDS to really be a nuisance in the mid lane, and if you can wait for our next objective where Mirren has his flashback up, you can look for some sort of flank and see if you can catch BDS off guard.
I'm wondering if it's going to be into desperation as Lebrov, again, fishing for the hook. Can ask that question a little bit later as Elyoya, again, the front line in this battle. This Kalista laning phase started out strong, we knew from the CS lead. The problem is, Dagda in this game, I mean, Super and Alvaro haven't really had the chance to shine. The lane has turned against them. Ice is now 1,000 ahead. Now with opportunity as well. 2-item lethality virus. And it's hard to see where Super comes into the fight unless something like this happens. Maybe with Lebrov and the Magnet Storm. As he flashes away, it could be a pick that gives them gold, gives them an edge back on in this close game.
It's a nice read from Madeline's Koi. They're like, look, Nuke hasn't shoved in topside. Let's just quickly move Frescowi down, use this 3-man unit that we have and see if maybe we can get the pick. Because if you can manage to secure that, okay, shove out topside or catch the wave, you can start to threaten mid lane turret, really open up this game as Mirwin. Again, just trying to be a nuisance, and the big thing that Madeline's Koi are using is the fact that side lanes are not good for BDS. They haven't been keeping them pushed out. You can even see there's no real threat on this bottom side because the wave is halfway in the lane and you still got to get to the tier 2. So using these little timing windows to see if they can get picks is exactly what they need to do to pull this game back.
I mean, again, there was good opportunity in topside just before the last Dragon. We've seen multiple times, further to your point, that Mad have tried to be proactive and get a play on the opposite side. But the problem is, it's whether it's Spidey sense from Nuke, it's whether it's, you know, Ice and Lebrov consistently moving around the map, especially that Blitzcrank with Trailblazer. There's always a threat that BDS are not where they should be as the hook comes in. You know what? Yeah, give him the kill. I think Lebrov is going to earn MVP if BDS keep playing like this.
I mean, unfortunate for Alvaro, you really shouldn't have taken that way. Like, that should not have been the direction that you went into that. Ends up finding out that there's a ward placed there, and now BDS have kind of found the pick that they need to take over this topside jungle, force Elyoya back. Frescowi has to get out of there as well as Lavrov. He's on the hunt once more, has that hook and Hex Flash available. Sheo. Oh, they're actually going to transfer to mid. Super's in so much trouble.
Adam coming over. He burnt the flash before, but it's just a threat. Sheo committing under the inner because the rest of Mad are all the way towards topside. Chain of Corruption doesn't land, but at least the poke does. However, Super survives without his summoners, but surviving all the same.
Yeah, I mean, there is an argument for Ice to just flash there to guarantee the Chains of Corruption, but I actually kind of like that he didn't. Having no flash for the upcoming third dragon for BDS would be an absolute
man. You and I used to cast LPL together. You're like, oh, they should have done this. They should have done that.
Get him in the ground.
I like the restraint now, says Dagda. Okay, yeah, very different person than when we used to cast together.
Look, I'm a sellout, man, all right? Although this is a move and a half. I don't know. I mean, you do this relatively quick with Malignance now on the Quirky, but BDS already in the area. This could go terribly very quickly with a Lavrov.
I mean, the problem is it's a Hex-Tech Drake. That means you've got Hex-Tech Gates as well. So getting here is not the hard part for BDS. It's maybe getting into the normal Baron pit. As at 5k, Merwin coming in for the flank is big, but Nuke is a fake minion.
He's the flash.
That's who you're going to watch on out. The Pop Blossom in the pit, nails them down. And Team BDS right in front. It's a good ulti from Alvaro, but it's late. And Merwin's like, nah, man, the fight's already done. I'm out of there. Just give them the Baron. And maybe a little bit more, because under this outer turret on the top side, BDS, they're cooking something good. It's like Gordon Ramsay, 2 bits of bread. And Mad Koi had to sit there and take it as BDS continue the dive. Lavrov late with a hook doesn't matter because everyone else is dead. And BDS are looking red hot in this week 2 to move to that magic number 4.
I mean, a fantastic fight from BDS. Desperation, honestly, for Mad Lions Koi, but I don't think they really needed to. I think they could have held on to this, but I need to watch this fight again. So this was, okay, Nuke coming in, absolutely fantastic. What is happening with Mirren's ultimate here? Does he just not flash over the wall, or?
What?
I don't know what Mirren did. Like, all right, big thumbs up, cool, but that's massive ultimate down. He doesn't flash over the wall. I'm so perplexed as to what the hell Mirren was doing. And yeah, because of that, it's an easy fight. You're basically fighting 4 versus 5 in that case, and you already started tanking the Baron.
Solo laners from Mad Koi, Dagda. Hate to be the very bad news, have been nigh unimpactful, it feels like, in this game. You know, Shea with a jungle diff, let's be real, from the concert diving bot. Yeah, bit of complexity. Okay, then, they say.
Yeah, that's kind of how I looked in the middle of that fight as well.
Yes. Oh, man, that's rough. As you said, they're waiting for his flash to come up. That was the opportunity. Merwin might have had an angle. Maybe thought, it's in the too hard basket. But, hey, at the very least for Team BDS, we sing their praises. A 7,000 gold lead here as Red Bull Baron power play kicks off. And look at how much standing gold you have through all 3 lanes. While BDS move as a 4-man unit, Nuke continues to be blindsided as Merwin TP's okie dokie. That was a control ward though, so they know he's there. They know he TP'd as he ultis through. He hasn't found any big targets, flashes away, Chains of Corruption. Merwin has had a great start to the LEC, but unfortunately, I will not be saying that today.
Oh no!
Because Mad Boy are getting collapsed on Nuke with his ulti. It's all too easy. Nuke's going to be taken down at the very least, but now Adam has made himself known. He's going to run in, flash super, doing a good job of cleansing away. Hang on! Mad still got a bit of the raw as he gets poked out and almost dies to ice. BDS going a little bit too far, and Mad getting something back.
I averted my eyes after the initial play from Irwin. I was like, oh, okay, this one's over, but fair enough, man. Let's go and manage to turn it back. This was a dream, a miracle, a Hail Mary play, whatever the hell you want to call it. But like, Mirwin gets locked up by ice, and then they want to try and continue this. So the TP comes through from Nuke. Like, has the ultimate to try and follow this one up. Oh, okay, so Freskewi just using the package to get on out of that. And also then a really good ult coming through from Alvaro as well. Really turns this one around. So 2 plays, just both from mid and support, setting that up perfectly. And then Super, hop, skipping and jumping very effectively. Good cleanse on the stun coming through from the Renekton. Means that he's able to continue the DPS as the fight goes on.
And get a shutdown. I mean, again, we look at the goal difference of the game. It skews a little bit after that play. BDS are still ahead, and just a quick note, they are on Soul Point, which they can move to in 3 minutes if they so choose at this angle. But Dagda, here's where the optimism comes in. Here's where a bit of the cope comes in for Mad. You know, we got Baron in 2 minutes 40. It coincides with the Dragon timer.
Wait, so why are Mad Lions Koi here? Baron's in 2 minutes 30.
That's a great question. I'll let you explain that. Topside way.
I mean, yeah, you can push out topside, but you got, like, realistically, we're going to be looking at not Baron, but Hex Dragon in 230. So you want to be investing your wards on the bottom side. Bot side of the map is completely littered with wards for BDS at the moment, and now you're just letting your mid and bot wave been pushed in so you can establish that vision again. I don't know.
Where's the cope, Dagda? I said the words cope. I started talking about Mad. What are you giving me?
I mean, maybe a coach to get you out of this rainy day.
All right, use that.
But yeah, okay. And you can kind of see now, this is where that lack of vision comes in. And for a Blitzcrank, this is perfect. And great job from the observers, just showing how dark that control on the bottom side of the map is for Madline's Koi. Now, Adam has moved up towards his top side of the map, so BDS will back away. But it's only MDK starting to take control again over this area of the map, whereas now you get the waves pushed in, BDS will get to take that vision back. And a minute 40 until Hex Dragon. This is a lot of control for BDS, just as they're about to go for those resets into that Dragon fight.
And I think, you know, seeing a clean mid-game from BDS, I know there's a lot of concerns out of fans about how certain LEC teams are looking, maybe even the league, right, and quality of gameplay. I think seeing clean mid-game right now is very cathartic for me. It's very therapeutic, because I think our mid-game so far have been a little bit all over the place. Dagda, you know, seeing early gold leads, even from Mad yesterday, right? Seeing good early gold leads, but then the ability to translate it through the mid-game has always been a concern. So far from BDS, I think this has been... Oh, wait, no, we saw that play bot. But everything else was good.
I definitely think it's cleaner. I think there are opportunities that they could be using, like, hey, okay, let's try and push in our waves a little bit better so that then we're able to get control over a part of the map a little bit sooner. Like, you can see now, Adam, he's gone for the later reset to push out top, but hasn't really gotten full control there. Also the fact, I don't think BDS should be trying to establish vision control on this top side. I think he should just have Adam off this next wave as it comes in, create this little bit of a slow push that then shoves out. I think Adam pushed this wave a bit too quickly on the top end, but hang on, they're in behind him here.
Yeah, it could turn into a play, couldn't it? As Mad on the quick evacuation path out. Remember that Merwin's not here. His teleport up in a second. Now that it is so, we'll see if it can be turned as Alvaro with a quick handshake. Teleport burn first from BDS. As you see, that cannon is just not joining. El Yoya's gonna die. BDS stuck in a 5 versus 4. They're happy to take that. As Sheo finds the ulti and over the wall, it climbs. Frescowie in a bad place, and it's going to get even worse as the lights go on out. Mad are just left stuck in the middle of such an unfortunate play stacked up.
Yeah, completely caught out now. Adam, gonna move across here. Mirwin, you're gonna get found real quick, buddy.
I mean, this cannon had such a great laning phase, but unable to get into the fight. The hook lands. Oh, Lebrov, the Fate's Call going to save him, but as Alvaro flashes to the ulti, it only hits 2 onto Ice. It might not matter as Merwin is ulting a Vi. Super's running for his life. He ain't the hot fire today. Instead, it's a bit of a sizzle as Adam takes him out, and Nuke off the side says hello. Another piece of the prey. 17-3, and BDS are just toying with the Lions this game.
Yeah, I respect Super for giving it a shot there. Like, actually put a little bit of hurt onto Ice, but that was not a hit from Madline's Koi. Completely caught out. You see, they spot Sheo on this top side. Alvaro, like, spots the Sheo's there, and they know that BDS are going to be trying to look for any sort of pick before this fight kicks off. They managed to find El Yoya, and then Sheo as well. Good flash. I managed to follow Frescowie the whole way along. Frescowie just not quite getting the distance that he needs. And now, with Hexol available, we're going to go back to the picture-in-picture. Baron started in the face of Madline's Koi, and I'm not really sure there's much they can do about it.
I agree. What are you going to do? I mean, Lebrov just running down El Yoya, who's had a bit of a rough one himself. I mean, let's be real. You know, BDS are on a bit of a high right now, Dagda. It's the win yesterday versus Fnatic that was like, hang on a minute. Now against Mad as well. They're making it look easy as a pick on him with Chains of Corruption and the backline access.
Oh my God.
Nuke is down. Dagda has closed his eyes. Oh, the humanity. He can't look. Well, that TP into the backside. Merwin, that was him, Dagda. Merwin TP to the top side, but he just couldn't get in again.
Yeah, they immediately just resets. BDS are taking over. They've got the wave in that top side. They're just going to try and close it off, or at least crack open the base, but I'm curious how far they want to go. With only 20 seconds left, they'll just crack open the base and then more than likely look for resets into trying to see if they can get these other inhibitors. Unless Labrov can land some funky hook here. He's fishing for it.
Dagda, he doesn't have real flash. He does have a Hex Gate to get out, though. Adam going to take it as well, and then it can time Nuke backing.
That's not the real Nuke. No, it's all right.
But he would at this point, honestly, as we look at this again.
But again, vision control set up. There's the TP for Merwin, trying desperately to find these flank angles, but Ayoya is just caught out the second he moves in. Nuke, great flash in to get that knock up, and then Merwin's like, oh, guys, anyone still here? Oh, he's doing the winner's interview already. That's nice. I thought he was holding up a microphone. Like, what do you think we should do here? How do you do? Yeah.
I mean, look, you'd feel so confident after that, and you know, I'm going to give some props to Merwin. You know, it's his debut split. I think the most important thing is that how do you find an angle with how hard it's been?
He's trying real hard.
Maybe this is it. Maybe it's not his fault. Maybe Mad Koi's top laner can get an angle here. He's got Flash, he's got Slicing Maelstrom. He's played the long con Dagda.
No
Set me
package on
up.
Corky yet, though, so he's still out of vision. This is where you need to go. Yoya needs to start this one up.
This will be a miracle play. Nuke is faking as a minion. We need that big ulti. Merwin finally gets on in, onto Ice. He's down. The shutdown worthy. You'd have to think so, but again, Nuke finds 3 people. It's a pop, it's a blossom, and it's a big old bang as Adams picked up 3. Holy moly, it was close to a quadra. BDS are just way too far ahead, and Frescowi is going to feel the big old fist of the law, the fist of the robot, whatever that thing is. And BDS take another cleave. A couple of members dead, but as Nuke goes to the top side with his teleport, BDS made short work of Mad. It might have gone for 32 minutes, but our team standing on top of the scoreboard, the LEC Winter split, it's BDS, and they are looking mighty fine.
Big all win for BDS off the back of this. Their split looking pretty clean at the moment. I mean, the fact that they pick up the win yesterday over Fnatic and now picking up the win over Mad Lions Koi, week 2 has been very, very good for BDS and their fans.
I mean, if you're a Lebrov fan specifically right now, you are looking pretty good because Lebrov on Blitzcrank 2 times in a row was against Fnatic and now today against Mad Koi. I think you can start putting respect towards this pick.
Yeah, I think big time. And I mean, look, Nuke great in those team fights as well. The Nico doing absolute work with the ultimates. And look, there was still some hiccups when it comes to like reset timers and stuff on the bot lane and trying to get that advantage. But as soon as Shale was able to get down there and help him get a couple of kills, I mean, Ice just ran away with it. The amount of damage that he was doing in team fights with this Poke Faris, I think it's, what, 8 kills maybe by the end of that game? He was fairly well fed by the time he closed that one out.
Oh yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, remember you can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. It's Sheo, Ice, or Lebrov Dagda. Wow.
I wonder where you're going, Alex.
Who would I vote for, I wonder? Of course, you can do that over on X. Ladies and gentlemen, though, we are going to toss to a break. Don't worry. We'll be back after this, and there will be an interview with Ice after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And the question is, Elyoy coming down. That flash going to be burned early. The knockup comes through. Shattering strike there as well. Elyoy gets hooked back in. Not again. Dagda. Not again. Down Labrov is going to cover the wall. And Frescowi fails the flash. Adam matches. And with Dominus, no. Labrov.
I think they can't. It's good for us. Just care flank. Look Cannon, join. Can you work on them? Yeah, can go, Kalista.
There we go, 4-1 for BDS and a sovereign game versus Mad Lions Koi. We've got Nuke and Sheo here. Not Ice yet. I don't know where Hysterics got that. We'd love to talk to him, but
he was really trying to manifest that.
Yeah, he was manifesting it because Ice actually played out of his mind, but so did these two guys right here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we were gonna like break down a lot of the game, but to be fair, it looked pretty straightforward. Sheo, was that really all there was to it? It seemed pretty simple for you guys to close out the game.
I mean, I think you have a better team comp, and their only gameplay was to dive bot early with Real Kalista, but our bot lane managed to like play 2v3 twice, so they had no game plan, I think, after, and the game was pretty easy.
Yeah, it was. I want to crown immediately the Kia player of the game. Labrov was going insane. I mean, the whole bot lane, but he was setting up a lot and also stealing kills.
Yeah, I mean, Labrov builds strong, it's known, right? It's his favorite champ. He's really good on it, and like so many clutch hook like on the Corki package. I mean, basically he just hit every hook, so I'm happy to have this support in my team, right? And yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah, I thought that was a really sick play we also just saw there, where he kind of baits it, the fog of war, while you're into the bush. You just set up a free ultimate here as well. And of course, since he played as well, he can get a kill for himself in the mid lane too. So you're in that one. Good for him. But I'm also curious, because you guys have gotten early game leads before as well, where it looks super good, but then it gets a bit messy in the mid game. This one didn't, but why do you think it has been a bit messy at times for you guys?
Well, good. Okay. By work, I would say. After like the first week, even though we went 2-1, mid game was a bit iffy, a bit like sometimes strange. And this is something we really put our focus on for this week. Like we really hard work on it, and it looked better, I guess, this week.
Absolutely.
Like for now, there's still one match left, but yeah, just by work we worked on it and it's doing good.
Okay. I'd love to know if there's like different, if you approach things differently, because of course you had the whole last year with everyone and a lot of the coaching staff as well. And so that allows you to look at last year and see, okay, what worked well for us in training? What did not work well? Sheo, do you have some kind of things that you think as a team or for you you're going to do differently to get better this year? Just to say.
And what is strong for us, I think, like is Adam champ, me having a strong jungle early game, and then we can just like snowball through lane and through gank that I do. And what we can practice, I think, the most is like the mid game. It's like the thing we struggle the most, I think. So we just need to have a strong mid game, and then we are the best, right?
Nice.
Right. It's curious because like analyzing BDS games so far as well, I think when you finally reach that mid game, it's not necessarily that you're making a bad play as a team. It's more like sometimes your tempo gets a bit screwed up because maybe one member gets caught off guard. I know maybe yesterday, Sheo, you had a few as well. But how is it you approach these things? Because that's less of a team thing and more an individual thing. Do you have someone who's reeling the boys back and then say, no, you're not going in here, no here? Who's really the voice trying to get the mid game better together?
I mean, I would say lucky everyone. Like from the scrim, we like when we practice, we have like some things like we do everything together, step by step. So in official, like we should respect and do everything together, step by step. But like yesterday, I feel too confident and wanted to flank right, but otherwise I think we are improving.
Okay. Ice is doing really well, and a big talking point for us at the beginning of the year was kind of like, is he going to be able to bring the same amount of shot calling or like conversations in the team that we attributed a lot to Crowny also. But obviously we don't know what happens exactly in the team. So I'd love to know from you guys, maybe Nuke first, as to if you've noticed that a lot and if things are very different.
Well, all like the subject of shot calling and everything, I think is really like, it's really wide, right? I don't think one guy will shot call and make the team coordinate in mid game, for example. Oh, sorry. In mid game, for example, I think we all have the everyone as a player have the knowledge of how the game works and how we can play as a team. And
just by like replacing one player by someone who like doesn't speak that much, you know, but still like he give his idea in game and everything. It's really nice to see. I think he's just like a really good player overall. So it's like we don't have any problem in shot calling, and he's just playing the game well. So it's good.
I see. The system worked as it was,
Yeah.
so even if you take parts out, it can still work. I'd love to know also, respectively for your roles, how you think the crop looks of those players this year. So, Shea, we'll start with you. The junglers this year, of course, most of them are the same, obviously. How do you feel about it, and where do you put yourself?
I mean, there's only
Nothing.
there's only Isma and Douglas new,
That's
I
it,
think.
yeah.
And I think I would like put me like top 3-4, I would say. Like Yaik, Razor probably. And like above Jankos, but Jankos is still really strong. And then I think Isma is doing well, but we need to see the whole year because SK last year was doing well as well in winter, but then we know what happened. So yeah, I would say top 3-4 for me.
Okay. And Nuke for mid?
Well, it's something that I already said. It was like in my head there is like caps, right? The many time I faced him, he's like the one that put me the most struggle in. But other than that, like especially after last year, where it was like kind of the year where I just rebuilt all my confidence back because it was like doomed. So I took this year for it, and this year is actually just winning and just like because I already have the confidence and I'm just playing the game, trying to think what can I do for my team and everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, they still like play like Emanuit, Niski that I respect a lot for what they can do as a players, but I would still say at least top 4,
and second,
if not top 4. And yeah, like, there's a lot of rookie, right?
Yeah.
That came into this year. It's nice to see because I can feel like I was in there, like I was a rookie one time and I was getting stomped every game. So
Are you saying they're all getting stomped?
No. I'm just saying me. My experience of being a rookie is getting stomped.
Yeah.
Do
So,
you have any advice for the ones that are probably going through some rough times
That are having
right
a
now?
bad
Then?
start, yeah.
Yeah, you've been through it all. What's the experience?
Good luck, first of all.
Good luck.
It will be hard, but yeah, if you keep going and there's like all the circumstances of chances and everything, you can just get through it and go to Worlds. Right.
Yeah, we got to move on to the match.
But yeah.
Unless you have a super interesting point.
No, I was just going to say, I think like rookie aspect is such an interesting thing really in the split, especially in the format that we have, because there's two kinds of rookie on the spectrum on my side. You can be Yike when you come into the beginning and look super good, but you can also be Oscar Ridden, let's be real, that did not look good at all when he joined, but you take a look at Oscar now and he's fantastic. So it's so hard to grasp people out of the first 4 or 5 games when it comes into it, and especially in a best of 1 format like this.
I think that's a good point. You really got to prove yourself super, super quickly because not every team wants to stay with all their players once it goes a little bit badly, unfortunately. Let's talk about the game that's coming up. It's Rogue versus Fnatic. Fnatic, of course, just yesterday at the hands of these two gentlemen, didn't win. So what did you think about how they played yesterday, how you beat them basically, that they have to improve for today?
I mean, I think yesterday their draft was not really good against our draft, and they didn't like play together, I would say, compared to us. So I think they just need to play more as a team.
I can't remember, did you guys play the Sana Seraphine also, or?
No,
you didn't, right? No.
Again.
Good counter. Let's get Lavrov on Blitzcrank. It looks good.
We love it.
Yeah.
But I am curious as well, how often do you feel like some games get lost in draft now? Because I think you take the Team Heretics game as well against SK2, where yeah, that looked like the Gragas on 5 and everything. Like, it looks a bit unplayable into the Lukorki and Seraphine. How much do you think that having a bad read on the patch right now loses you the game rather than your in-game performance?
I mean, I think having like a 50-50 read of the patch to like just be even every game is like really simple. And for example, like to take that as an example, the SK against Heretics match, I think that like Heretics just didn't care about Arena. But if we just pick Arena with Nocturne into Korki, first this matchup is like unplayable if Arena is good. And second of all, like there will not be all this healing, shielding stuff if you just get one shot, right? So I think having a read on the meta is like pretty simple, and yeah.
There's also like scrim bubbles, of course, and sometimes we see this often players say afterwards, as we see Fnatic and Rogue taking to the stage, like, oh, we weren't in this scrim bubble this week, so we didn't get this. But then for something like the double support items and the Seraphine, Senna and stuff, I wonder how that gets lost because that's something you know, right? So, or is it really that you are so focused on exactly what happens in your bubble?
No, I think you can know because even in solo queue, people are playing this, and in LCK as well, so you can definitely know. But it's just either you don't believe in the thing or you cannot do it.
Yeah.
So you just play your meta, Loki.
Yeah. You don't believe or you don't believe in your own abilities. Yeah, we'll see indeed. We will go into draft here on the desk in just a second for Fnatic versus Rogue. What do you think? Rogue has not been doing that well,
I think
right?
Rogue's a really hard team to track right now in terms of their performance. Like, they obviously look good against G2, but all of the games they've had so far, that game looked like the fluke. And I think one of the main issues they have right now is that I don't think Makoon is incorporated in this team at all whatsoever. I don't really see any camps get skipped coming into a lane gang. I don't really see any of them going together to actually go for any plays. And I think they're just not gelling together right now. And I think that goes to Makoon, but that also goes from linking up with Zoelis. That also goes from solo laners actually having set plays with, oh, we're moving for Grubs now. Let me crash my wave and make a play here. It just feels like this team has not gotten enough experience yet or enough tools to really beat some of the other teams in the league.
Okay. Well, we know it is really difficult. I mean, for a support player, I think, as a rookie also, right? It's French as well. But it's what is the role that is most difficult, you think, to step into as a team if the team is not functioning?
In jungle.
Jungle?
I think mid.
If your lane is not doing well as jungle, what can you do?
Yeah, it's true. Why do you think it's mid?
Like the question was to step in as a team as a rookie?
Oh yeah, rookie. Yeah, or a new
okay.
player, yeah.
But I think it's mid because I really think it's mid because first, if you're rookie in jungle and you're actually just if you have a brain, right?
Right.
Your laner will do well because they're not rookie and they're used to like the stage and everything. But if you're mid, you basically have the role of a jungler, and you have to lane against people that are already here for like years, right? So this is why it's mid.
We should ask every single guest we get on and see if they say their own role.
But we're into draft here, so you guys can take it away.
Yeah. Oh, Kirkiban.
Woo!
From blue side, actually.
Oh.
So they don't want to first pick it.
I mean, lots of AD carries getting trimmed out already. Like Varus pick looking fine, Kalista first pick can be a thing too. I'm surprised to see Rogue go for this in Sauerban themselves because I thought that was one of the champions where Makoon could finally find some impact through some early skirmishing as well. But that obviously goes to show that they have other priorities for first pick and they don't really want to give that over to Razork, who's shown a lot of favoritism to that champion too.
This Azir ban. Actually, I think Rogue wanted just to first pick Azir and trade like Kalista for Varus because like they banned Corki. Usually I would expect Larsen to first pick it, right? And then Fnatic just answer with Azir ban, which is like Corki is good into Azir, so I think they just didn't want to.
I could totally see them go for a Kalista Vi rotation. Noah's been super happy to play the Kalista, Vi super fine into...
but with Poppy open?
Ooh, good question.
Might be tough.
Oh, Orianna Vi, okay.
Okay, so Orianna Vi coming through here as well. Still leaving options available for them. You could do it on 3 and then ban the Poppy in the second ban phase instead.
Okay. So you cannot really blind Poppy to 3 like this.
You can see it's not just Wunder coming from my job. She was ready as well. I'm just here ready to be replaced.
Step it up, go for it.
I know, but it's good motivation, no?
I mean, as a mid laner right now, like basically every OP champ is... Oh, he's dropping into Orianna. That's courageous.
Well, that is very interesting as well. So, Heimerdinger, I played one game of him this season.
Yeah.
Still feels fine. Like, your turret can really... What? Your turret can proc the Zazas. I know you're laughing, okay? It's still Master Elo. It's not, like, completely bad.
It's Nuke Elo.
I'm just as good as Nuke. This is perfect. So it's fine, but I think the only thing that's difficult with that one is to hold the double support item. Not that I would see it from Varus anyway, but it's just the fact that your turrets proc the support item, and then you can't actually farm, and then suddenly your AD carry have support penalty. So that's the only thing I wouldn't recommend for anyone looking to try it. But interesting. I think that's the first time we're seeing this season in the LEC.
Well, now let's see if they will ban mid actually. Yeah, they will ban mid for sure. Like in Torrent, I don't see like basically every good champ in Torrent is banned. Actually maybe Syndra.
Irelia?
I think Larsen's gonna play Irelia the Orianna. I think so too.
It's good.
Yeah, I mean, it can be Syndra, but it's also like Orianna's gonna get the Merc Treads, and then she's kind of fine into Varus ult into the Heimerdinger as well potentially, but could be an option. I mean, what else do you play? Because Asia's out, Akali's out, you've taken Orianna yourself, Corki's been banned already. Like, that's already some of the most played mid laners that we have. So you're kind of looking for A tier instead of S tier right now.
I actually don't know. I have no clue.
Yeah, it's just going to be the Poppy, and that can kind of line up the Kalista. They already banned the Jhin, so they could just look for a Kalista ban here on 2 instead. Then, I mean, Noah can still play Aphelios. He's been happy to do that too, so I don't think it's going to hurt him too much. It's still going to be a decent champion for him.
Actually, Lucian didn't get Milia's ban. I was talking about Lucian Milia, right? But there's still Lucian Nami, but it was not touched at all in this.
I think I have PTSD from the Lucians I've seen so far,
okay,
you know,
I mean,
but
yeah.
It looks good in Korea though. Like, it still looks fine for people that plays it. So I don't think the pick is completely dead. It's just not at the strongest side yet.
Oh, what?
Nico support? Nico support?
What?
Okay, Nico into Hammerdinger. I mean, yeah, it's playable.
That's not a matchup I played.
Yeah.
You said it's playable. You played this matchup?
No, but
okay.
I just know.
Okay.
I just know.
Intuition
like,
coming through.
But actually, I think they will go like, Lilia plus AD mid for sure. Because, if they go Lilia plus AP mid, it's rolling. Okay, Lilia Tristana.
It should be Maokai. It has to be Maokai.
Makoon's already played a Maokai game as well.
I actually don't like this. I think picking Tristana into like mage, especially Orianna, if like the Orianna is good, it's like so hard to play.
Yeah, and you've had a lot of experience on the
Tristana
as well.
When it was meta, it was like fully picked, so yeah, okay. I mean, they have a decent comp.
Okay.
You happy?
Yeah.
What do you think about Maokai in this season right now? Because I've seen one game of it with Makoon, Rush, Locket, they like got caught in the early game, and then we didn't really see the huge potential of the gank. You don't really have the same poke of it. Like, what is its key right now in a comp?
You can still play it AP,
yeah.
But you can go full tank, and then you just need, I think, like Azir or a huge DPS mid for Maokai full tank. Otherwise, it will be weird for draft.
With pleasure.
Who won the draft, guys?
Who won the draft?
I prefer Fnatic draft.
Fnatic.
Why?
Sure.
Vi, Orianna, Gwen into Cassante.
They have a very easy C champion, kill champion whenever you lock them down as well.
They have Nico engaged into like really weak, just Fnatic. They just have a better draft.
Nico Kalista here can be insane when somebody engages, like maybe she's a ward, maybe she's a minion, just gets a Pokeball all of a sudden, gets thrown into an enemy team, insta ult as well. Like, you just got a CC combo cocktail coming out of that one.
Looks like it could be painful for Rogue. We'll see. Thank you so much for joining us for the draft, and we'll head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, guys. Always nice to see the insights of BDS on desk. I have to say, Dagda, a little bit of a curveball with the Heimerdinger down in support. We know that 2v2 is going to be spicy. And thankfully, because a lot of people coming into Rogue Fnatic were like, well, with Rogue being inconsistent, with Rogue being a bit all over the place, apart from the game versus G2, they didn't know what to expect. And of course, Fnatic in the past 2 games have had a little bit of a rough one as well. This is about defining yourself. This is about really finding yourself here in the LEC as we crest over that halfway point with Rogue versus Fnatic. Looking for big wins here today.
I mean, this is definitely going to be a spicy one. For Rogue, look, you've got the Zolis bringing out the Heimerdinger. They want to try and get that push on the bottom side. You got Larson who wants to try and get good push in the mid lane with the Tristana. This is a game where Rogue, I want to see them be proactive. It's been my biggest criticism this split. They had one game where they were like, oh yeah, we can actually show that we can play an aggressive game with Zolis working with Marcoon. They were getting some good plays in the mid lane, but this needs to be a core factor of the gameplay here, setting up so then you can actually get control of the bot side. And if you can maybe shut down Noah and Jun, that could be an in into this game. But otherwise, I kind of agree with what the desk was saying. Like, when you have like Humanoid, Razork, this level 6 is going to be so threatening when they get to that stage.
Dagda, what are you telling me? But was it you telling me backstage kind of a follow through from last split as well, from last year, where the concerns of Rogue were similar? It's funny, you know, we were also talking about BDS the same, like what were BDS going to look like coming into the start of this year? I feel like for Rogue, again, to follow that suit, I mean, even with a new support, could be a bit of a concern. As Larson, hang on, speak of concerns, just going to get poked out a little bit. Good for Humanoid, who's going to get 25 on that stack. You all know what I'm talking about. And boom, button time, Dagda. Anything there special? Not really. Just the usual.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're going to have a poke virus. That was kind of to be expected. And the whole idea here for a lot of what Rogue want to do is we outrange you, Fnatic. You have to play into us. And that's where, you know, Zoelis can get value coming through from the Heimerdinger. You can try and look for Chains of Corruption. Even Marcoon can look to try and pick that big beefy front line with the counter engage thanks to that ultimate. So you can kind of see what Rogue are eyeing up here for this, but it is just a case of can Fnatic execute well on that.
I mean, I want to know what happens in 2v2 in execution. By the way, first Nico support in LEC. Just a bit of a tidbit there, and Jun the one to bring it out. I mean, it's funny seeing this new bottom lane together, and straight away there's already a bit of spice, so we'll have to see if Jun can match some of the poke that's coming through, as already with the Tangle Barbs out of the way, Zoelis able to step back up and get the turret placement in position. Because boy, oh boy, whoever wins out on this 2v2 feels like they could take over the game, so a very important lane to look at as we continue watching for that level 2 spike.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Noah plays this as the Kalista, because a huge amount of playing against this is trying to deny the push.
Oh, hang on. Opportunity. Zoelis is ignited down. Wait for the Ren to come through. You're right, Dagda. You call it, you see it, and you better believe it. John helps up first, LEC. Nico on the bottom side, and first blood given on a Fnatic. It's Comp flashed over the Tangle Barbs. Hang on, Comp, Hail of Arrows, Comet. Beautifully done. That's a smooth move out of the 80 carry of Rogue.
Good turnaround from Comp, able to get that, and also the fact he's running this TP as well means he'll be able to get some plays, but wrap around behind. Jun doesn't know the Marcoon's here.
No, he doesn't indeed. The level 3 Maokai, how easy will it be? Tangle Barb slows it down. There's a flash there, you know, as Comp gets it out of him, but Marcoon responds, a twisted advance, and Comp with the kill. Make it a double, and all of a sudden that 2v2 has gone Rogue's way.
And I mean, it looked like a disaster with Zoelis going that bit too far forward in the early stages, knowing Jun getting the kill, but happened to flash to commit to the play, sets up then for Comp to pick up 2 kills with Marcoon, having that good opportunity to roam down to the bot lane after clearing out his top side.
You getting deja vu, Dagda? Didn't we just see this last game where, you know, the Varus, well, definitely happened a different way, but the Varus got ahead and stayed ahead. And Comp is going to be absolutely massive as we are seeing double support come out again, Dagda. It ain't the Senna Seraphine, it's the Heimerdinger Varus, but all the same, double support is OP right now.
Yeah, it's very, very strong. And I mean, there's his axe as well. Being able to get that little AoE burst on your poke damage is going to be nice for Comp. It's kind of what we've seen from the poke viruses a lot of the times as well. But the fact you get the early kills as well means that there's less overlap on when, okay, well, I've got to manage my stacks with the support and I'm taking that hit because you managed to get that a little bit earlier. So support isn't ahead of, but here you can see Zoelis gets wrapped up, definitely way too far forward. Waits for the ignite to come off and then heals, so he gets the full value of the heal. So nicely done to kind of hold on to that. But Noah and Jun have way too overextended. Comp, great flash on the Tangle Barbs there as well to make sure he's able to follow up on Noah. The Arcane Comet doing work.
Yeah, how satisfying is it?
But yeah, and then Jun sticking around too long. At this stage, it's like, look, I'm the support, the wave's pushing in. I don't need to be here. It was kind of just greeting for a bit of the extra CS and gold, but Razork trying to respond now.
Good Tangle Barbs coming through. There's a lot of poke damage. And hey, one back. It does go to Razork, but at least Fnatic getting something back in the bottom side.
Yeah, and desperately needed as well. Like, you want to try and keep control of this lane and stop Comp and Zoelis from being able to snowball, but without any summoner spells in this bot lane, you are very much in danger if you try to overextend his Comp and Zoelis, and Razork does a good job of getting into that bottom side and punishing.
And even though there's been so much focus on Void Grubs in this season and, you know, us moving to second part of 14.1, I think we kind of got to remember Dragon's still behold all, Dagda. Dragon's still so important to the pace of the game. Speaking of pace, Larson is just going to give us a bit of his own as Humanoid gets poked out for half in the classic Tristana trade. But that Dragon does go down. It is a cost to the Void Grub, but we are talking about, you know, 3 Void Grubs when in the grand scheme of things, Dagda, we know that 5 or 6 kind of makes a bit more of the game with the Void Mines to come out.
Yeah, I think you're kind of happy as Fnatic that you managed to get that Dragon as well, because realistically, Comp and Zoelis should have a good amount of control on this bottom side. It's got a bit messy for Rogue's bot lane. But also Larson has a lot of push in mid lane, so by all points in case, they should be Rogue's Dragons that they're getting to stack up. So stealing one away is going to make things a little bit easier for Fnatic as this game goes on, where you can give over 1 or 2 and try and focus on, hey, we can play topside around Oscar and getting him ahead against Shigenden, having that pressure point to the map. We can use Humanoid as well to try and get up there, and just the power of that level 6 spike with the ultimates is absolutely absurd.
Oh, it really is. And again, we'll be looking towards the next Dragon, maybe the Herald that spawns up as well, or even the next Void Mites, depending on how early. But I just want to point out that, you know, while we did see Comp get those first 2 kills, there's no essence of power there yet, Dagda. So that is a plus for Fnatic's bottom lane, where we have Serrated Dirk, we have a longsword, we actually have stats for Noah to play with. And Comp right now is just trying to scale up, trying to stack himself as well, as we see Marcoon coming down to give a bit of essence back into Comp as well.
I like this Serrated Dirk stop off for Noah. I'm actually curious as well if he's going to be going Q max, or well, Q early stages here as Larson.
Bait it.
Yeah. But I think you can clear out the backline minions very easily and start to alleviate some of that pressure that Comp and Zoelis have as they try and push in that bottom lane, because you can nearly one-shot the caster minions if you've got Serrated Dirk plus a Q max build on Kalista.
Oh yeah.
But So at least just walking up, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of the idea here for Noah with the build path that he's gone. And if you can keep that push in control, it makes things 10 times easier. With Jun can fish for some of these tangle barbs. You can set up with Razork now, and especially with level 6 just about to be hit on the next camp here for Razork. You can see it just picked up there. This is where Razork can get way more aggressive now on trying to set up the map for Fnatic.
As you said, hits it now. A little bit up on CS because you got that kill as well, or should I say up on experience more importantly. Markoon on the other side of the map doing his top side clear right now. So opportunity does strike in Dagda. Zoeli's without level 6 as well is another bit of extra to add in there that Rogue could stop the dive with. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with Razork holding control of the river for now. Well, Shigenda just gets that push in topside and controls topside river in hindsight.
Yeah, it's hard for him to try and make a play on bot side because as you can see, Larson had just slow pushed that wave into mid lane. So it means that you can't really guarantee that he's not going to lean down onto that bottom side. So they will just wait until Humanoid gets a little bit more control. And now that they see Larson in the mid wave again, this is where Razork's like, okay, we can go for this. Markoon, it should be on that top side.
Humanoid making the move down. I mean, you got to think as Rogue, something's coming our way. So Ellie's still without the big turret to put down, but look how thin the wave is. This dive's going to be quick, but it flucks away. Comp again doesn't want to get hit by Tangle Bubs, but pops his own ulti out. The Fate's call away is beautiful. Noah saves the day. So Ellie's might be alive, but Comp is not without his flash. And it's a big kill over the board. Markoon's trying to come in time, but will Zoeli's even be alive? Look at that poke coming through. Jun can't get the range, though he's still alive somehow. How is he alive? Stun grenade out. Okay, Noah finally takes him down. Markoon comes in late, but he still gets rooted up. There's the Tangle Barbs out. I mean, Markoon, not sure it was the play in the end as Humanoid, his auto doesn't go through. He survives, if only just, as Comp comes back on in. Now ready to rev it up once more. Hail of arrows through as well. Humanoid also going to get stunned up by Larson as he comes in a second.
Oh, no.
Tristana has flash, so somebody's dying here. We just got to find out who was... You knew it was going to be Humanoid in the end, and he's about to go on down. Larson with a big kill, but Dagda, a bit of a mess down at the bottom side, as you have to say, at least Fnatic made it mess for them.
Yeah, it was definitely in favor of Fnatic. They came out looking slightly cleaner, but still a little bit mucky after that one. Just an overextension. You've already got the play. They wait too long to try and finish off Zoelis. They're not really crashing that wave as quickly as they'd like, and then trying to get a bit further onto Markoon was just too much. So initially you can see it's a little bit of a mess here. Comp flashes the Tangle Bars again, which is huge. So it means that you don't get that initial burst to immediately kill Comp. And then Zoelis again, good flash away, means that he's able to survive, so the shockwave doesn't finish him off. And here, they're trying to finish out the wave so quickly, but they kind of run ahead of themselves a little bit, trying to pick off Zoelis before the wave comes in. I think if they were patient, they could have finished that off a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
And then here, just call it a day. You're like, look, Markoon has to back away. We're all super low. And we've invested so much time into this bottom side. Larson's already crashed the wave in mid. He's taken plates, and now he gets the opportunity to roam down as well. And Comp is coming back into lane. Like, Fnatic just completely overstayed their welcome in this bot side, and they came back to bite them.
And I have to add, Dagda, I don't know if you saw, Humanoid flashed the wall to get there quicker. So on top of dying here, giving a kill over to Larson, he's actually lost his summoner spell. An Orianna without flash versus a Maokai Tristana. Bit of a danger zone, and I'm not talking about Top Gun Tom Cruise, right? This is a kill on Tristana, who's now gone to a Noon Quiver. So there is a bit of access to damage there. We'll have to see if that hurts him in any way. As the lane, of course, going Larson's way, but things in the bottom side could never be more even. I have not seen a white-colored gold lead for quite a while, as it only just crests over to Noah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very even, but with the items that you have bought, I'm giving the advantage to Noah, right? You kind of get a lot of more aggressive spells. You didn't have to stop off for a tier or even a support item as well. So that gold has been very much spent on damaging abilities here for Noah. So our damage capabilities, I should say. So I think that's where, even with the Black Cleaver now completed for Razork, they want to get aggressive, and Zoelis is
out no man's land, isn't he? That's so easy. Noah with his third kill. Callista getting fed as Comp is stuck in the middle with you as well. A double kill over to Noah. Let there be light, Dagda.
I don't think there's light at the end of the tunnel for this for Rogue, though. I mean, Fnatic have done a really good job now of playing around this bot lane advantage and now going to get a second dragon for themselves. And Markoon, he's tried to help out in this bot lane, may get a bit of a helping hand here again.
Big committal, isn't it? Nature's Grasp is out. It only hits fake Jun as a teleport from Fnatic. The cover could turn deadly, but Larson coming through just needs a kill. Will find the reset. He flashes away. Rocket jump out. Humanoid has made himself in as well. Onto Markoon. The shockwave was used earlier. So Rogue will get themselves out, and Larson yet with another kill.
I mean, look, you don't quite manage to get Larson off the back of it. I didn't quite see if the shockwave ended up hitting from Humanoid or not, or if it was just buffered by Larson, but still, getting some control back in the bot side at least is nice. And you can even see you got Comp who moved into mid lane to cover the wave, so not the end of the world for Rogue to get something back, but it's still a Dragon to Fnatic. They got the initial kill as well, so it's still Fnatic looking pretty happy with the way this game's going.
I mean, absolutely. Razork going to topside too. Dagda, if he gets Dragon and he denies 6 Void Grubs for the team that has the Tristana, I think it's worth noting that Fnatic will not only be in control, but put themselves in with a good fighting chance in this game, especially since Noah with 4 kills has now picked up Blade of the Ruined King. Oscarinen in the top side has Riftmaker, and he just picked up his 2nd plate. Looking towards 3, he doesn't care. Gwen is immune. She'll walk up to the turret yet again in a couple of seconds. Shigenda just has to watch, as the Cassante can't really do too much while this is going on.
But this is it, right? You've kind of lost control now of side lanes for Rogue. Shigenda can't go against Oscarinen. If you're in a 1v1, Noah can just chase down Comp at this stage. He has the cleanse available if you ever end up in a 1v1. So I think you're in a pretty precarious spot here as Rogue, as your options to fight back are kind of starting to limit themselves. And even look at Jun. Hiding as the Gwen, he's in the enemy jungle. They want to try and dive top. Larson takes damage, but Humanoid, he's just trying to poke him down so they can't look for a play on bot lane.
And it's because Larson doesn't have flash. I mean, again, burnt in the last play. Humanoid doing exactly that for the time being. Zoeli's just trying to roam himself and get an angle on this. As Marku's also walking down, but again, good vision from Fnatic is spotting this move in progress.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Fnatic are trying to achieve though, because it looks like Razork is now moving into the top side. They still want to go for the dive, but they have Jun coming down here to cover, but he may not be quick enough.
Makes a flash here, right? Maybe Fnatic have abandoned Humanoid, but it's fake Jun coming through, or should I say fake Oscarinen. While the topside dive is going to start on a Shigenda is level 11, pops the all out, but that means he's a little bit squishier. But again, diving Cassante's hardest. Razork manages to survive through it. And the kill goes to Noah again. Just keep giving him more money.
Yeah, I mean, just about Fnatic were able to pull that one off. Did look a little dicey, but the fact that Humanoid ulted Larson, cleared the wave, denied Rogue the opportunity to play off the first wave state, then plays very far back off the second wave state as Jun's able to come in as well. And Fnatic still have enough muscle power on that top side, with Noah being as strong as he is, to finish off that kill, get the tower as well. So Fnatic doing a great job of covering themselves on the map.
I mean, Doug, do you like seeing this? You talk about it with Caitlyn's, with Callista's as well. I know you like seeing transitioning power across the points of the map. You know, after you look through bot, okay, how does the play go? Move that power to top side. They open up first turret blood through top as well. And with a 3k gold lead now with Herald in their sights as well, Fnatic are going to track that play across the map as Oscarinen won't be dove. Let's try English again, Dagda. It's getting a little bit hard here as Larson and Markoon. We're going to make it a 1v2. There is no ulti here for Oscarinen. Under the turret, though, Larson not taking damage. It's Markoon who tanks it up. Nicely done as Rogue are going to trade this Herald for the kill, for the turret, to try and get themselves back within gold's reach.
Yeah, I definitely think you could have given this as Oscarinen. That was always going to be a disaster of a play. Especially once Larson gets in, is able to ult you out from underneath the tower. Markoon can tank up so effectively, and you don't have the ultimate yourself as Oscarinen to try and clear out the wave. So you can kind of give us and say, hey, look, I'm going to actually use the tempo advantage of you investing time killing this tower to move elsewhere on the map. Maybe try and cover like top side at the moment where Cassante's pushing in, and that opens up Fnatic to make a couple more plays. But unfortunately, he ends up giving his life. They still get the kill, and Fnatic don't have the manpower that they want on the map to try and push out. So Rogue now get pushing mid, should be able to establish vision in this river side for Dragon as well, although Zoelis a little bit short on control wards or even any wards at the moment, so he's going to have to go back to base before they go first.
Because you can't give them third Dragon. I mean, that setup tactic that you noted is so important, considering when you have a Gwen on your team, when you have a Callista as well, that Ocean Salt is going to be massive, and I think for Fnatic, having 3 dragons in their back pocket is obviously going to be so easy to achieve and bring the sway and forth between that Baron when it spawns. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after this, you're wondering, hey, how can today get any better? I'll tell you. G2 versus G3. Sorry, Team Heretics coming up next. I've only been here for 2 weeks, Dagda. Let's hope there's another one. But this is going to be an epic game. I mean, seeing Perks versus Caps, a personal favorite of mine as an international viewer. For sure.
I mean, so much history between these two teams, and honestly, I'm so excited to see how they're both going to face off against each other. But we'll have to see. First off, what happens in this one is Fnatic getting control over this mid lane. You can see Razork moving up towards this top side. They might try and catch Shigenda before it makes it back to the base, as the rest of Fnatic are just facing in onto this tower.
Ooh, Shockwave comes through, though. Humanoid does a bit of damage to Zoelis as the help from the Void Grubs that gives Noah the push through mid, and look at top. A bit of drifting, and another turret goes down. Right now, Fnatic playing the macro game. They say, take the dragon, whatever. let's make a massive trade. And again, Razork's like, get me in, boys. Nice ride. Sugenda pulls them away, but Fnatic have done the damage in this top side. They're still up 3,500 gold, Dagda. They don't care about the Dragon at this point.
No, they're completely fine, and this is what we were talking about. The fact that Fnatic managed to sneak away the first Dragon off the back of having that quick pick onto Zolis, and then even when you look towards the second one as well going their way, they're now in a position where it's like, right, you have to stack so incredibly much to try this to actually be an issue. So we're just going to go look for your top tier 2. They get the mid lane turret as well because Rogue have invested both Larson and Marcoon towards that Dragon area. And now you kind of get to rinse and repeat. You just shift your attention to this bottom side where Jun covering Humanoid to make sure you can push out the way. But Rogue, no Fnatic are moving down into this area. And that's why they're looking for a pick. Ooh. Humanoid needs to be so careful.
I wonder if that turret was activated, because that would give a bit of an inkling that the Heimerdinger is still within close proximity. And I believe it was in the end. Humanoid, the shockwave's down to Zoelis once again. Zoelis pops out, the stun grenade doesn't land. Razork threatens with the ultimate, but knowing Marcoon, Larson nearby, he doesn't pull the trigger. And Dagda, seeing a bit of reservation from Fnatic, ain't too bad after yesterday, as they're still trying to pull the play. Am I speaking too soon?
Yeah, they just don't know exactly what's up, and we won't know exactly what's up.
It's a mystery! Everybody pause! Let's wait and see. Okay, hang on, don't worry, we're back. Did anything happen? The answer is no.
No, I think they're just going to try and back away here, but I like the idea, right? Humanoid's like, maybe if I can catch Solis here, burn a summoner spell, make things a little bit easier for ourselves, but they don't want to overcommit. They don't know where Rogue are in the without the vision established on this bottom side, so take it slow, get that set up now. They'll spot Larson, but they're going to be totally fine to just keep pressure here so they can get this bottom tower.
And again, Dagda, before, as the ward timing comes through, it's really good reservation from Fnatic as Comp now towards this top side. All out's going to be used, but Oscarinen taking the advantage of 2 people while bottom turret goes down. 4 members still hovering here. There's a flash from Sheo and a Blossom down. Fnatic pull the trigger. The shockwave comes through as well. Razork tanks up and up as Noah takes a second shot, still survives. This version of Fnatic looking good as Comp tries to poke out onto Humanoid with the hail of arrows. Won't be enough. This is the version we wanted to see as they blast this game even further wide open.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. So as Rogue go for the play on top side, Shigenda doesn't quite get Oscarinen over the wall, so they can't finish him off with Comp. And it means that Comp is then late for the play on bot lane. And the second they spot both Comp and Shigenda on that top side, Fnatic know they've just got a massive numbers advantage on the bottom lane, so they're free to go for it. Managed to get away with this on both top and bottom, and now it's just this map getting darker and darker for Rogue.
Yeah. And look, that next Dragon in 2 minutes. Baron's up in 10, though, I think more importantly.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Noah's items as well. He's going to be so strong. The amount of gold that he has is just absurd.
Oh, yeah.
And well on his way towards, I think it's the Terminus is that build path as well. So he's going to be like, it's going to be so difficult to try and kill him as well as he starts to stack that up, because you get both the armor and the magic resist, plus the pen on every opposite one.
I think so. At least he's just dead here. He's caught. Dropping some wards down. He's got no flash, no heal available. Okay, support without summoners. You're in front of the Baron. Threaten or pretend. Either one. It seems easy for Fnatic to pull off.
Yeah, I think at the moment, though, Fnatic just needs to take it slow, Razork, as he backs away. I want to see Oscarinen go back onto the spot wave, though. He's finishing off the blue, and it's given Rogue a little bit more time to keep the push in and actually get themselves in a position where they can get the waves out, get some vision established for themselves, because they're not really worried about a threat onto the tier 2. Even Razork now, kind of in no man's land, as Rogue are on the hunt.
I mean, again, looking for whatever they can find. It's like scraps. You know, you're hungry, you missed out on dinner. Where else in the fridge are you going to find food at this point? But Dagda, nothing's found. The fridge is empty. It's a minute till Dragon, and maybe something will pop up then. It would be Fnatic's third. It would be a second one for Rogue to deny from this composition. But again, when you're a comp that this far ahead, you can play the macro game again, like Fnatic have been doing so far. You can threaten, leverage the Baron. Okay, you want another Dragon, that's fine. We can always trade this off when we have a Kalista, an Orianna with Crypt Bloom, not to add an O after that letter as well, as I feel like we've been doing. Remember, when you get that takedown and you get that damage, you summon the Nova and you get healing. So a bit of a supporter item from Humanoid as well. Something that's going to give help to Noah.
Which I think is really interesting, because as they say, yeah, Noah is so strong. It's like, hey, as long as we can keep this guy up and running, we're going to be in a great spot for team fights. Same when you look towards Oscarinen, like 0-1-0, yeah. But, I mean, working up towards the 3 items, that Void Staff going to be coming through for Oscarinen very quickly as well. And they, with the Terminus now completed for Noah, Fnatic, are very well aware which side their bread is buttered on, and they're just going to try and keep it going. Dragon now up, but you can look at where Fnatic are positioned. Like, we don't really care. We can have Oscar finish that off himself if we really want to. We just need to keep pressure on Baron.
We're going to watch this play out. Oscar in again, going for the all-in, but the ulti hasn't been popped yet. The Shigenda, there's one. Need to work number 2. The flip back, 3rd misses. That's the majority of the damage, but I mean, Razork's coming in, and Oscar can't really die with 2.5 items and with so much life steal or Omnivamp. He can't dagger. You know why? Because Cassante does not yield. And this time it hurts him.
But this is why. Look at the Baron.
Oh, you're right.
Fnatic have all gone south, and the rest of Rogue are going to turn on the Baron. You cannot invest this many members to the bottom side. It'll be Dragon, 3rd Dragon for Fnatic, but you've just gifted Baron.
I mean, there's no warding on it, and now you're going to find out. You're like, oh, hang on a minute. It's double TP, though. So while Baron was a very smart move from Rogue to bring this game back in, they've got to get out. Oscarinen's flying in. He finds Marcoon. Backs on the top side. Humanoid won't find it. 2 members away.
He gets out.
Make that 3. Okay. Rogue are secret agents, I'm convinced, who have now just pulled out the Baron out of nowhere.
I don't understand it. Well, there was no need to commit that many members. Like, you had the win there for Oscarinen. You get Shigenda push back. You go and solo out Dragon, and then you let the rest of Fnatic keep presence up towards that Baron area. And if Rogue ever try and move like Marcoon down or anyone else down to do the Dragon, you just take Baron. You do exactly what Rogue did to you. But Fnatic overcommit to the bottom side, and Rogue suddenly have a lifeline in this game.
And I mean, Larson also as a Tristana, almost level 16, worth noting, but almost 3 items too. Baron in a side lane for Larson is a very big strat that could pull Rogue back in within reach of this gold lead. They're still 7,000 down. They are still facing Soul Point. But this Baron play, Dagda, I think could make or break the game as Rogue try and find themselves a fight or an avenue while Larson is bot side with teleport should he need to join.
Yeah, I think you've still got issues here for Rogue where it's like, okay, we've slowed down the bit. Oh wait, they're going for the TP.
They are indeed. There's a Raptor on the loose meanwhile though from Jun. But Larson in position now. Humanoid is in no man's land. The Shockwave might have to be burned, but no, holds on to it instead. Larson can't find the commitment. But Dagda just burned the TP for that.
Yeah, I mean, could have been a nice play if you'd actually managed to get on towards Humanoid, but kind of just guessed wrong. Thought Humanoid had continued to run up the lane, was hoping to cut him off, but doesn't actually spot that he's in that the picks-up brush in River. So not going to be anything picked up for Rogue, but waves are being pushed out. You're getting items onto as far as who, surprisingly enough, 25 minutes and early into the game, still hasn't completed his Murra mana, so definitely a little bit behind in the grand scheme of things, but
yeah.
We'll end up getting things like Sharilda's now picked up. You can look towards mid lane as well and see the LDR starting to come through, so you're going to start getting items onto these AD carries, which is definitely something that has been lacking in the grand scheme of things. And for Noah, he's kind of hit critical mass. Like, over the course of this little while, he's going to start to fall off, especially with things like the the Frozen Heart picked up for Marcoon as well. If you're ever in range of that, Noah just becomes so much less threatening.
Yeah, I mean, this Kalista who's been fed everything through this game. Noah's been a real carry source, has been picking up the kills, but Dagda, we know in the LEC, we know, I'm trying to think worldwide, I mean, Kalista hasn't been the definite, right? We've seen a lot of scaling comps, we've seen double support comps that have really transitioned, showing us that late game is still key. You are pointing at a 1-5 record.
Yeah. Hasn't been the best of times for Kalista in the LEC. Just
no, it is not. But hey, I mean, maybe that turns around, who knows? Surely still with Noah's strength. And we know Kalista 3 and a bit items. Terminus, as you mentioned before, has been picked up, well and truly completed. This Fnatic now going deep in enemy jungle, and Dagda, even though Baron delays the game, I really need to know, is it enough? Because, I mean, Dragon in 2 minutes, Baron has now expired. Noah says, hey, I'm still not scared of you. And Fnatic don't seem to be scared at all. The Baron just simply delayed maybe the inevitable.
Yeah, I think it's still a case of, hey, look, Fnatic should be able to get control over the side lanes. Oscarinen is still stronger than Shigenda. As long as you can help, has Razork basically lean between mid and top to help out Humanoid as he pushes out, you will still be fine. But it's like, say for Larson now, he's going to be able to reset off of after catching this wave. He should have his Lord Dominic's picked up, which means that suddenly Razork is significantly less threatening when he goes in. You've actually got the opportunity to try bursting out people like Humanoid as well.
Yep.
And you kind of need these more extended fights here for Fnatic, but the poke and the burst is going to start picking up on Rogue. I still think it is Fnatic favored. Like, you can see it's still nearly a 10,000 gold or 9,000 gold lead, but it's just like, okay, you've kind of given them an opportunity to, if they find a pick, have a lot more damage that they can then return to the form.
So it's the maybe. It's the, well, It's a hard task.
It's a silver lining, you know?
Okay, all right. I like the optimism. Again, I asked for you last game. You didn't give me too much with Mad. Now with Rogue here in this position, you got to remember, you know, they don't want to be in a 1-4 position. We already talked about it. In a single round robin, 4 is where things get a little bit dicey. And speaking of which, hey, Comp's been picked off. Razork and Humanoid back to their old ways. They just say go, and together they go.
I take it back. It's fully cloudy. There is no silver.
No.
There is nothing. Oh, no.
It's a terrible day for rain. Zoelis has been caught out on a ward, and Razork is taking on 2 members. And you can see Markarin has no damage. Razork does not care, while mid is being broken over and bot is being broken over. The game is ending. Fnatic, you thought they were delayed. They make one pickoff, and the base is melting. It's like the meme sitting inside going, this is fine. It's not. Last is trying to make a play on the top side, but double inhibitor down. How far can he take it, Dagda, is the only question left remaining.
I mean, everyone in Fnatic is trying to get back here to keep him off, but as I say, he's gonna do a heck of a lot of damage. He's gonna burst this down. Fnatic are like, screw this, we're just gonna give you the inhibitor turret as we try and make sure that we get soul for ourselves, but inhibitors broken bot and mid and now soul for Fnatic. Even with that top lane turret going down, it doesn't really matter. I mean, we went from silver linings to Rogue to Cloudy with a chance of meatballs as Rogue's just been butchered on the last play.
Absolutely. Surprise, I'm not hungry. We just had a huge meal, but speaking of which, Fnatic about to make a meal of Rogue. All right. Baron's up in 20 seconds. You have Ocean Soul, an opening topside for only the inhibitor, not a pressure point, Dagda. I think that's a bigger thing as well. As Rogue are at least somewhere near River first, but you can see Fnatic are coming out on the map. Baron is coming back. And Rogue just have to walk on out of this. Or throw the Hail Mary, but no one is in position.
But look at mid lane. Mid lane's already been pushed in, so immediately Razork's trying to step up. He's like, look, you're showing 2 on mid. Let's just take that vision, force Rogue back. And so Elise is trying to kind of make them work for it as Noah. That was a bit, maybe a bit too far of a jump for it, but doesn't get punished for it.
It doesn't carry as Jack Show now, Dagda. This guy is ready to go into the front lines with no care, no doubts, no worries as Rogue defend their last heart on the top side. That's Shigenda up against Oscar in it, but Dagda already told you this is not a 1v1 he can take. They need the whole team, and they're going to bring it. Rogue with 3 now, but 5 on the way. The needlework healing, a bit insane, but he doesn't find the final fight. As Comp gets 1,000 gold, that might delay things a bit. That's a lot of gold going over to the virus.
Yeah, Oscar kind of doing his best to give Rogue another lifeline back into this. As Roger, I mean, Fnatic have to give up control of Baron. Do Rogue just get another Baron off the back of that? Like, bot wave is pretty far away. If they can find members of Fnatic, like, Fnatic just need to delay. They want to try and make the super minions do work for them, but Rogue, they know they've got the advantage. You have 30 seconds. TP be up before that.
What? Larson does it so quick as well. If Rogue get this Baron, you have to be kidding me. Noah ready to run in, look for the steal in the back end. I mean, the Baron's taken, objective bounty. Razork with the 1-man ulti, but he's isolated for the time being. Humanoid trying to run on in as Rogue get dominated by Noah. Again, this Kalista doing damage as Rogue might have the Baron, but this time they're gonna die. Zoelis and Comp running into a trap. Humanoid's there waiting. Jun on the other wing. And Rogue running for their last limbs. Dagda, it was a bit dicey. It was a bit back and forth, but Fnatic will not lose another. They believe they should be near the top, and damn near the top after this they will be, as the last line of defense from Shigenda means nothing to Oscarinen. Even with that all out, Gwen goes snip, and Fnatic back where they should be. 3-2, Dagda. A mighty fine spot to bridge up the gap.
Fnatic managing to pick it up. It wasn't clean. I mean, maybe I dream of an LEC where we can play in mid-game, but I think there's definitely a lot to work on. But still, you get the win. You got it across the line. And it definitely with 3-2 now on the scoreboard, putting themselves still like, you still have to wait for like G2 and SK and Heretics to play after this, but still a good spot to be. Your players of the game for this one, vote now at LEC on X, Razork, Noah, or Jun for you to decide.
I ain't gonna give you my bias here today, ladies and gentlemen, but seeing the first Nico support was exciting, but Noah cleaning up bot side on the Kalista Dagda. You gotta highlight that at least Fnatic's bottom lane there, showing a lot of fun in the 2v2. Fnatic getting a win here was huge as well. But ladies and gentlemen, up next, you know what it is. It's our match of the week. It's G2 Esports versus Team Heretics. Have that break, then come back. Let's enjoy this one together.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Krass. Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to Duo Q, where we test how well our duos know each other. We have Yonkers and Perks, and Caps, and Mickey on the other side. Let's get started. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right. First question. Who plays Lissandra better?
Oh, easy.
Easy. 3, 2, 1. And that's a match. Mickey, really? Even support? No?
No.
No? All right.
I'm not very good on Lissandra.
I did win against T1 with Lissandro, so...
Fair enough.
Yeah, the only proof you need.
Like, looking back at my games with Lissandro on stage, I was mega choking it. So.
Who is the better Pike player?
Okay, sure. Okay, 3.
3, 2, 1.
It makes sense, right?
Yeah,
because
I mean,
you
I
guys
actually
flex
played
it.
him,
Yeah, it's easy, it's easy.
Who can drive Shelly the best? 3, 2, 1.
It's obviously me, right?
That's not a match! What?
What? What? I never failed it. I never failed it once.
You but did you see what you did on stage?
What?
Yeah.
I drove it all the way to mid perfectly.
What was that?
I mean, okay, this is obvious as well.
Okay,
Please
okay.
don't mess it up.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Reveal. Janko
Yeah,
says
the Janko
that.
says makes sense.
She doesn't even drive shit.
Yeah, it's easy, it's easy.
You don't even try it. Which of you carried the most on the G2 2019 lineup? Oh my god, this
Oh my god, there's so much ego. Okay, just
Alright.
hear me out. I have more MVPs.
3, 2, 1. Reveal.
Bro, it's so much ego from you.
I was so good at AD carry, like it was crazy, man.
You were.
I mean,
But I was kind of good at jungling, you know.
True.
Who carried your bot lane in spring 2020?
Oh.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Reveal. And it's a match.
I'll put it just to
Alright.
show how humble I am.
Yeah, that is very humble of you. I
Yeah.
didn't expect it.
You didn't expect it,
I
right?
didn't expect it. I'm
didn't
actually
expect
shocked.
You didn't expect it.
I was about to say like you're Philios, but
It was mainly to make you happy. It was mainly to make you happy, to be fair.
I am
you know, but
very happy right now. Thank you.
All right, next question, guys. Who is more likely to get his friends in trouble? Who's more likely to get his friends in trouble? 3, 2, 1. Reveal. And that's a match.
Not very tough, yeah.
I mean,
Anything to say on these, Caps?
I mean, I have sometimes taken risks with Mickey's life, and you know, I'll stand by it.
3,
Okay.
2, 1.
Okay, did you do yourself?
Okay. I mean, like, what do you?
I'm just saying.
I know how you behave too.
I think I'm a nice guy as well. My friends will confirm. I think.
All right, next one. Who has the better pocket picks? Who has the better pocket picks? 3, 2, 1. Reveal. Okay, we need
Oh
to
my
talk about
god!
this.
What?
Your pocket picks are so bad.
I'm sorry, guys. Can we all just think back to 2018 summer
up,
split
man.
in the playoffs, semifinals? Everyone thought the draft was lost, but boom, the Vayne gets locked in. The Alistar tries to engage, but he fails, and just like that. If that's not a better pocket pick, I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, honestly, I did only because you did it, but I actually don't think so. I just did it because I know you got again, and I wanted to win.
What do you mean, man?
Okay, what
do
are
you
your pocket
mean, man?
picks?
But I have so many. I won't say pocket picks, obviously.
Oh, okay, sure.
I just took Corky out of my pocket as well today.
Last question, guys. Who steals the most kills in game? Who steals the most kills? 3, 2, 1. Reveal.
Very obvious. What?
Okay, you steal the most kills because the kills belong to me. So I don't actually steal any kills. So basically every kill you take is stolen.
So who steals the most kills? 3, 2, 1.
It is crazy how many kills you stole. Like, I remember when you were jungling, like you were stealing. So I remember this one kill with Shen jungle. Oh my god, I was so tilted.
Okay, but I carried the game with my pocket pick, by the way.
Did you have any kills today?
1.
Yeah, it was stolen. It was stolen.
Hello and welcome to Duo Q, where we test how well our duos know each other. And we have Caps and Mickey on one side, and Wonder and... Who are you playing with?
I don't think he could make it.
All right, well, top lane issues. As usual, I still have a question for you, though. Maybe we can try it. Who was the best player in G2 2019?
I think it's the GOAT.
Pretty based, if you ask me. Oh, thank you, Wonder.
And I'm just saying, it's no wonder he thinks he's coming for my job when his teammate doesn't even want to play with him, okay? Like, that's all I'm saying. In Duo Q, not in game.
Yeah, if you missed it yesterday, Wonder was just flaming Goldberg non-stop. He knows something we don't.
And then it was Odoamne. And
Yeah.
then it was Sheo today. And now we have Razork on the couch.
Yeah, so maybe he'll flame you as well. But who we won't flame, I don't think, is Team Heretics and G2. Maybe we will, because they are our match of the week. Razork is going to join us here, or Razork is what Fernando Cardenete told me to.
You can say Razork too.
Yeah.
Or Razor K, like Janko says.
Razor K, like Janko says. And Jankos will be playing today as well, but you are the Kia player of the game, so I just want to let you know about that. Nice. Noah robbed.
I mean, I think when I play Vi, it's just free win, I think.
Yeah, it was very nice from you indeed, and hopefully you'll also be the MVP in your analysis of this game. It's our match of the week. Razork, if you'd have to sell this match of the week and tell people why it is so incredibly cool to watch, what would you say about the match?
Well, it's all G2, like 3-man on Heretics versus 2-man on G2. And I mean, I think it's just a banger. And in my opinion, two of the best junglers in the league, Jack and Jankos. I respect them a lot. So it's going to be a banger match for sure. I think actually Heretics has decent chance of winning. I don't think it's going to be that one-sided that maybe people expect. I think there's going to be really insane match, yeah.
The junglers, yeah, it's worth talking about, of course. Yike, the new blood in G2, and Janko saying, you have to get past me first, Goldberg.
I think what's even more impressive about the stats that we're currently seeing from Yike is that his lanes are not winning, okay? They have not been having good early games. He's been invaded quite frequently, but still, he manages to stay afloat. He manages to stay ahead, and I think that's super impressive. A lot of that also comes down to some of the skirmishes. The Viegos we've seen had a huge performance in that game, but also just the fact that he continues to be consistent despite being pushed back by enemy laners.
And he said yesterday, I just don't want to get invaded anymore, guys. He's just really sad of getting invaded. He said the 3v3s haven't been working out bot side for them. Hopefully today they can have a bit cleaner early game because then they obviously can work on their mid game. But so far it's been a bit shaky for G2.
And that may be an angle and maybe also why you're saying that we should look at Team Heretics for this one, because we've known that G2 has had trouble with their early game, but they usually can make it work in the mid game. But you're going up against kind of the old trio, but also, of course, Kaiser and Flecken in the bot lane, but a team that might be really good at, I don't want to say outshot calling you, but definitely matching you in the mid game. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, for sure the mid game will be important, but I feel like the most scary part of G2 is at least the early game around bot. I feel like they play really aggressive, the bot lane, and then Jack is always covering and invading, so it can be really annoying as a jungler of bot lane. But right now, with the meta of like kind of the Seraphine Senna that they played yesterday, maybe they can get a draft where they can neutralize the bot lane and make sure that they have decent scalings to mid game, and then I think in teamfights, Heretics has a really decent chance versus G2.
But that's also an aspect of G2 that I hadn't considered until I was actually watching LCS last night when I saw Insanity play the sack mid, when I realized how many Senna Seraphims we've had. G2 hasn't innovated too much in drafts so far, and that used to be a huge aspect of their team, but so far it's very stock standard. We've seen the affiliates down in the bot side, we see a lot of the same meta champions to come through as well, and just not a lot of experimentation. I just thought that's been weird. Yeah.
Here for Spella. It's fine.
I don't need to hear production.
Go ahead, Tree.
No, I just think in general as well, like maybe they on purpose don't cook as much for the early game because they don't want to get these massive leads in the early game and snowball the game. I think when they're thinking about their mid game, they want to get there from kind of an even state and not really just play Draven and one-shot the game, so to say. So I think that's also an angle you have to think about. And when it's been a bit shaky in early game, maybe they go towards it in playoffs, kind of the Draven style. But so far, not super impressed by their early game, to be honest.
No, Draven used to be permaban against them, so.
And now no one cares.
True.
Yeah.
One more thing I want to talk about is the mid lane, Perkz versus Caps, but we'll have to do this after, or actually I think it will be done in the video we're about to show, because it is time for our match of the week. Wait 1 second. Sorry, there's video, but I was too early. Let's talk about Caps versus Perkz.
Banger matchup. You know, two of the best mid laners we've had. The goats. Of course, we had to mention them. Of course, I think more historically and recently, Cap's definitely been the better mid laner, but I think Perkz outside of the first game in his week when he's been playing Ryze, came back strong with an insane Akali performance that teams started banging out against him. His Corki was super impressive as well, although it's an easy draft to execute, but he's been doing his jobs, and it's been great seeing this resurgence from him as well.
Yeah, everyone called him a bit washed after the first game, kind of in the start of the split, but I think he's been performing really well, and then obviously you have Caps on Azir. That guy does a bit of damage on the champion.
He definitely does. A mid lane matchup to watch. And now for real, time for our match of the week, Heretics versus G2.
A lot of people are comparing Heretics to the old G2. There's also Flecken, who was also part of G2, and it's like the old G2 versus the current G2.
Broken Blade now joins the party, and Broken Blade will snip them to pieces.
We are like dead boys from 2019, right? Ex-G2 members that literally did everything for the org, along the coaching staff and along Mickey and Caps.
Pride, honor, it's on the line. The people who were at G2, they don't want to lose to G2. And the people who are on G2, they want to show that they are here because they deserve it, right?
If we are at our peak and they are at their peak, it's gonna be a banger game. If we show up the way we did against Mad Lions, then there is nothing to watch.
Jumping in the back like Jankos has no fear. How clean is this for his 600 game? He didn't need to sweat.
I'm very much looking forward to playing on a more even footing, I would say, this year against G2.
But we are still there. We are still at G2, and they are not anymore, right?
It's getting back in shape, getting like unwashed from being washed.
Let's see which side is washed and which side is not.
into a monster.
They jungle got the
Here we go, the match of the week, as we're already talking about. We were talking about caps. We were talking about caps, actually, as we see the players. What were you saying, Razork, about caps recently?
That I think Caps has been performing insanely good, and I think he is probably one, if not the best mid laner right now in LEC.
He has ups and downs, but he always comes back to clutch it, and they need him sometimes to clutch it, specifically in that mid game. So we'll see where the draft goes.
I mean, it's just the caps factor. I think, like you said, Razork as well, like no other mid would carry the game that they had yesterday. I think that's just something that Caps does. He just randomly finds angles and has so much pressure on the map. It's so annoying to play against him. It feels like if he gets items, he can carry from no matter what game state he's in.
Yeah, and with this meta right now, Corki, Azir are champions that with 2-3 items, they can honestly just completely 1v9 fights. And I think right now he's feeling confident with these champs and he's just carrying every game more or less.
Yeah, both with the mages, new items, how strong they are, but also how difficult it is to just shut down a mid laner now with the new map changes. It's so much easier to play safe, and it already was quite easy to play safe on a control mage with a dash like Azir. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was a contested pick going into the day. G2 though, immediately, we talked a bit about their picks. Senna gets banned.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think they're just a team that hasn't prioritized it throughout history, to be honest, until it was like Reckless playing Senna.
Flakked and Tarkamas, of
That is
course.
also true, yeah. The last couple of years.
Flakked also loves playing Seraphine, and with the new like support item exploit or however you want to call it, it's a really good combination with Senna.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have heard rumors that there's still different ways to play it as well. Like, you can still go for Seraphine. We saw some Seraphine Karma as well. I think actually in the LCS yesterday as well. And there goes the Seraphine too. So both of them goes away.
That's funny, yeah.
Lots of respect towards the bot lane there.
Yeah. And then Heretics with the Draven and Kalista ban as well. So bot lane looks a bit OP on this patch, I guess. What do you think about that one, Razork?
Yeah, I mean...
Varus?
Probably Varus, yeah. Varus should
Ashe
be...
as well, yeah.
I think it should be probably first pick Varus, yeah.
I think the only outlier right now is
maybe Lucian.
But
no,
Nico's also available, so I think there's still takeaways that you can have. Lucian, you know, we talked about it. It's not been performing too well in Europe, but we still see it in LCK, and we still see it have success there too. So I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with the champion, but it's more the way we pilot it.
Might there be a non-traditional pick for Flakked?
I mean,
this is the patch to do it, right? You could play something like Karma bot with another Enchanter. I think obviously Azir makes a lot of sense. Cork is open too, so that might be a normal trade. As for junglers as well, obviously Vi looks really good when Varus is already locked in on the side of Heretics.
Yeah, for sure. Azir locked in for perks. I think maybe Caps will answer with something like Corki. Maybe match this traditional draft.
How do we always end up with Corki
Azir Corki matchup?
Yay!
Nico's still available as well if he wants to look for some playmaking potential there. Sinsao coming through as well, so no Vi this time around, but there's still a lot of champions you can pick into Sinsao if you want to counter it. Jax, Sinsao, Yike has a huge amount of carry picks he can play in the jungle as well, so I feel like he's happy with this amount of exchange unless he wants to go on a Vi.
Thinking for Yike here, yes, as you said, a lot of picks. I don't think he needs to pick jungle here, right? Razork, I think you can hold jungle 4-5 and look for like a strong bot lane and a mid lane here. I think would make a lot of sense. He wants the Lilia, I guess. That's a pick we haven't seen in a while.
I didn't want to spoil it, but we warmed up against them today. I knew he wanted to pick Lilia, you know, because he played Lilia against me. But,
oh, you could have done a sick prediction.
And he's gonna pick maybe Lucian right now. That's what they did.
Lucian.
AD mid laner with Lilia.
It's gonna be baby Lucian.
I think it's interesting because
are they gonna flame you if they don't pick it, and then they look back at the VOD and they're like, this guy?
Maybe.
They heard you. They're like, this guy.
Dylan said cancel the draft. You have to
copying us.
Wait, did they pick Cassante? They had Cassante in their backs, by the way.
Oh, blue-red? Yes.
Oh, wow. Maybe now they ban Lucian.
Yeah, no, I don't think they can hear it. I mean, no, it should be pretty good. We'll see.
But Lilia is really strong with the new items, obviously. She has the Liandry's, she has the Riftmaker, she has Frozen Heart. So many broken items there. I've seen her a lot in solo queue and very, very solid champ.
You're right, it's Cassante.
Her clear is also really fast.
Yeah.
We got Jin on the other side, by the way.
Ooh. Jin into Varus is kind of just to match the wave clear on bot. I personally always think Varus will win this side of the matchup, but when you have Jin and Azir, at least in mid game, you have a lot of front to back kind of siege potential. So I think that's the style that Heretics bot lane is going to go for, kind of the pushing.
Oh my god, I feel so bad right now.
I know.
Oh my god.
Can we? Let's go like. Oh, they're gonna watch the VOD back. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, but it's obvious, no, with Lily anyways. He wants Tristana, Lucian, AD mid, so...
Yeah, it's totally, we knew it as well. It's super predictable. Totally.
Oh my god. A bit yikes, but also I did message a lot of people, and I was surprised because they did tell me at the start of the season that when they were playing on the tournament realm before that the live patch went live, Lucian was ST in mid lane. Like Tristana was still getting played. Like a lot of these champions were getting played.
Yeah.
But I was super surprised that we didn't see any play of it when we then actually reached the first week. But it could have just been the fact that mages look so strong as they did, and they're so safe as well. But of course,
it's not here. Next time we have someone of G2 on the desk for pick and ban, we'll ask to spoil a and then they'll be even.
No, but they should ban Tristana right now. Like they should look to ban 80 mids for sure. Oh well, they ban Corki.
Maybe they thought Corki still does 80 damage. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe they should look to pick Tristana now.
I mean,
Caps.
for sure.
Caps Tristana is always a good pick as well, and it makes a lot of sense. From the side of Heretics, I think with no top bans, I would expect them to hold top lane until 5. So I think we're most likely to see a support from Kaiser. It's kind of hard to pick into Var's blind pick with a Jhin. There's not that many good supports. Maybe you go for a ranged sup here, perhaps? Something like the Karma. Maybe you do a little barrel way gaming here.
We have seen some Udyr as well into the Cassandra if you do want that last pick for Kaiser on the support as well. So with both Rumble and Gwen out of the picture, it's still something you can picture. Just have some prio, have some move. Still got some good AD ratios on Jhin and Xin Zhao. I mean, of course not the funniest with a C on the team, but I mean, it's fine.
Wait, now thinking about it, it could be still Cassandra flex.
That's what I was thinking as well. Yeah,
I think Caps can play Cassandra, so I think they might put Cassandra mid. Yeah. And then they counter the Poppy.
That's what I was talking about.
Okay, so they were cooking. You know? They didn't pick Lucian because they wanted to pick Cassandra. Now I feel better. Okay.
And it was
one
bad,
step
so.
ahead of
And
us.
then they bait the ban Lucian. Nice.
Yeah. So Team Heretics also knew, so it's fine.
But I think this
Poppy?
makes sense, yeah. I mean, Poppy is always, I guess, fine. I don't think you have that much value, right? Against Cassandra, it's okay. Let's see if they actually flex the Cassandra mid here or if they put it top lane.
Yeah,
I don't
think
know. It's
Poppy's
only
gonna have a hard
Tristana
time.
otherwise, right? For mid lane, for Caps, I think?
No, I think Cassandra should go mid this game. Unless Broken Blade doesn't have anything against Poppy, but Poppy blind like this
shouldn't be allowed, yeah.
Shouldn't be too good, yeah.
Let's see what they're cooking here on the side of G2. I think it is a really good angle here to do.
Okay.
Tristana, it's just bread and butter, right?
It's
Front
fine.
to back, it's
It's
okay
fine.
as well. They didn't cook too hard this time around. But now
drafting
Kaiser,
is so hard.
This is pretty hard though, I think, as Kaiser. You can't really pick something like Braum because its Syndra is really bad with your champs. Maybe it looks for Renata. There's a lot of auto-attackers and it's pretty good into the Nautilus. There's a lot of different options here for Kaiser. It depends on what... I mean, they're playing front to back. I would expect them to play something like the Braum. Not the best combo with the Jhin, like I said. Yeah, it's a bit of a McDonald's combo there, but at least it's front to back, right? He puts up the shield and blocks a few Varus Qs, so...
I mean, it's good for 3v3 both, at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is how Braum is good combo.
What do we think about what they've been cooking? Who has the best dish?
What do you think, Razak?
I think it's all down to Caps and Jake to execute this draft, in my opinion. If Caps can get perma mid prio, I think at level 6, both teams can win 2v2 on mid lane. But I think both lane of G2 should have push, so that Mickey will be able to move around the map and help mid lane. So yeah, I think this game will be on bot, mid bot.
Yeah, this is a classic 3K into bot. Here's the Xin Zhao, here's the Braum. Let me see if we can kill them, and if they get away with it, then boom, GG.
Might be a 10 death Nautilus game here, who knows?
Let's see. Also, thank you, Razork, for helping out and spoiling some picks for us. We love it. Do come back.
I don't think they hear it.
Nah, it's all good. But it's time for our match of the week, so let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shox. Kick off with a quick Razork Tabe handshake meme. Get things feeling
Stop
good
making
here.
him feel bad. He's fine. You're fine,
pretty low
Razork.
stakes.
You're fine.
Obviously saw them playing it in houses a lot, so can't hurt too much. But for now, not coming for the draft, we'll be banned away. Here we are, G2. First team Heretics, only one can reign supreme. Both teams 3-1. And we're just ready to get in the game. I'm Dracos, that's Vedius. Got a wonderful crowd here in Berlin tonight. Ready for a bit of blood on the Rift.
I've been having so much fun reading the fan comments about Heretics just in general, like the retirement home team. Like,
it's great. I don't think
it's
they
not
like
time
it.
for bed yet, you know?
You gotta understand.
Oh, it's so good. Now we finally get to see some of this rivalry. A lot of the players on this G2 roster are the ones that replaced the Heretics roster, right?
Yeah.
Yike is one that came in for Yankos, Hans Summer coming in for Flackhead. Hook does connect.
So I'm in trouble here, already marked up. Braum level 1, very strong, forcing out the early Ghost.
Small summoner advantage for Heretics there. Getting the Ghost out from Hansama as you highlighted. But yeah, there's a lot on the line here. A lot of banter, a lot of pride for either side. But it's just, it's more about the idea of the boomers versus the zoomers that I love.
That we're going to
this
take
idea.
way too far.
We're going to take way too far and have a lot of fun with.
Which, to be fair, Betty, you shouldn't, you don't want to disrespect them.
I mean, no, nothing but respect.
Nothing but respect.
There are goats,
when Yanko
right?
started, you had to go uphill both ways to get to the Baron.
When Yanko started, he had to time his own blue and red buff, right?
That's
the game didn't do it for him.
The game didn't do it for him.
No.
You were surprised when a champion had a dash back when these guys started.
That's true.
It's also doubly funny because, like, how did Wonder get dragged into this? He started on the same team Mickey did.
Yeah, he did.
Both are Splice boys.
Yeah, it's funny. It's true. In any case, we're going to be having fun throughout this game. But yeah, both these teams currently sitting at 3-1, fighting for a spot at the top of our table as we enter the halfway point. A bit of pressure on the bot side of the map in favor of G2. The desk did talk about how they expect G2 to have this early push in mid and bot. This gives a lot of freedom for both Mickey to roam and for Yike to look for some potential invades. And already you can see Heretics warding for that. Perks dropping that early ward on the top river to spot out for any early Lilia invades. And then obviously the early vision invested from G2 to spot out where Jankos was starting his clear.
Yeah. And while you heard it on the desk as well, that, the Jhin Braum combo, bit of a nombo, not going to work super well together. Obviously, if the Xin does show up in this lane, if Jankos wants to spend some time on the bottom side, very easy to stack up those concussive blow stacks, to lock someone down, follow up with the triple hit on the CC, and find some early kills. And it has been all about bot lane, kind of as expected when we saw the changes in the new season. There are some top lane ganks here and there, but for the most part, bot-centric play has been the name of the game. As you can see now, though, Mickey X and Hansama taking their time, trying to get that wave to crash as much as possible, potentially get a free recall. Wonder already going to take an early back in the top lane.
But a slow and steady start to both these teams. Pretty much full clears coming out from both sides. Jankos skipping out on his Grom, but that's not a big deal. Hook will connect from Mickey as the bot lane trades back and forth. Nice trade there from G2. Mickey, how's he going to use this? I thought there was an opportunity there for them to move into the enemy jungle, and that's exactly what they're going to do. All right, so with the pressure that they have, they look to try and get some insight on that early Grom. Jankos choosing to leave it on his first clear, and Yike going to pick up on this opportunity. The Scuttle Crabs are available, but Jankos doesn't really have many options to be able to contest them. In an ideal world, he'd love to be able to go and get the top side one, but he's currently sitting only at level 3.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky lane phase to navigate. Mickey getting caught up there. Could have been devastating, but of course, the input buffer on the hook does take him out to safety. You mentioned it already, Caps pushing the mid lane, G2's bottom lane having pushed as well. It just makes it so hard for Jankos to contest either of these crabs, really, in the early game.
Yeah, our viewers at home might be wondering, why didn't they go for that fight? It looked like a good fight, and it was exactly as you highlight, Draco's Caps immediately starts moving in the mid lane. He had that pressure, and Heretics respecting it. Jankos now walking over a ward, putting this extra pressure on the bot side, allowing Flacken and Kaiser to get this push out, relieve some of the relentless pressure that they've been dealing with in the 2v2. Jankos looking for a gank in mid.
Bit of a long con setup here, wrap around the mid lane. Opts not to go for it, it's meanwhile on the top lane. 1v1.
That's Flash.
Quick dash out from Cassante. Has the Ghost, can just zoom out to safety, but very close there.
Look at this pathing from Yike. Able to get the respawn on the Raptors as well. Oh, actually, I'm staying corrected. They haven't quite respawned yet. He was just looking for information. Caps got that early base off, meaning that Perks in a bit of an awkward back timing. Can, of course, TP back into lane, but gives Caps the opportunity to secure some plate damage. Mickey
walking up, and again, Flacken doesn't have enough bullets in the gun to stun, so Mickey doesn't have any real fear of being punished for stepping up there outside of a little bit of lost health.
So just a bit of trading back and forth. Small advantages being gained for G2 across the board. You can see the camp advantage slowly starting to grow for Yike after securing both Scuttle Crabs. So overall, G2 feeling pretty happy with how their early game has gone so far, and just leveraging the fact that they have these pushing waves. One of the big strengths of Lilia, of course, is her ability to very quickly clear out these grubs in the early game, and you're seeing her do it right now.
Yeah, and AP junglers in general, one of the big reasons that they rise to popularity outside of the necessity of AD mids is just their clear speed scales so incredibly well. If they get any kind of early advantage, their clear speed ups, their advantage grows more, but Cap's gonna get locked down here. Stun just trying to burn down Perks, is just gonna get cut out. of the mid lane entirely. Yes, some Void Grubs for G2, but first kill and an excellent roam coming through for Heretics and Kaiser.
Very nice roam from Kaiser. Great timing. Caps choosing to go for an all-in at the typical time of a support roam. Mickey was on his way as well, but he was just a little late to the party. Heretics bot lane finding a good back time, and they will secure first blood. G2, of course, securing themselves the grubs. Yike going to start pathing towards bot, getting very close to level 6. And when those bot side camps respawning, you imagine the Dragon is going to be next on the docket for G2.
The sleep setup, very powerful. Hans on the lethality option for the Varus. A locked down target makes for easy pickings with the Pearson arrow. Of course, in the mid lane, very good that they were able to grab that kill. Of course, Cap's got a plate and has a decent CS advantage, so the gold is still dead even, but a bit of a fumble here from him, overstepping when he did not really need to.
Our observer's highlighting the vision here, and he jumps in just as he sees Kaiser. He chooses not to flash away, though. He thinks that maybe he has the damage to get the kill, but Kaiser soaking up a lot of the damage means that ends up going in favor of Heretics. Now that Dragon we were speaking about, G2 going to be the first to start that one off. They pushed in bot, they also have the push in mid. Might be looking for something, but yeah, Kaiser respecting it.
It's a spectator Drake at this stage. Kaiser just kind of poking, prodding. Maybe they can hopefully go for something, catch somebody off guard, but they're mostly just there to watch G2 take the Drake. They don't have the priority, they don't have the jungler.
So I mean, one of the problems with Jankos' pathing is that by pathing from bot to top, he's basically mirroring Yike's path, right? Which means that Yike's clear is just faster. So he's always a step behind, right? He couldn't cross map for the grubs. He can't really contest or get anything else on the map while the Dragon is started. And Yike is taking full advantage of his Lilia, just having that incredibly fast clear speed on top of the fact that he has a pushing bot and a pushing mid. So G2 kind of building smaller and smaller advantages in this early game, which aren't reflected in the gold right now, but in terms of objectives, they're in a very good position.
They are. I mean, they've gotten the first spawn of the grubs. They've gotten the Drake as well. And while, again, yes, it doesn't amount to massive gold advantages, they are building up a lead in terms of objectives, which at a certain point could blow over. You could find a single kill in mid lane with the power of a Herald, if they're able to grab that when it spawns, really break this game wide open. And I think it's always concerning when Yike has a lead like this, especially on the Lilia on this patch. Treats talked about it on the desk. Easy purchase of the Frozen Heart in this game. There's an Azir, the Jhin, the Xin, all not going to be happy to see that item on the opposite side. Dive in the bot lane, though. Flacken now trying to get out, has a 4-shot, doesn't even get to fire it. 1 bullet left in the clip. Hansama still standing strong. Meanwhile, top side all in. Catching Wonder out. Wonder will get cut down. Jankos now going to try to follow up, lock out the entire enemy team. Yike will get taken down. Jankos, can he go for 2? Pull back there for Broken Blade. Dashes away, has the Ghost as well.
An action all across the map. Caps!
Scooped back there.
Nice response from Perks. Caps looking for an all-in, and immediately Caps forces him Perks rather forces him underneath the tower. Caps getting a little overzealous, trying to go back and forth with Perks, but G2 finding a kill both in bot and top, creating dives on both sides of the map. In the bot lane, unfortunately for Heretics, they couldn't get anything back, but in the top side, Jankos was there to punish, and he's able to get a kill back onto Yike. That's definitely going to help him close that gold gap that slowly starts to get built in the mid lane, as Kaiser's now hovering around mid once more.
Ready to commit. They know that there's no flash available for Caps. Will back away. Hoping just to help Perks push out here. Is still just on bits and pieces of the first item. Caps in a similar state, but I do really like the aggressive trading philosophy of Caps, but that's something we can talk about at a later point as we see this dive one more time. Level advantage, level 6 to level 5.
That's the biggest thing. I noticed the positioning of Hansama, tries to get in front of Kaiser so that he can get as much damage out of his Q as possible, then has the ultimate available, chooses to throw it now, thinking that, oh, maybe I can get another kill here, but doesn't quite have the damage to secure another kill, and they decided, you know what, it's not worth overstaying for this. We'll just take the kill and back off. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, they set up that dive with the stacked wave onto Wonder. Broken Blade and Yike were able to get that kill, but as we mentioned, Jankos in a good position to shut down that aggression, and he's able to get a return kill onto Yike. Now, the Grubs have respawned. Let's look at the minimap. We can see the push in mid going in favor of Perks and Kaiser. That means that they can look to try and contest this. With the push in top as well, Heretics finally have some control over the lanes to set them up for their first neutral objective.
Potential counter bunch on the bottom side. Would have been a dive onto Flacket, but Flacket has already conceded the wave. He's going to give up a lot of resources individually, but it stops 6 Grubs from going over to the side of G2 as they're just not in a position to contest topside. Kaiser coming down here, though, could be disastrous. Keep your eyes on Yike. Swirl sleeves over the wall. If he manages to connect, it could be big. Mickey keeping this play going. Unbreakable now going down. Yike not quite able to get there, however. Nice knockup coming up from Kaiser. Kaiser can jump back onto Flacken. They're just able to grab the kill. As Perkz once again goes for the scoop. Caps jumping out to safety. Jankos does not have anything else left. Fights across the map.
G2's bot lane is constantly looking for picks. Wonder now going to bring his TP down to the bot lane. They're trying to get a collapse onto Mickey. Maybe he can find an execute. Does have the Hex Flash. Can he get to a
Flash over the
tower?
wall into the waiting arms of Kaiser. Surprise! There's nowhere left to go. Donating the kill over to Perkz. Pretty big. Now the TP coming out as well. TPing back to top lane to catch the wave. A little bit awkward as he did not get to recall to buy early items. But we'll be able to make sure that no resources just go into the gutter there on the top side.
You can see this gold starting to balloon in favor of G2. Of course, not insurmountable yet. Heretics are not out of this game by any means. But it does feel like that G2 are very quickly responding to everything that Heretics want to do. And a lot of this gold advantage is just coming from the plates. The fact that Broken Blade got himself a plate in the top side of the map, 2 plates secured bot along with another kill, means that G2 are finding these advantages. And Heretics, though, they're in a position to potentially contest this Dragon. 15 seconds, but the resets have come through from G2.
And if you look at the total goal by Santander, Hans Ama just pulling wildly far ahead. Yes, he has a kill. Yes, he has an assist, but so much of that is CS because, again, in that previous sequence of play, Flacket didn't get to CS whatsoever. He was isolated. He was not allowed to approach that tier 1 tower, and as a result, it feels like Team Heretics have just opted to swap lanes here, leaving Wonder on the bottom side, knowing that he is so much safer to just catch these waves.
But no one is there for Broken Blade. Perkz with no TP means that they're going to send him top mentally. Broken Blade, no TP himself. It is G2 that have control over the bot side river for now. Heretics did set up good vision earlier, but that's now been sweeped out and they're doing what they can. Oh, there still is a ward there. Thank you, Observers, for highlighting that one. So G2 are just going to go back to pushing out these waves. They're making sure they're playing on the pressured waves, and now they go back to the Dragon. With a push in mid and bot, they'll start the objective. No one from bot lane is actually moving yet, which I think is a better position for G2. As long as Perkz isn't there, they should feel very confident that they'll win a fight. And Heretics, they're just going to act as spectators for the time being. Another advantage gain for G2.
Yep. Dragon going down. Mountain Soul on the table. Jhin notoriously bad at getting through tanky front lines, so would be nice to have. First items, there for Perkz, there for Caps. Still just a little bit behind for Flacket. He's the one who suffered the most in this early game, I think it's safe to say.
Oh, yeah. He's, I mean, Jankos did try to cover in the early game, but the dive happened, and Jankos was obviously in the top side of the map, and then as you highlighted, when the grubs were being taken, G2 made that cross map happen, and he really suffered as a result, so.
And it's one of those situations where you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Correct,
because
yeah.
if you ignore, you're going to give them the 6 buff, and that's, or 5 or 6 at that point, and that's going to be pretty difficult to play out. You're still going to lose a lot in terms of towers if they have that buff. Or Flacket has to lose a bunch of CS, so those are your choices. And Flacket, obviously, the one to come up short here. Still has a lot of utility with the Jhin pick, though.
It's also one of those things where in the past, if that was a Herald, you could have swapped your bot to top side, and even if they get the plates, use the Herald to then compensate by having the Herald reinfest the plates back. But only just now is the Herald going to be spawning into the game, which means that it's harder to make that swap happen and could potentially still be just as devastating.
Yeah.
Resets now coming in from Heretics, which means once again, G2 are first to the objective. They have control over the river. And while G2 haven't had the best early game so far this split, you have to give them credit. Their objective control has been very, very good. Against BDS, even at a deficit, they're able to find all the Drakes. Yesterday, they were still controlling all of the early game Drakes against Mad.
Yeah, and I mean, the early game against Mad was a little bit nerve-wracking in terms of a lot of those skirmishes, but it was that diligence and objective control that ultimately allowed them to find the comeback at later stages of the game.
But now the responsibility is on Heretics to find that comeback. Again, we look at the gold and you sit there and think, well, they're not in that bad of a position. Pretty much the only difference in gold actually exists between the AD carries, which can be compensated for if they can find their way onto Hansheimer. And the way these fights are going to play out, Heretics have a lot of range. Azir, Jhin, a lot of potential damage as long as they can play the safe front to back. So even though G2 are finding a lot of these early objectives, I would definitely say they're not out of this game by any means.
No, they certainly aren't, especially with a support like Braum. Yes, Nautilus offers you a lot of upfront CC, early to mid-game a lot of damage as well, but Braum Unbreakable is one of the most powerful abilities in the game, doubly so against double 80 carries on the opposite side. The ability to mitigate any potential damage that could go onto your backline, regardless of who it's being targeted at, is super, super powerful. So as we get later into the game, might be some more avenues for Team Heretics to fight back, but eventually, the Drakes are going to stack up for G2. One more, and we know that Heretics are going to have to be ready to fight for 4th Drake.
And I imagine that they may very well look to contest the 3rd one as the map becomes more and more open. it becomes more about trading sides rather than just going back and forth and who has that pressure in the lane. So I look at the minimap right now, and it's these outer towers that these teams have their eyes on. But again, look at the bot side. G2 have this constant push with Broken Blade. They're keeping the push in mid with Hans Summer. And Heretics are kind of overstacking on the top side of the map, but they're leaving mid open. Now Flacket has to go and respond, which gives a window for G2 to send 4 members top side. Let's see if they can turn this into anything, and the Herald now comes through.
All right, Yike. Is he ready? Will he mess this up? Feels like an easy shot. Oh, and there's the connect. 1 tower down. Is it time to mount up again? How committed are G2 to the topside play? Perks has been marked. Can be put to sleep. Might's on the run here. This time it's Mickey's turn. He will also connect with the Herald. Jumping out to safety, and Kaiser immediately going to try to follow up. Locking down Caps. Flawless CC to take the mid laner out. Instantly Wonder on the flank. Clean flash back from Hansama to try to lock him up. Knock back onto the AD carry. Heretics can win this fight, but Yike is so damn strong. In he goes. That's a very drowsy Xin Zhao. That is a very dead Xin Zhao. Broken Blade on the front line as well. G2 turn it right back.
A nice initial engage from Heretics. Broken Blade not done.
Back, Kaiser down as well. G2 so quick to turn that back in their favor, even without Caps, but Perks, he's not done yet. Lays down the tower. Flacket set up as well. 3, 4th bullet coming through. Broken Blade, too damn tanky. Dashes into the waiting arms of Mickey and walks away clean.
They just can't get through Broken Blade. Able to soak up so much damage, do so much work in the fight. Hansama was barely involved because he got knocked out by Wonder. And G2 still end up victorious in the fight. A 5.5, 6k gold lead now in their favor. Caps may have spotted out Perks, but Perks not going to take the bait. He's going to play it safe for now. This
Cap's going to take the bait.
He's going to take the bait. He's looking for it. Now the Dragon spawning in about 10 seconds time. We'll see who can get to that objective first. It's likely to be G2, but the engage here from Heretics look good. They're first on the trigger. The TP comes through fairly early. They lock down Caps, and the chain CC looks good. But look at the Perks HP. He's afraid to commit fully with the ultimate, but they think here, this is great. When Wonder gets the ultimate up, look at what Broken Blade's doing on the backside. He's going to do a lot of damage, create a lot of disruption, isolate Wonder, and the rest of Heretics can't really get involved. Flacket, oh, chain CC comes in from both Mickey and Yike, forcing him out of the engagement. But now we're back to live.
Next Dragon, Mickey locked up, knocked back by Wonder, slows on the ground. Mickey still retreating, 3 stacks on concussive blows. They can't get anything else. Kaiser locked up, Kaiser taken out of the equation. G2 moving up to Soul Point here. Heretics ready to fight for it, but just didn't have enough. And the thing about that fight, Vedius, is that while it feels so good to start a fight killing Caps, look at the difference between Caps and Perks and Gold. They're dead even. Caps does not matter. It is Hans and Yike. If they do not kill one of those priority targets to start a fight, that's when they're really going to feel that gold deficit.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think Broken Blade is the problem. I think
also broken. There are 3 now. There were 2 when we checked in 5 minutes ago. There are 3 members that you have to kill.
It's not even necessarily his damage. It's the fact that Heretics don't have the damage to kill him, right? Like, you have a Nash's Tooth on Perks versus 2 completed items in Jack Show and Sunfire, right? Like, it's not enough to melt through Broken Blade. So now in the mid game, he's just this wall that you have to find a way to get through. And while you're dealing with him, there's just this prancing little fairy pixie deer that's just creating chaos.
I'm sympathetic for Heretics, because for their top side, when 80 carries used to be made back in the day, they could auto-attack any number of times they wanted.
True.
Not just 4. They're probably caught off by how hard it is to kill this tank. Shots now coming in. Mickey will get taken down. Solid pick to kick things off, but yeah, looking for a bit of follow-up. Sleep is big. Hansama there. Just gonna mop them up. G2 are disgustingly far ahead. Team Heretics have no business being in this jungle. On paper, it's theirs. In reality, it belongs to G2. And Caps now wants a little bit more. It's feeling a little bit personal. I don't entirely know about that one. Perks going golden. Lineup from Hansama is there. It's clean. It's a double. And G2 are, well, they've taken over completely.
I mean, they completely have. Heretics, we saw some promising things, but really from the laning phase with the amount of priority that G2 had, Yike was just running amok, controlling all of the early game objectives. And then when it came to the fights, I don't even think that Heretics were in that bad of a position, but when it came down to execution, G2 just executed that bit better. Now the TPs are coming through. Jankos is still far away. There should be a clean secure.
Wonder gonna try to stop it. Only knocks Mickey away though. Smite dangerously close to not working, but there is no contest as Broken Blade has his own Yanko soft. Swirl Seed connecting as well. Yike starting to step forward, is going to be careful. Broken Blade in the middle of 5 people.
Can they kill him?
He does not win those.
He does not.
See, guys, Cassante is balanced. Oh, they can kill him. It's fine. Tank items aren't a problem. Totally normal to take all 5 members of your team.
I mean, a big shutdown there secured for Perks. Definitely going to be happy with that one. But the Baron, losing Baron, probably not the situation that Heretics wanted to find themselves in. Nice pick on the Mickey. Unfortunately, the Caps flank means that the kind of front to back gets broken up. Now that front line is left completely isolated. Hansama and Yike just destroyed them.
I mean, Team Heretics actually cannot fight a front to back at this point. G2 just will not give it to them.
I mean, you don't often see the Tristana flank, but hey, it is Caps that we're dealing with. As you rightly said, definitely felt personal. Caps, every time he sees Perks, he's just jumping in.
He doesn't actually know you can W backwards. Yeah. He's unaware. Whoops.
Yike.
There we go. Yike now gonna get locked out. This is big, but Yike is so strong, it does not matter. Buys a bit of time with the Seekers. Now coming through, trying to get a bit more damage down. Flack it all the way over there, but Hansama trying to take the 80 carry out. Controlled fight so far. Support for support traded. Hansama also not fantastic at killing tanks. Really needs those blight stacks to do some damage.
Wonder acting as an effective front line, but it's G2 that have regained control over the bot side of Heretics jungle. They need to go and catch these waves, which is exactly what they're going to go and do. Kind of being herded back into their side of the map as Yike continues to take away level 14 on the Lilia now.
This is brutal. It's like POW World. G2 are just collecting Heretics like little POWs. Little definitely not Pokemon. Making them work. Their jungle now, Betty. There's no room left on the map.
True.
I mean, like, look. I love to sow these little seeds in the back of people's minds. It's like the comeback. How can it happen? Yada, yada, scaling. Ooh, narrative. Let's get it in there. It's a 10K gold deficit, Vedius.
Yep.
It's not 40 minutes in the game. It's 22 minutes
I mean,
in the game.
this is the best early game that G2 have had, I think, all split.
Yeah.
One of the things that you'd say for G2 is their early games haven't been good.
Well,
Hansama hasn't had the best split, but I mean, they did this game. Heretics didn't really have a lot of tools to try and go toe-to-toe with them. One of the things that Razork talked to us about was how Jankos, Flacken, and Kaiser do actually have a pretty strong 3-man unit, but we didn't really get to see it in action because Caps' priority meant that every time they tried to make that happen, it was always going to be a numbers disadvantage because of how quickly he could move. So overall,
they got hit by the Swirl Seed, though. That is 2 very sleepy members of Heretics. Just trying to take a break, but Taskmaster Yike will not let it happen.
And they're just keeping...
They have to just group up like this because if any single person is left isolated...
But it's so obnoxious for Heretics because you'll notice bots pushed in, mids pushed in. And this is happening every single time. It's just push, 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 push. And they just feel stuck. We have to catch this wave, but we need to contest this objective. And they just have no control over the map whatsoever. And they're just being run around. Now G2 grouping up in this bot lane.
I'm sorry, just if you thought it was hard to kill Broken Blade before, he now has Mountain Soul. So, Curtain Call coming in. Bit of damage onto Mickey. Wonder going for the knockback there. Not quite going to connect on the wall.
Good damage from Flacked.
Yike going to watch out, eep his way out to safety. And they're just getting hurted. They're getting chipped away at. The satchel charge is there. The Unbreakable is down. And now all of Team Heretics are forced to back away.
I mean, the Varus poke is just, it's so obnoxious. Heretics are forced to retreat. That's going to be an inhibitor going down as well. And the Baron spawns in a minute 45. Now, the TP flank, last-ditch effort from Heretics.
Spotted on a ward. Root's not going to connect. Double TP flank. Control ward means they probably still spotted Perks.
And it's not going to turn into anything.
There's no objective here to play for either, so they can't really convert off the play even if they had made it happen.
G2 need to reset because of the Baron in 130. They need to get back control. Now they're going to play around mid and top. They're going to start pushing their vision into the enemy top side, and Heretics are trying to get early on the vision. Maybe they can use that to find a pick. They need to overstack in the jungle, wait for Mickey to overextend again. Maybe they can convert that into something. But it's really just a lot of desperation plays. You're trying to catch G2 in the motions now rather than any set plays. And you can see that they're trying. They're moving into this fog of war, but there's just vision everywhere, and it's so difficult for them to play.
And there's really no clean choice. Every choice is a messy one for the side of Team Heretics. Even if you try to find an advantage, even if you find what seems to be a clean pick, Broken Blade can teleport to bot lane, can push in, maybe take a tower. If you overcommit and you trade even, G2 might still be able to take Baron. You need to do so much. You need to play so flawlessly, and it's gone beyond that point to, as you highlighted, G2 now have to make a mistake for Team Heretics to find a way in.
They're looking at mid right now. They see Hansama isolated, but he's suspicious of over the wall. Yike and Broken Blade are now here to cover him. Wonder, looking for something, but it's not going to result in much.
I mean, Braum E, Poppy ult, two abilities that can absolutely turn the tide of a team fight. They can knock out key carries, maybe Team Heretics can find a way, but it's only 2 items on Flacken. It's been such a tough
Broken
game
Blade
for
is Jin will never kill Broken Blade.
Never.
Broken Blade could stand still. Yes. I still don't think Jin could kill
No, I don't. His natural health regen will probably...
It's like that scene in Sword Art.
Yeah. He is not the right level.
He's not the right level.
The MMO is just hard cap, no matter how good you are.
Numbers don't lie, man. The numbers don't lie.
I
mean, yeah, it's just... There's nothing for Heretics to do.
And it's a great game from G2, but it was a great game from G2, you know, the first 20 minutes. At this point, it's just a very long, kind of drawn-out victory lap. Again, it's just about, can they close out clean?
Well, look, they're waiting for Broken Blade to get the push in mid. Now that he's got that push, walking the wave up, they're having both waves crash at the same time. Great patient play. They talked about that their mid game. They want to improve that, and right now they've played an incredibly clean one.
Yeah. And really, at this stage, if they commit too many members to Broken Blade, G2 get the tower topside, or they force the dive. If they don't commit enough members, Broken Blade grabs the inhibitor and the tower uncontested. And right now, Team Heretics know they have to commit 5 members to topside. This is their only avenue back. Cleanse out from Flacken. Broken Blade on the flank. Flawless VAR assault to kick things off. Kaiser desperately just trying to disengage, but Perks is already gone. And at this stage, G2, they're beating them down with their wallets, with their buffs, with everything that they've got. And Team Heretics just do not have what it takes to go toe-to-toe. G2, they're gonna win the game. It's gonna take a second here, and they might play for a few extra kills, but it is absolutely over.
You can see that G2 took this game very seriously from start to finish, in absolute control. Heretics found some nice fights, but it's not enough.
Absolutely not. Kaiser. Top watch a bit more expensive, he still opts for it. G2 moving up to 4-1, a clean performance from start to finish. From the jungle pathing of Yike, the pressure across the map, each individual standing out in their own way. Great game from G2 Esports.
I mean, not much to say. They executed upon their plan very well. And ultimately it comes back to what the desk was saying in the draft. Bot mid, the way in which they control it. And that's exactly what they did. They kept the pressure in bot and mid, and then Yike on Lilia just abused that fact, constantly invading, putting Jankos behind. There was a point where we were only like 6 minutes into the game, and there was a full level difference between the two junglers, and that's not Jankos' fault. There was nothing he could do about it, right? Like,
it sounds to me like your Poggy Woggy was Yike, but of course there are 3 options for player of the game at LEC on X, Broken Blade, Yike, and Hansama. Again, immaculate performance across the board, fantastic from G2. When we return, an interview with Hansama, but for now, a quick break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Draco's Kit Kat?
Hans a little bit more. It's feeling a little bit personal. I don't entirely know about that one. Perk's going golden. Lineup from Hansama is there. It's clean. It's a double.
Look at my TPs. They're not TPing. Oh, they're TPing, guys. They're TPing here. Yeah. I'm TPing as well.
Flawless CC to take the mid lane around. Instantly Wonder on the flank. Clean flash back from Hansama to try to lock him up. Knock back onto the AD carry. Heretics can win this fight, but Yike is so damn strong. In he goes. That's a very drowsy Xin Zhao. That is a very dead Xin Zhao.
And welcome back to the Riot Games arena as G2 Esports score a convincing win against Team Heretics, and I have Hans Mama with me to talk about this one. Thank you very much, Steven, for joining me. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thanks for having me.
Always.
Happy with the win today.
Yeah, it was a convincing one, and it was a special one. I had a segment right before the game with the former G2 members, so I want to ask you, with Mickey and Caps in your team, was anything special in the vocal before the game? Any banter? Did they really want to win this one because they were facing off against former teammates? How was the mood with G2?
I'm for sure they think that it's more fun than the other matches because they were all teammates. Just know that they were just looking at each other and just giggling. But outside of that, not really mega banter or anything.
Focus on the win, of course. And that was in the past. I want to focus on G2 in the future and the present here with you. And you're not gonna like the next question, Hans, but I feel like a lot of people have been questioning your form compared to last year, for instance. And I want you to talk to me about it. How comfortable do you feel this year in the LEC when it comes to the meta, the team, and your performance, the way that you've been maybe less decisive than last year so far?
Oh, I feel like, well, it's too early. I mean, the split just has begun, and I feel like you just have to, it's like, not a sprint, but like a marathon. Like there's so many risks. Okay, maybe like this new format is actually more of a sprint, but yeah, people can think whatever they want about me. I'm just gonna keep working pretty hard and slowly show them that I really belong there, and I'm really strong, you know. And yeah, I'm very excited for the matches to come.
That was your mindset when you came back to the LEC last year, proving people wrong. So of course you're going to do it again this year. But as you said, the format is a bit strange, really fast-paced, a lot of best of ones. But it feels like you've been taking risks in the draft when I look at what G2 has been playing. Not very optimal when you think of the meta, but maybe you guys are comfortable enough to try things. Can you tell me about the approach?
I mean, I think this game, our draft was good, or like okay. We had a pretty good plan. Maybe the other matches we had more of a weak early game, and I think it was definitely playable. We had 3 pushed in lane. We were getting pushed, and for sure we kind of misplayed a lot in early. So and being very greedy, because I guess we just always want to have the hard win sometimes, like we do in scrims. But sometimes you just have to chill, get the timing right about pressing the map when you have these weak matchups. But yeah, like the Aphelios week, I think we were pretty weak in lane. But also we misplayed. We shouldn't be that far behind in early. So yeah.
Step by step, it's still the beginning of the year. As you said, Hans, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for the interview. And good luck tomorrow in the next game. And we have more G2 members on the other side with Shux. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laure. And Hans, wonderful interview once again. And indeed, we do have more G2 members. Mickey and Caps have joined us as well as treats to talk about the match. Of course, Hans was trying to speak to the fact that you were up versus your old G2 teammates, but I guess it's a little bit better to ask you. How was it? How was the pregame banter? How did it feel to beat them? Tell me.
Well, I guess the pregame banter, well, my chat didn't work, so there was nothing in the lobby that I saw.
Oh, no.
But pregame, I guess, like when we were just like waiting to go on stage, we were just like kind of giggling because we were listening to the match of the week thingy. And Yango said a funny quote, something about washed or not washed or something like this. So everyone was kind of laughing at that one. Yeah. But other than that, it was a fun game to play. What did you think?
I mean, definitely just a lot of laughing before the game. They were maybe trying to get us out of the zone, you know, but they couldn't use the chat because the chat was disabled, as Mickey mentioned. So
did you, by any chance, play with nameplates when you jumped into the Azir?
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to go for the 1v1, but he just had Braum coming.
Can't
1v1.
That's so funny that the chat was disabled. It's like taking away one of their strengths.
Yeah, it's one of their core strengths.
I couldn't do anything about it.
Featured. Okay, let's pull up the draft. I do want to ask a couple of questions about that. I thought it was pretty good, and we covered it here on the desk as well. Of course, bringing out something new with the Lilia as well. Caps, can you talk me through kind of, what do you think were the best things about your draft?
I mean, so definitely it's like a bit of a different take, right? I think we're going for the AD mid and AP jungle. I think most people are playing, I guess, AP mids right now, but the items on the AP jungle is also very strong right now. And Tristana was like a classic last year, I guess most of summer split especially. So yeah, it kind of just fit pretty well. Was pretty standard slow game except for a few jumps in, you know.
I mean, I think in general, when you have a kind of fast-clearing jungle, AD mid, and then pushing bot lane, the game becomes a bit easy. If nothing super goes wrong, it feels like the game is just going on track and eventually outscale. And that's kind of how this game felt. It felt like you were in control from the early game. And Yike had a super good game on the Lilia. I think he was kind of everywhere. Kind of a fast Bumby this game, running around everywhere.
Faster than I thought, actually. Quite overpowering. How was bot?
Yeah, bot was pretty chill. We were just like pushing a bit. I guess at level 6 we just killed them, so that was nice.
Yeah.
Just killed them, yeah.
But yeah, it felt like their draft was not the greatest because they didn't really outrange us, but they also didn't have engage. So it kind of was very easy for us to play the game.
Yeah, there was only one moment where I thought that it could go wrong. I want to pull up the replay. It's where 60 minutes in, you're going topside, you're already pushed so far, you go for the full engage, and then they do have a little chance.
Yeah, I kind of controlled my W, yeah.
You did?
Someone could not time the Brum ult.
It looked like enemy support was very good. He was doing a lot of good things.
Another soup cap.
obviously, I played with all the other players, so I felt very confident going up against them. But I didn't know Kaiser well enough, it seems like. So he had one on me. Yeah.
Yike had your back here though. Good sleep and then good follow-up. At this point, I think unless Lilia dies, it's almost hard to kill like anyone else because there's 3 carries in the game.
Nautilus movement there, dodging the 0 ult.
Very cocky.
Wow, it's so good.
Crazy.
Insane.
And the damage.
That's Tristana damage, that's crazy. This guy was 1v9.
Brom was blocking my autos. It wasn't easy, you know. But
makes sense, yeah.
It's Brom's fault.
I outdamaged him.
Kaiser MVP or like?
Hey, look my damage. I outdamaged them.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
You outdamaged Kaiser?
And Azir outdamaged the Tristana. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah, oh, that is true, actually.
So.
Yeah? What do you have to say for yourself, Caps?
I mean, I will just repeat it again. Like, he was obviously using his E to stop me, which meant that my damage was getting blocked. Then you were free to do as many hooks as you wanted because they was open.
Makes sense, yeah. Fair enough.
Okay. You wanted to ask them something.
I mean, we've heard a lot about G2 mid game, and kind of, well, we're working on it, but like, I want some more in-depth analysis here. Like,
ask a good question then, bro.
What do you guys think has actually went wrong in mid game from like a comms perspective? Because obviously, in last season, your early games were really clean, so it's easy to win mid game from that perspective. But now with early games being slower, how are the comms like adjusted in mid game if the game is not actually snowballed out of control?
I mean, I think the biggest problem for us was just maybe we were not like aware enough of like certain concepts and certain like important things that we need to focus on. And now we're talking a lot more about our mid game. We're talking a lot more about the right things, and we're doing everything, like making everything more conscious. And I think that just helps our mid game be like a lot better. And it also means that there's like a way more like room for improvement. Like I'm sure we're gonna get even better throughout the split.
And also with that then, do you think the early game, you kind of let it go a bit and kind of not focused on it as much and kind of therefore, with the early game being a bit weaker, you have to actually think about mid game more in that sense? Is that something you've done consciously or is it just kind of happened?
Nah.
It just
kind of like griefed a few early games.
Okay, happens.
Like for example, the Zyra one, we were like pretty good spot and then I got caught in the bot lane and then everything went, south.
Yeah,
but,
sometimes it goes like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still fine early game, but we just had a few unlucky incidents. So, but yeah, at least even though we lost early games, we still won after. So that's nice. But then this time around, where early game went smoothly, I think it just felt like a very free game.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, there's definitely a difference, but I think this is a good start for G2. I think you'd be happy with that. GX versus SK is up next. Cheeky prediction. Who do you think is going to win?
I assume SK. They're
you assume? Because you
higher in the standings.
Results-based analysis. Okay, great.
Yeah, probably SK as well.
Okay, treats.
I mean, I have to say SK, but I think at least Giant X showed they had a new strat coming into yesterday, so SK weren't prepared for it yesterday, the Senna Seraphine.
Yeah,
I'm sure that they will be prepared against it today, and I think with that in mind, I would also say
Is
SK.
the shelf life of that maybe only 1 day? Because even if you didn't really scrim against that, then you saw it, and then you're like, well, I'm not going to let this happen again.
I mean, you guys did it today as well, right? You're just like,
true.
we don't want to play against Senna and
Yeah.
Seraphine, just ban them both, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Easy
well,
solution.
let's see. SK, I guess. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Desk. Fantastic game from G2. Now we come in to Giants versus SK. Giant X, excuse me. Not X, Giant X.
Giant X.
We're working on it. We're getting that one down. We're moments away. It's not a big enough X. This is a large X. It is not a giant X. Don't be mistaken, dear audience.
You already attached this. Versus SK.
Versus SK, which I cannot make with my hands, but I don't have to because the players are about to walk in. We're moments away from picks and bans. Soon as they sit down in that PC and get the call that they're ready. Hexakick looking jovial. Patrick looking serious and stoic.
Did you notice that Ignar did the glasses anime thing as he was walking through the smoke?
He earned it. Yesterday he played a ranged champion. Something I have not been used to seeing Ignar do.
True.
He was the guy who refused to play Ardent back in the day, but his Senna looked great. Perhaps partially because it's Turbo Busto on this patch.
He stole NA secrets, and now he's brought them all back for us
Hell
to
yeah, he has.
reap the benefits.
Dang.
Thank you, Ignar. Let's see what they've got cooked up today, because Senna Seraphine, to be honest, is just the tip of the iceberg.
Fake data. Oh, okay. See, tip of the iceberg. I was going to be like, you cannot judge a team's performance based on their wins with Senna Seraphine.
We can definitely judge SK on their draft yesterday. Holy macaroni.
Oh, boy.
That's what we call the spectator sport, where they had no damage and they just watched the game lose. Was not a fan of that yesterday.
If you're home alone and you turn the lights out and you're scared, that's what Nocturnaut's supposed to feel like. But if you're just flicking them off and on for fun, that's what SK's draft actually felt like yesterday, which is a bit disappointing because Isma is the Nocturne guy, but the pieces just did not really come together. Rumble taken away, Jack's now taken away as we get into picks and bans, so a lot of top lane focus to no surprise, irrelevant. We'll probably never play Jax again this split, if I had to guess.
He's a very good Jax player. Makes a lot of sense to take that one away. Will we see Senna and Seraphine banned away? Will Varus get through the draft? Will Callista be allowed to enter the Rift?
What is this? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z?
I just started asking questions and I couldn't stop. It was. Sometimes you get trapped in those chain of questions.
Someone else will find the answers. We're just here to ask the questions.
I'm not an expert. What are you talking about? All right, Peach gonna have a Xin Zhao taken away from him.
And while the Lilia performance last game from Yike was great, I still think Xin is the strongest jungler on the patch in terms of just safe, reliable. It just does so much. It is incredibly broken with Titanic. Ganks well early, has a lot of safety mid-late game because of the ultimate. Good pick.
While they're contemplating bans, do you want to know a solo queue terror?
Sure.
It's Warwick with Titanic and Sundered Sky. Because
That
your
does sound
Q always
horrifying.
your Q heals so much.
So it's like the normal Warwick experience
Just
on
worse.
steroids. Got it, yeah.
So much worse. Yeah, so there you go. There's some fun solo queue tech for you to try out. Varus and Senna are going to be taken away. No real surprises there. They could still do the Seraphine. There's a bunch of other combinations in the bot lane.
You say tip of the iceberg, but I think Senna is honestly the thing that makes this so oppressive because Senna has such a smooth scaling
Ash
curve.
Cho'Gath, Neela.
Yes, that was a different meta in a different
still
time.
works,
It was a
I'm telling you,
different
man.
support item. I think Senna's so good because her damage curve naturally ramps up really well. We saw NA last night try Karma Seraphine. Looked terrible. Looked awful because
I
they
missed
don't
that
do
one.
any damage. You need a hyper carry somewhere on the team.
I get that. That's why I'm a big fan of the Neela combination. I do quite like the Neela.
Oh, I mean,
pairing.
you know I'm a sucker for the Neela. Really would like enemy bot lane to lock in a melee support, though, if you're going to play the Neela.
But it doesn't look like that's the direction that either of these teams are prioritizing for the time being. The Callista is being hovered by SK. Hexakick had one game so far in at this split. He's actually played a different AD carry so far every single game, along with Patrick. We'll see what Patrick chooses, what direction he chooses to go with. But for now, we're going to see the return of the Callista. Does mean that you do have pretty strong agency down in the bot lane, 2 versus 2. Bit of discussion, intense discussion there with Nisqy between his coaches about what they want to lock in here. They could try and secure themselves early jungle. Maybe they want to lock in the Nocturne.
Well, if they lock in Nico support, we'll know who they've been scrimming. And,
oh. They're not going to lock in anything.
Looks like a quick little refresh on champ select there.
Apparently there was a bit of an issue with the champion select.
Yeah.
So once we have more information, we will let you know. But unfortunately, there's not much to go off of right now. We've seen Kalista and we've seen Rel. Very open-ended drafts, could go in a lot of different directions. Typically paired alongside the Kalista, we've seen things like the Renata. Obviously gives you a lot of power in the 2 versus 2. You can also pair some melee supports up with her as well. You can do things like the Nautilus. We don't really see it that much these days, but Thresh, I think, can still be very good. We did see one Thresh game. Who did I see it from?
Don't talk to me about Thresh. Thresh is so bad.
What?
Thresh is a relic of a different time. He was great. For so many years, he was great. He was the best. Now he's the worst of both options. He's a bad enchanter, range support, getting you lane pry or whatever, and he's a bad engage support. The only thing that's good about him is that, you know, if you pick him into enchanters, oh, he gets to be the engage guy. If you pick into melee supports, oh, he gets to be the range guy who helps you get pushed. But there are champions with comparable flexibility, Bard, Renata, who just do that so much better.
How long have you been sitting on that?
I think about this all the time.
All the time?
All the time.
Is that your Roman Empire? You think about Thresh?
I have an entire rant on Euphoria one year about how Thresh is useless.
Wow, okay. Tell me how you really feel. Like,
I need you to talk for 2 seconds because they tried to update me, but I was ranting about Thresh.
The update is that there's a bit of an audio issue on stage. The draft is going to be brought back up any second now, and it's going to be the exact same picks. And
so we're going to pick up where we left off. Yeah, Thresh, still useless, still not locked in in this draft.
Thank you for adding
Don't
that
tweet
extra
at me
context.
with your screenshots of your OPGG and whatever ELO you're in. I don't care. Useless in pro play. Terrible champion.
It's the Black Clover all over again.
It is the Black. Don't even get me started. They will come back.
They will come back.
People.
All right. We're getting back into the draft. As mentioned, there was a bit of an audio issue. The picks and bans are going to stay exactly the same. So we are going to see the Varus band away now. We're going to see the Senna followed that up. We're going to see the Rel first pick for Giant X. They
You could have said they were different and then just pretended like you were predicting again. But they are the same.
They are the same, yeah.
So now we get to fill the space with the sound of our voices until they do something new.
Yeah, they're taking their time with this lock-in. They know what they're going to ban.
Is this legit? This feels like an unethical hack to get more time to think about your picks.
Well, Varus now gone. Senna should be the next one up.
Everybody cheer for Vedius if it's Senna, like he's a genius. Oh, God, he's so smart. How did he see it coming? He's a genius. We got like 3 people. I'll take it.
Appreciate that. It's probably, what, Kalista, Renata now? I know the Kalista. Okay.
Yeah, the Kalista we know. Yeah, thank you. Okay. This was the pick
Again,
before.
They could still do Nocturne if they wanted to. We know that Isma's very proficient on the champion. The advantage of locking in the Rel is Isma's most played so far this split is, of course, the Rel. You do have the flexibility of being able to put it to the bot side of the map.
Oh, Maokai.
They're going to lock in Maokai. All right, so we've been seeing a bit of Maokai pop in domestically around the world. We got to see Canyon's Maokai, where he had a very impressive performance against T1.
That's exactly why it's getting locked in this week,
Yeah,
by
that's
the
exactly
way.
why. Yeah, because people watched one of the best junglers in the world. And they were like, well, if he's good at it, I can be good at it.
Pros love Canyon. Canyon's your jungler's favorite jungler.
It does look like that we're heading towards an AD mid, though. Could be Tristana. I wonder if we'll see the Lucian.
Okay.
The Draven Blitzcrank locked in for Giant X.
Huge call. Again, both these champions have already been picked. Ignar, obviously legendary. Blitzcrank, Patrick. The game that they played this against Team Vitality was super scrappy. They did drop some kills, but they got off to an incredibly strong early lead, and were able to bring that home, picking off Karzi and Hillisang left and right. Ooh, Alistair. Okay.
As a response to the Blitzcrank. So they're going to save their AD mid for later. Of course, we know there are a number of options. The Silas immediately going to be banned away from Jackie's. Makes sense when playing into Alistair Maokai.
Yeah, seem like some high-value ultimates.
For sure,
Throwing a Rel into the enemy team also pretty good.
Giant X now probably just want to get rid of Lucian. They probably want to get rid of Tristana. We haven't really been seeing much Jace, but that was the go-to combo last year, Jace Maokai.
Yeah, a bit tricky with the Omnivamp off so many of the items that sustain was really nice for Jace.
That's a bit of a surprise to me. Wasn't expecting a Malphite to come out there. I wonder if they have something in mind for top lane. We've been seeing a lot of Aatrox come out from Odoamne, but okay, so the Malphite going to be banned away. Obviously, I think it can be good into low mobility AD carries, and by low mobility, I just mean ones that don't have a dash.
Yeah.
Of course, Draven does have the speed boost, but that's
not usually enough to get out of the range of a Malphite unless you're very, very fast. Nico will also get taken away here, so... And Jackie's, again, has looked very proficient on the pick, while some criticism was thrown earlier in the day at his early laning phase. His playmaking, his team fights, his ability to find these creative angles on Nico especially is part of the reason why Giant X have been able to find those 2 wins.
Okay, so what are they going to run there? My expectations were Tristana or Lucian. Does, of course, leave the other one up as an option for Niski to pair alongside the Maokai, and it's going to be the Tristana. So Lucian has a little bit more dueling prowess. Are they even going to lock in an AD mids? I remember back when we were... No, they're not.
Here we go. That's
So
a tank jungler. It's not an AP jungler. Doesn't do any damage. That's
I mean,
the
that's
secret.
true. I guess you're right. I guess
well,
the way
I mean, it was mostly meant to be a meme. It's not a philosophical.
But I mean,
greater
Frozen
philosophical
Heart is the
point.
rush now these days, right, on Maokai.
Yeah.
So maybe you're right. Maybe they're just saying, you know what? He doesn't actually do any damage at all. He doesn't build the demonic.
He's just there for the CC.
He's just there for CC and another front line.
Oh,
So
please lock in Yone. It's Vedius' favorite champion. It is Yone.
I like watching Yone. Don't like it when it's in my team. The cheeky Garen Hover. Of course, he doesn't quite know what he's playing into in the top side yet.
Olaf? Darius. Gods. He's hovering gods.
He's
G. D.
D. Okay.
Okay.
Doesn't have the rest.
What does it mean,
K.
Ouija board?
Isn't that a brand, GDK?
I don't know, man. Cannon's locked in.
I was just thinking they do need a little bit of AP when you're running the Yone Draven, so they're going to round things out with the Kennen.
This is a pretty volatile composition. If you start fights, you're going to feel really, really good. But when you go late, you have no control mage. You have literally 0 wave clear. Your wave clear is trash on the Giant X side. My God, it's bad. So if you don't get ahead, this comp can fall apart very quickly.
I mean, yeah, they really want to find advantages in the bot side of the map. But you're right, you look at SK's comp, very simple, very straightforward, very different from what we saw yesterday. Good scaling, great front to back. I was thinking to myself, they could go for a Scion, completely nullify this Kennen in the late game, just act as another massive meatball, but maybe they were concerned about their damage output. And I guess one of the advantages of Renekton is eventually you will get outscaled, but into a Yone, for a good portion of the mid game, you can just bully him out and have control over sides.
And yet another champion that Blitzcrank absolutely does not want to hook. Renekton really good at most stages of the game against a lot of these short-range champions. Damage potential on the new patch still good. Obviously sucks to lose Core Drinker for so many of these top laners, but still a very relevant pick. And I love Kalista Azir as a combo, because Kalista is such an early to mid-game powerhouse. Obviously scales pretty well as well, and Azir brings it home in the late game. So it just feels like when you have those two champions together, you've kind of got your bases covered for most stages of the game.
I mean, she's probably a little upset that she's playing into a Kennen. Fairly short-ranged, hard CC is what really sucks for her.
It's a dodge this kind of moment. How big does the circle need to be before Kalista can't outplay it?
The good news is that she has a Maokai and an Alistar to help protect her, so definitely a pretty good comp. But I'm excited for this one. SK suffering their first defeat of the split yesterday. Giant X picking up a massive one for themselves. And both teams looking for another win. SK could join G2 at the top of the table. Giant X could help separate themselves from the bottom of the pack, which is slowly starting to build here in the LEC. But we're jumping onto the riff for our 4th game of the day.
Yeah.
Let's see if we get any level 1 shenanigans.
And also keeping an eye on SK to find out, you know, was week 1 just a flash in the pan? Are they going to be able to keep up that level of performance and continue to go further?
I mean, the scrim data seems to be very positive based on what we've heard from the other teams.
What does that mean?
Well, we heard G2 on the desk saying that they just thought SK would win. Because it's just, you know, good practice.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I'm with you. Because sometimes teams say scrims are going well because they're losing scrims, and in turn that means that they will do well on stage. And many teams believe that if they're doing well in scrims, that they will suck on stage.
That
so
was,
when people say scrims are going well...
That was the K-Droll on XL effect. That was, I remember that guy telling me about how they had this week of scrims. They literally lost every single scrim. They were like 0-17 on the week. Went on stage, 2-0 week, baby.
Oduwamne was infinitely on an H2K roster that just stopped scrimming, and it led to very much improved performance.
I remember that, yes. Yeah.
So, see if the scrim bucks count here in this particular matchup.
I mean, so far they are 3-1, so clearly something's working right for SK.
Oh, absolutely. Don't want to
I think
discredit
one of the big things that has super impressed me is DOS is just way more active on the map than compared to last year. I feel like that he works very well with Isma to make stuff happen in the mid lane, and I imagine that Jackie's will be their target. His laning phase is something that has been brought up as a point of criticism, but look at Ignar, looking for a hook alongside Patrick. I do feel like Patrick performs best when he has a support that really knows what they want in the laning phase. I think about him playing Mickey in the bot lane. playing with Ignat, these aggressive, engaged support players that really give him the agency to be aggressive is often when we see this player shine.
And Patrick's often the player that former teammates and pundits, analysts, whoever will talk about as being this guy who's so fantastic, but has just never had the opportunity to consistently play and be set up for success. Because for many years, he was the only carry on Excel back in the day. But a lot of times the team would fall apart around him. This year, it seems like he's more set up for success. And in the early laning phase, coming out on top makes a ton of sense. Again, Ouster level 1, pretty bad.
Peach is here, using the pressure bot to move into the enemy jungle. Stock standard play that we've been seeing more and more. The rift changes so many teams.
Again. Ooh, nice backstep from Ignar. Just get the cheeky poke damage. Don't stick around and let yourself get knocked up.
Well, Peach has full information on Isma. The only problem is Niski here.
Did he just lean around the corner and smite that?
Wait.
He did? Why? Now enemy has blue buff. Giant X on the collapse, though. Isma stuck around for too long. The pull back! Hits him with the Scorpion. Get over here, baby. Patrick with first blood.
It's all about the buff delivery system, Dracos. That's why he did it. Steal away the wolf, deny a bit of XP. They knew they had the kill, so they handed over to Patrick, starting this game off with first blood. Great use of pressure from the bot lane and translating that into the bot side jungle.
Can you draw a circle on that item that he just bought?
I can draw a circle on that.
If you ever get a kill as an AD carry on this patch and you do not buy this item when you recall, you are trolling. This is the most broken early purchase in the entire game. Lethality is so turbo busted, it's unreal. Patrick has now won the laning phase. Congratulations. Clap, clap, clap. It's going to be so hard.
Oof, that's a juicy stack. Patrick trying to get it underneath the tower. He should be able to do it. Oh, Patrick. Woo!
Yeah.
That was 2 auto attacks. And a red buff to boot. Yeah. He's also now not going to run out of mana, so he can press W as many times as he wants.
And he can trade like a total psycho with red buff. The extra regen is nice to have.
Now, Jackie's even in CS with Niski for the time being. Good to see in terms of the early laning phase. Sometimes Azir can be a bit of a bully. Ignar is stacking that wave. Can they get that wave to bounce back if he does that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the tech. I don't think they will. No, it doesn't look like that they're going to.
Toss could have the angle. You can knock Patrick back under tower. Again, we saw a very similar composition up against Vitality in the first week. GX got a little bit over-eager once or twice with a snowballing Patrick, gave some kills away that they didn't need to, ultimately still won the game, so we'll see if they fall into the same trap this time around.
Oh, this looks like a dive angle top. Jackie's could get a bit of a push, maybe even a reset. He could look for an opportunity top with his jungler. Odoamne ways off of 6. For those interested, you can see those little pink bars next to the champion icons. These do indicate the XP. Obviously, the lower the bar is, the further away they are from the next level. Odoamne about halfway now. Isma trying to do something on the map. Has his eyes on bot lane. Will be spotted out by a ward though, and Patrick and Ignite immediately going to disengage from that one. The problem for Isma, this early in the game, Maokai, very squishy.
Yeah.
So anyone trying to gank this Draven is going to be a very difficult feat.
Also phase rush Maokai, right? So doubly squishy.
True.
Not even
That's
that brief window of tankiness that's afforded to you, Peach. Nice setup there. Instant triple kill on the Grubs to deny the extra shielding after you kill one. But SK are quick to fire back again with Kalista in the early game. So hard to match her on these objectives as the Rend offers a relatively safe, secure the buff. But Ignar, ready to go fishing. Level 5 for Jackie's. Q3 has faded away. Yone not going to feel super impactful in this fight unless they can really draw it out. Peach in the area, wants to get in, will not be able to grab the objective. Has just committed so much, now crashing down out. Ignar with a solid hook. It should just be one more kill. Das is so damn squishy. Fall up there from Jackie's to lock it down. Kill crucially not going over to the Draven, but Niski now trying to set up to punish Jackie's. Walking him down. Yeah, there's nothing here for Niski.
He's not going to have enough damage to secure that kill. Peach going to escort Jackie's back to lane. So it's SK that secure the Dragon. Giant X will secure themselves a kill. Crucially, that kill going on to Jackie's, regardless of what pressure he's been put under in terms of the trades, he's in a very healthy spot in the laning phase, and props to Giant X. Like, they didn't have prio in mid, but they had a pushing top side of the map, they had a pushing bot side, and they've used that incredibly well. Teams leveraging their priority today to find these early game advantages, exactly what you want to be doing when you have the ability to gain that lead when you can.
Just warms your heart. Nice, clean, fundamental League of Legends. Niski going to do what he can to recoup some of the team's losses. It is a 2K gold deficit at about 7 minutes into the game. Niski has to be careful here. Jax can immediately try to follow up with the Q3, but he needs to layer the CC flawlessly or Niski can fire back. A bit more damage, waiting, sidestep, push back. Not going to connect on Jackie's. But we'll get the flash out of Niski.
That's what they wanted, right? Getting that summon a spell out of his hands, allows Jackies a lot more freedom, especially because Jackies lost his flash earlier. Now it just levels the playing field a little bit more, and it gives him the ability to push out that wave. Well played by Peach. Looks like Patrick did go back to base.
Yep.
And he's going to pick himself up the half-bound axe, so...
Working towards early Trinity Force,
Oh, yeah.
seems like, as expected. That Sheen proc, obviously, pretty powerful.
But credit to Giant X. Obviously a team that a lot of question marks around. I feel like after their first week performance, ending 1 and 2, debatable, like where are they in the standings? What type of team does this really look like? And their performances weren't really consistent across the board. Then obviously they got their win yesterday and you're like, yeah, okay, but that was just because they played Senna Seraphine, you know? They're like, does that really make them a good team? And so far in this game, they're showing a lot of really great stuff. Love what they're doing in the early game. Love how they're using this early prio. Odo, for those that don't know, he's been playing League for a very long time. Kennen used to be one of his go-tos. Kennen Rumble, who's a big advocate for the AP top laners back in the day.
2014?
Yeah, something like that. And he's building a very healthy lead in the top lane as well. So
I mean,
all things up right now for Giant X.
Yeah, leads across the board. Obviously, the gold lead is slightly oversized by a small margin just because of the Draven cash outs, but it's really not that. They're just winning in each and every lane. Peach leveraging the bot prio well, as you highlighted earlier. So hard for Isma to get stuff done, and you know, we kind of saw this in their game yesterday as well for SK. When they don't get off on even footing at the very least, they struggle to find these opportunities to come back into the game. Good news is it's not a Nocturne, it's a Maokai. It's always going to have this team fight value, unlike the draft yesterday, but it is still tricky for the side of SK.
And I think one of the things we're going to think about as we get into the late game is this front-to-back element that SK's comp does have. Azir is always going to be this massive threat, but Giant X threatening a dive is irrelevant, looking for a fight top.
Ulting, so far getting an ult trade. Odoamne now backing off. Oftentimes the philosophy in the matchups versus Kennen is just get his ultimate.
Yeah.
Because obviously Kennen does not do a lot without it in the context of team fights.
It's a really nice trade from Irrelevant. He knows that by ulting in and with the Fury, pretty much unlimited thanks to the ultimate that you have available, it just gives you such strong trading tool that you can kind of tank the burst. And so by forcing all of that threat away from the Kennen, it then makes the laning phase much easier. So he played it well, gives him a window to go back to base. Odoamne now going to do the same thing. Grubs being exposed here. Jackie's doing what he can to pressure mid.
Really wants to get 2 here, ideally. Patrick now stepping up on the bottom side. Headbutt pole combo coming through. Empowered Auto going to be there as well, but Patrick does have the cleanse. Steps into the bush. Very well timed to deny, but instead they're just going to set their sights on Ignore. Patrick going to need to win a 2v1, but the exhaust coming in just in time. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Peach going in and going right back out. Jackie's trying to find the angle. Push back there. Soul Unbound going to bring him right back to that starting point. No ult for Odoamne means no follow-up for the side of GX.
I mean, SK definitely here to play. They found a really nice 2v2 kill on the bot side of the map. 2-man knockup from DOS mitigates a lot of the damage potential from Patrick, and they couldn't connect any hooks onto Exakick, which meant that they were able to win out on the 2 versus 2. They also contested that Herald in the top side, leveraging the strength of Renekton and knowing that Kennen doesn't have that ultimate.
Crucially
Very well
so.
played from SK. So again, they still find themselves at a gold deficit. They weren't able to secure the Herald themselves. It's not all positives, but it's definitely a small one to at least stay relevant in this game.
We'll look into exactly how many stacks GX have been able to accrue so far. Obviously the first 3, but a bit unclear as we jumped around on the camera. How many they have exactly at this point in the game. And looking at it, yeah, I mean, the good news for GX is that Patrick ultimately was not the one to go down in that play. So he doesn't lose too much gold, he doesn't lose too much XP. You can see on his champion portrait, 176 stacks of Adoration. Yeah, more than 350 potential gold would have been lost if he had gone down there. I guess you could keep 25%. So let's just say 300 gold, give or take. So the fact that he's able to keep his life is big. In the meantime, though, SK just continue to stack these dragons. And again, when we talk about front to back, you have to feel like it favors SK. So the fact that they're able to walk in and get a few of these early objectives is big for them as we move later into the game.
Well played there by SK to get out unscathed. Exakick going to lose a few CS underneath the tower, but it's not the end of the world. Giant X know that they have control right now, so they're using this to steal away some jungle camps, put a bit of extra pressure onto Isma. But this wave is going to push out, and they are going to have to go and catch it. This is going to give a window for SK to move back into their own jungle, and that's what they're taking advantage of.
Is he going to connect Flash
Nice.
out from Patrick? Good play.
Really smart play from SK there, just because they know that there's only a certain amount of time that Giant X can stay in the enemy jungle. And basically they overspent that time. They were sitting in the tri-bush for way too long, and they knew they were there because of that ward in the river and that pixel brush to recognize that they hadn't actually left it yet. So using the ultimate from Isma forces the flash out from Patrick. Now puts him at risk of a dive. Looking at TPs, Irrelevant does have his available, but so does Odoamne. So for the time being, they're not going to take the game.
And I think the only thing really stopping this dive is the threat of a Kennen TP ultimate and the fact that Patrick is just damn strong. XKick would really love to finish that first item, but they do have this window of opportunity. Ignar has no flash wheel. Patrick no sums whatsoever. So XKick and DOS, a lot of tools to force a dive if Isma is there to back them up.
Nice trading from Jackies. He's at a small level disadvantage, but he's very soon to get that level 10. Once again in the bot lane. They're looking to contest that blue respawn. They've been able to get themselves the first two, but the reset needs to come through. You already talked about it, Dracos. DOS now hovering around mids, seeing if he can find something under Jackies. Both mid laners' flashes have returned. Now the Dragon spawning in about 3 minutes time means that that's not the major objective. Both these teams looking for any potential neutrals that they can contest on, things like the blue or the reds. Maybe even the gang. Nah, it's going to be too tricky. Jackies with his E makes him far too safe. So it's mainly just out of towers and plates, and both these teams overstacking on the bot side of the map. Irrelevant doing what he can to weather the pressure from Odoamne. 20 CS lead, resulting in nearly a 1k gold advantage for Odo, but Renekton's still going to find ways to offer value in the late game team fights.
Yep. Even if it's just sitting on top of a carry like Niski to deny any potential backline dive, that point-and-click CC can always offer a little bit of value. SK parking their bot lane into the mid lane. Maybe hoping to get a bit more done here, avoiding Patrick, which makes a lot of sense. He has finished the Trinity Force, massive spike for him. Niski now going in, trying to scoop up Odoamne, will get his flash out.
That's big. That's a really big deal. We know how valuable Kennen Flash is in the late game fights. Getting access onto the back line, the only way you can do that is by finding a flank or by having that flash available. So with the Dragon spawning in 2 minutes time, that's not going to be up.
Knock up, Soul Unbound will take him back, but he's going to take a big chunk out of Jackies. Red Buff will slowly but surely heal him up, and SK doing a really good job of playing for these cooldowns. They don't mean anything until they're able to find the angle to pull in onto DOS. Immediately he's going to ult Isma over the wall as well, and come the roots. Patrick still untouched on the backside. Keep your eyes on that Draven. His damage has to make the difference. Jackie's queuing over the wall, managing to find 3. Snapping back, the exhaust is there. Odoamne only ulting onto Irrelevant, who will just barely stay standing. Cold Meek healing, coming in clutch. Isma finding the kill. Discipline from SK to not give a single inch to the side of GX. The objective is still up. Peach is still standing. They could look to take it away. Jackie's ready to go forward, but instantly they take him out of the equation. The Herald dropping to SK Gaming.
A very disjointed fight from Giant X. Patience was definitely the name of the game there for SK. And you'll see the hook comes onto the Alistar. This is not the target you want to be landing that hook on, because all of this initial burst goes into all of that damage reduction. The stun from Peach as well. Then the re-engage comes through. Peach gets locked up, and they can play this front to back. Look at the positioning of X again. Look at Odo and Jackie's splitting their priority over to Niski. He flashes away to safety, and now Giant X is split up. Irrelevant now acting as the front line. Isma taking his place. This is a great demonstration of how to play that front to back. A nice hook comes through from Ignar, but that is flashed away from by Exakick. And then the moment Giant X think, oh, maybe we can get a re-engage here, maybe we can get a steal. No, gets locked down by the Maokai. And just great front to back play. Exakick and Niski were never really in any danger, and Giant X just got torn apart piece by piece.
And credit to Niski, really, because Jackie's thought he had the window to ult onto the Azir, to collapse on the flank, to just take Niski out of the equation. Niski casual sidestep with the shifting sands, dodges the Yone ult, which if it had been up and available later in the fight, could have shifted things in Giant X's favor, but Jackie's just a little bit over-eager, underestimating Niski a little bit when he hoped for that one to connect, and as a result, SK have kind of wrested control of this game back into their own hands. Herald gonna drop on the top side. Imagine this will. A lot of value here. Are they gonna be able to get the double charge though? This tower not super low. Odoamne just gonna do what he can to clear this one out. Has the ultimate up and available to dissuade any potential dive.
Odo gonna be perfectly safe here. Dragon is now up. Jackie's in Irrelevant, gonna trade blows a little bit. I expect Irrelevant to be stronger at this point with the extra health that you get from your ultimate, but admittedly, I don't have a huge amount of experience in this matchup at this specific point in the game. For now, though, a bit of back and forth between the two. It's Giant X that have main control over the bot side river. Hook connects. Onto the Alistar again, though.
DOS, disciplined, not going to force the ultimate out early. Knows that they have to fully commit more spells than that to find the kill. Giant X looking to contest third Drake here. Irrelevant, crucially on the flank. Isma, ulti up and available. 5k, objective getting lower. Maokai ulti moving into the pick and try to isolate multiple members, and Isma quick to follow up. And now it's Odoamne in the midst of absolutely nobody, only finding the jungler, with the objective already dropping in the favor of GX. Nisqy, though, still untouched on the backside. The second ultimate to go completely wide. Patrick, last man standing alongside Ignar. Surely there's no way that Draven can make this happen. Absolutely not. The Soldier's doing so much work. Patrick sent running. SK again. Discipline and control in the fight.
Giant X will secure the objective, but it is SK that absolutely dominate in the fight. This backline is just so lethal. We'll keep our eyes on this engage. You'll see Isma and DOS acting as the front line. Odoamne looking for a flank, uses the blast cone to get onto the backline, but he can't connect it. Exekick and Nisqy are completely safe. Irrelevant causing chaos on the right side of your screen. And then Exekick using the ultimate as well to get onto Peach. This is a scary moment when Exekick gets CC'd up, but the Shurima wall acting as a barrier to prevent Patrick from getting anywhere near him means that SK ace their opposition with 4 members alive.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, SK are kind of getting away with murder in some of these fights.
Anyway, it's public. Everyone can see them murdering everyone, Dracos.
Yeah, okay, you're right. And no one's going to say anything about it because there's no Yone ult to stop them. It's continuously whiffing in these fights, and the Kennen ults aren't doing much either. It's the second fight in a row you've essentially seen a Kennen ult on one person, so the theoretical snowball wombo combo of a fed Draven backed up by the Yone and the Kennen has not worked whatsoever.
I mean, yeah, SK have done a really good job of coming back into these team fights. Now the pressure will start to mount.
Finding the angle, climbs up for Patrick, but Isma still able to find the knockback. Immediate follow-up coming in from DOS. They are ruthless. As they move into the jungle, they find that kill. Ignar gonna get the pullback, but it does not matter. There is no follow-up damage there.
Great use of the Maokai ultimate. You know how much control it has. Just throw it out when you see your opponent. They get all of the summoners out from Patrick as well. And what was a great start initially from Giant X, just their execution around these fights was not it. I don't know whether it was communication or they didn't plan ahead in the setup, but SK took full advantage and they outperformed them in the 5v5.
And now, this is where kind of some of the weaknesses of GX's composition are going to show their faces. They can't defend a lot of these tier 1 towers. Bot's likely to drop here. They don't have a traditional control mage for wave clear. They don't even have one of the 80 carries who's good at wave clear. So while they still might have the potential to land these multi-man ultimates, to really force a fight on their terms, to catch SK napping, this game is going to be tough. They're going to spend the rest of this game on the back foot or over-committing resources to try to find an angle back in. Jackie's on side here. Fantastic E-back. Fate Sealed again, gonna miss! No, that's 0 for 3, that's crushing! Nisqy is ruthless.
I mean, I respect the attempt, Jackie's, but Nisqy's got your number on this stage. Nice flash from him, sidesteps the ultimate. Jackie's nothing he can do. Ends up giving away another kill. Odoamne will get something back on the top side, but the pressure will continue from SK as they continue to push in this bot and mid wave.
Draven ult, not a lot of stacks though to force the execute. Will does clear the wave to stop Nisqy from pushing for anything else.
Peach is looking, but he's gonna get spotted on a ward. Exekick doesn't care.
Isma waiting over the wall. They know they can just back away here. They hook DOS, but it's not the ideal target. They layer their CC, but it doesn't matter. It's an Alistar with Celestial opposition, locked to the Iron Solari, and ultimate up and available on top of a Kalista. There's no way you're killing this guy.
Odoamne does have the flash now. Rocket Belt available as well.
Not spotted. Crucially not spotted. Oh, he's backing off. So hard to force the angle. The tower's still standing.
While the game has slowed down a little bit, Dragon going to be spawning in a minute's time. It's cool that when we get into that team fight view, you can also see the actives of the items that they have as well. So there you go, you can see it on your screen right now. You can see the Rocket Belt and the lockets on both sides. So you can keep track of when they do get used live in the fight.
And for context, you see the combat gold there? A 4% difference is pretty large. It's pretty significant. this stage of the game. You're looking at full completed items here, which, when you check the items, adds up. Nisqy obviously with the death cap and the Nashers to cracking into bits and pieces from Jackie's. He's mostly going to be about the ult
Odo.
and the CC, but Odo might have found the angle. Doss immediately trying to interrupt the fight. Nisqy still locked up on the backside. Nisqy still standing, trying to find the angle, and they're just too damn strong. How is Azir alive? Follow-up kill here as well, but that will just be the Baron for SK. Only desperation steals left in the cards for the side of GX.
Such a huge opportunity that couldn't turn into anything for Giant X. Odoamne thought that he had caught Nisqy out. A great response from Doss. Kind of shuts down any potential follow-up. Nisqy survives, the Baron is secured. And this looks like a locked-in game for SK to run away with the win.
Yeah,
So you'll see Odoamne not spotted on the vision here. Throws out the Q, gets the stun. Oh, the hook missed, I missed that. Ignar missed, I guess he expected an extra step. He wasn't expecting the CC to come through. But Nisqy and Exakick, their damage is just way too much. And then again, that engage from Doss to CC them up. It was very well played by him. Great stuff from SK all around.
And another instance of what has kind of become emblematic of GX's play of this game, and that they're just not quite 100% on the same page, whereas SK clearly are playing together, playing well. Doss having an incredible game alongside Isma, who struggled a little bit early on with that invade, with Patrick finding those early kills, but has been so strong, so powerful in these fights. You can see why Maokai was a high priority pick for SK.
Now they should make their way back towards the Dragon. But now they're just chipping away at these towers. Nisqy going to secure that one in the bot lane. Level 16 now for him. 30 for Jackie's. A 4.1k gold difference in the mid lane.
Doss interrupt on the way in there, can't get the full combo. It's going to get pushed back, and yeah, Yone scaling not fantastic in a game like this. Really hard to stack Q3 as you get later into the game. Mostly a walking alt bot, unless you could find an angle onto the back line. X-Slash from Peach just going to take him out.
Nice ult. I like this a lot from Isma. Just creating that zone control. They're even looking for a fight.
Classic Maokai. You saw it all last year, but now the engage actually fumbled a little bit as Isma forced to back away. That's one kill coming through. Inhibitor still down in favor of SK. They're still winning for now, but maybe GX can continue to push for more because Odoamne is on the top side, looking to break open the base, looking to trade back, looking to fire back. As much as we praised SK for their coordination, a single moment where it lapsed is going to cost them.
Choosing not to overstay. SK will be able to get back to base. Odoamne should be able to secure this tower and then E away to safety. So at the very least, something back. And now, Giant X actually have numbers advantage, knowing that Isma is dead to contest this dragon. The question is, can they move through their side of the map confidently enough to actually set up for the contest? Because right now, they are very scared of what lies in wait in the darkness.
Doss going to recall here. Exakick already starting the objective. Again, GX were able to take a dragon earlier on. It is not soul for SK, but it will be soul point. But good on Giants to find an angle to keep this game going for a little bit longer. On paper, scaling still might not favor them, but could find an opportunity to force that fight and turn things back in their favor.
We'll say SK squandered their Baron somewhat. They were able to break open the base, unlock that mid inhibitor, but giving away that Gale over to Patrick, scary thing to do. He now has, well,
no boots,
but damage.
But damage.
A lot of damage.
Which, you know, I don't know how I feel about not having boots here. But
that's a
respect.
fair point. He's saying, you know what, if I get hit with a Maokai W, probably
I get hit.
I get hit.
I'm dead anyway. If they don't hit me for 3 seconds, I have 3 items, ton of armor pen, and I might just slaughter their entire front line.
Well, here we go. Time to put his money where his mouth is. As SK are beginning the siege.
Pull back onto Doss, bit of poke. As long as they don't overcommit here, this is big.
Oh, Nisqy's just melting that tower.
Yeah, rinse and repeat here. That's the ulti coming in. SK taking
Odo,
their time, but it's
Odo.
Odo on a flank. This could be massive. Again, Odo, flash available. Rocket Belt taking his time, waiting. More members on the way. Renekton coming in. What are they waiting for? I guess the inhibitor's already gone. Odo, Rocket Belt's forward. Peach now going in. He's got the movement speed steroid. He's going to find one with the stun. Knockback is there. Odo still waiting over the wall. Hasn't found an angle into the fight. Patrick remains untouched. He doesn't need boots. Still doing so much work in there. Finally, is Odo walking into the backside, but he's exhausted. The stopwatch comes in a little bit late, and the ultimate just does not do anything, but Patrick just continues to throw down auto attacks left and right. Keep your eyes on that Draven. Nisqy gets the pushback, and that is massive because Exakick is still the fight.
I thought that it was over when Patrick got that kill onto Niski, but Exakek, the other carry that was untouched. SK clean up, they've got 4 kills. Only Ignar stands in their way, and I don't think he's going to be enough.
Clean game from SK, turning things around after some rough early kills go down in the favor of GX. They bring it back completely in their favor, out-executing, punishing the mistakes of GX, and finding the win, bringing themselves up to 4-1. Incredible performance.
I mean, yeah, there were some blunders in the early game. They were getting pushed around by this bottom lane, by Peach moving into that bot side jungle, but it was in the team fights where they really just straight up outperformed Giant X. That Herald was really where they cemented their lead.
And I liked the draft that was put together here by the side of SK, but of course, if you want to vote for your player of the game, at LEC on X, Irrelevant, Niski, DOS are your options. A lot of good options.
Those are your options. We're going to let you guys decide over on X. But overall, great performance from SK. Nice to see them bounce back after what was a difficult loss yesterday. Bit of a shaky draft, obviously cleaned up very nicely here on day 2. We'll see what Niski and the boys can do moving forward.
Niski and the boys.
4 wins is usually a pretty safe spot for locking that top 8. It doesn't completely confirm you just yet, but SK got to be feeling pretty happy with how things are going.
And with
so
some
far.
of the teams that are struggling at the bottom, makes it that much more likely the 4 wins will be that lock-in
for
point.
sure.
Again, this early in the season with so many games left to play, you won't be able to say anything definitively yet, but it looks good overall. For now, though, Lore standing by with Swiffer momentarily as we get ready for an interview. Excited to see what this man has to say.
Always a pleasure to hear from him.
Yeah.
He's got such a sultry voice.
Sultry voice.
And great information.
And that's, you know, sultry voice. I think that's how we'll end it. Lore, take it away with Swiffer, the man with a sultry voice.
Thank you so much, Dracos and Swiffer. Thank you for joining me after this game. A really convincing one, and it seemed easy on your end. But I want to talk about SK's run in general since the beginning of the year.
Yep.
Tell me about this group of players first. Changing mid lane, Niski coming in. We heard about him being the leader of the team.
Yeah.
They're gonna get ready. You should get used to this. It's always like this. But yeah, Niski being the leader of the team and taking on this new role, bringing in Isma as a rookie jungler. Tell me about your decision of these players.
Yeah, for sure. I think that one of the big things coming into the off-season was that last year we struggled a lot just unifying on a single play. And bringing in like a veteran like Niski, I think gives a lot more direction in the mid game, in the early game, just whatever we want to do. And it's not that the ideas that we had last year were bad. It's just that there was a lot of disagreement about the way to go forward.
And it's all about refining, and it feels like this bunch of player works well. And I know that Niski has been helping Hisma a lot.
Yep.
So has the rest of the team, but I want to know about SK's approach when it comes to forming rookies and getting them ready for stage, because this is also a lot on the coaching staff to make them perform.
Oh, thank you. It's a lot more to do with the players, I think, that we look for, but I appreciate it. What we tend to do is that we just tend to kind of put a lot of time, especially like the assistant coach that we have, Ona, he puts a lot of time into like making sure that the players understand their matchups and just trying not to tackle too many things at the same time and trying to get and replicate the same thing on stage.
And in that sense, when I look at SK last year and the run that you guys had, Winter, amazing performance. And you fell off a bit throughout the year. Can you hear me right now?
A little bit,
okay,
I
perfect.
can make it out a bit.
How are you going to make sure that this year doesn't happen, and the fact that you can maintain this consistent performance that you had since the beginning of the season throughout the end of 2024?
Yeah, I think there's two things. I think the first thing is that we all learned a lot from that, like all the players that went through that as well. I think they've also touched on it as well. There were moments where like ego developed and the need to be right kind of went above the need of the team. They're all aware of that. Bringing in Niski certainly helps, and also I think just being a lot firmer with the direction that we want to go and not kind of just leaving it completely democratic. Yeah.
I mean, right, you have to step in at some point, I feel like, between these players. Last words on the top lane, Irrelevant, standout player so far, one of the best top laners we have in the LEC. What can you tell me about his growth and his evolution since last year and for him to become the player he is today?
Yeah, I think he's done a lot of work on the Rift, off the Rift. I think the biggest thing for me is like the amount of confidence that he's been able to develop, because he's always had the ability to play it. He just needed to kind of persevere, like the way that he's playing now. He just needed to kind of persevere through the growing pains, and he's done that. And I think he's just going from strength to strength.
It's just fantastic to see how much these players evolve and perform within SK. Thank you so much, Swiffer, for your insights and for this interview. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll come back for the Game 5 of the second day of the LEC, Vitality versus Carmine Corp. À tout de suite.
Wait. He did? Why? Now Enemy has blue buff. Giant X on the collapse, though. Isma stuck around for too long. The pull back! Hits him with the Scorpion. Get over here, baby! It's Patrick with first blood. Resources to try to find an angle back in. Jackie's on side here. Fantastic evac. Fate Sealed again. Gonna miss! No, that's 0 for 3. That's crushing. Jackie's, he's mostly going to be about the ult. Odo is CC, but Odo might have found the angle. Dawson Healer trying to...
Red Bull gives you wings.
Thanks for joining me. What is your name?
I'm Kylian.
Kylian, nice to meet you.
Nice
Thank
to meet
you
you.
for coming for this interview. What do you think Carmine needs to start performing in the LEC? Rough start, but it's just the beginning.
Just the beginning, we still believe them. What they need is to be more natural, to play their style, to play together as a team, as one, and that's all we need actually to go forward.
I think that the team shouldn't be so feared to play their champs, you know, their main champs, and just like play it cool, doesn't care about the fans, because the fans are always behind them. Even if it's 0-4, you know, like our main thing is just to cheer for them, and even the situation is bad, we'll be there no matter what.
I think they need just resilience to learn from what they've done so far. They've done good things, not always very lucky, not always at the right time altogether. So they just need to push it and continue the same way they've done so far.
We know that it's been difficult on stage sometimes. When you look at Carmine in the LFL, for instance, do you think they need to get used to the stage and that it's not helping them for now?
For some player, I'm not sure about that, because like you can see the KCX3, like there is like 28,000 people and more than that. So I think that they're already ready for the stage, and maybe they're just putting too much pressure on themselves.
Tell me more about the rivalry between Vitality and Carmine. Where does it come from?
It comes from France, because Vitality is also a French club, and between players, because we want to prove that players can be better at Carmine than they was at Vitality.
So today is double important, because you also need to score the first victory, but because you're also facing off against Vitality.
True. I think they are direct rivals right now, and what we've seen so far is that there are a lot of people for Carmine Cup here on site, but no one from Vitality. So I think the sound is going to be more on one side, depending on how the games go. But no, we are very, very happy, and I think we're quite proud as well to see French people and French team making it to the LEC on the winter split. Now, of course, the result is not up to our expectations so far.
Wonderful analysis from our fans. Thank you for getting that, Lore, as we see Carmine Core going ham. That sign, I wonder, can you go up a little bit and show us that one? Vitality, LOL summary, millions invested, etc., etc. But yeah, Lore, I'm glad you asked about that, because this is such a big rivalry. I talked to some fans yesterday, and I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, you're 0-4, and they're like, yeah, that sucks, but we just can't lose to Vitality.
I mean, that's the thing. We've been used for the beginning of the season to the rivalry between the LVP teams and the LFL teams and France versus Spain. But when you think of the rivalry between Vitality and Carmine, it goes back to LFL. And usually, these are the spiciest games we have on stage. So hopefully today can deliver as well.
Also, in terms of Spain versus France,
yeah,
let me just say, maybe it's better that it's France versus France.
I mean, at least we can win something.
Maybe. You said it, not me. But it is true. And Goldberg also in this situation, we have two teams that find themselves in an entirely dire situation. I would say two teams that actually have quite high expectations on their roster before the split starts, and not quite certainty or how they were going to make it work. But neither of them are making it work.
I definitely had higher expectations for Carmine Corp. I won't lie, VIT was at the bottom of my expectations coming into it. But I think that what they both share, having played the first week of LEC so far, is that they have a lot of the same issues, right? We're talking about finding a team identity, which both teams struggled with. I think Daggles specifically in the jungle struggled at first. I think he was clever with his pathing, but he overforced quite often, went for butt dives where just straight up became a grief. And the same can be said for Bo, because there's not really anyone that facilitates the same playstyle as he has. The solo laners can't back him up. Takabas doesn't roam with him either, and he's also been catching a lot of flag.
And
you can just say, yeah, it has not been up to par.
He's not been up to par.
You don't have to say other people are flaming him. You can just say, I don't think he was good enough. Just say it.
Maybe not.
Just an analyst trick that you do. So.
I will do it.
Anyway, Laura.
But I think it goes beyond this, because for me to have an identity, you also need to have a defined voice within the team. And when I think that you can find an obvious one within Vitality, you can think of Hidesang and his veterancy helping him in that sense. I don't identify so far a K-Corp member who's going to be able to lead the team. And I feel like when I look at the team, and especially when they plan for the objective setups and the mid-game, this is something we've been talking a lot about, I don't see a voice, a clear voice that can lead Karmine Corp. And for me, as long as they don't identify this, they can't play towards their strength, which is going to be focused on Bo, obviously, and maybe setting up upset as well.
Yeah, and you know, I've been thinking a lot lately, because yesterday you asked the question, do we have faith in Karmine Corp to come back? And I said yes, but the more I sat back and gave it some time to actually think about it, the more I'm leaning on no, because I haven't seen anything that actually gives me hope when I'm watching them play. I haven't seen a star player step up. I haven't seen anything work, quite frankly, from them. And that's from an individual level, from everyone, but it's also how they work as a team, because it just seems like they don't gel together.
Yeah, it's really scary situation as well. You know, when it comes to the system and then the wins you need to make sure that you can get into those playoffs and that you can have chances in the postseason, it is approaching very, very rapidly. Who can we give the faith to that will be able to rally between these teams, starting in this game right here?
Well, I think from the side of Vitality, I've actually been really impressed with the jungler and their pathing lately. I think in yesterday's games as well, completely outpathed Makoon. I think he was very clever with the skips of his camps in terms of setting up a lane, but I also think that it facilitated a player that we hadn't seen a lot for Vitality, which was actually VIT on the Akali. So I'm looking to see more of him to come out.
And to complement on this, I've actually talked to VTO, who was telling me that for him, it is about Hylissang, and it is about, as always, following Hylissang's call, because he's going to go in anyway. So it's on you to either follow him and trust his judgment in making a play that other players wouldn't make either way. But if you don't follow Hylissang, he's just going to die on his own. And VTO respects a lot the fact that Hyli is willing to take risks, and it's on the rest of the teammates to just follow his calls.
Hyli to lead the troops once again. And who's going to lead the troops on the side of Karmine Corp? We will see in this match who gets their win. KC, can you do it? Finally.
It's a great question, Jocks. We'll lead the caster desk. We'll hope someone on KC steps up to the plate today, leads the team to a victory.
The pressure's only continuing to mount, though.
Yeah, this is tough. Like, to be fair, hard side of the fans, because despite the rough start, they're still like, we believe, we believe, we believe.
Oh, yeah.
And that's great. Like, I love that. But the players are probably still, despite that, feeling a ton of pressure. Because
especially when you look at some of the caliber of these players, like you bring in Upset and Bo after their failure last year on Vitality, they want to turn the narrative around. And right now, that narrative is only being reinforced.
Yeah. Tough situation. Walkouts coming through. KC fans going wild. As expected, as we've come to know. It's only been a single week, but they already feel at home here. Coach Yamato, Coach Carter coming out.
All right, let's see what these teams are prepared for us. This marks the end of our halfway mark. We're going to be jumping into our final game of the day. Vitality versus KC. What have they got ready for us in the draft?
I'm guessing we will get a Senna ban. Oh, crazy. Bold.
I mean, Upset Solution, still something that they have a lot of value on. We're yet to see Upset's Varus, something that literally everyone else plays, but so far he hasn't.
I would suggest that perhaps their hierarchy of powerful champions is reverse of what it should be.
You don't love his Lucian?
I don't love any Lucian. It's not personal. It is personal to Upset. There's been a lot, but he's often the guy busting it out. He's a guy who's very confident in his own abilities. And those scrim games where you pop off, they just have never transitioned to stage in the history of EU. At least in the bot lane, mid lane Lucian, a little bit more successful. But that is the Senna ban, the Akali ban as well from VTO. He confidently tweeted out yesterday, although he does not play for SK Gaming. We'll get that adjusted for you shortly. He's like, oh yeah, best Akali. I'm back, baby.
Yeah, when I think of like top Akali players, VTO is definitely up there. We're going to quickly get that fixed, then we'll bring the draft back up for you. But let me keep you guys updated. Kalista Senna ban on the side of Vitality. Renata and Akali taken away on the side of KC.
No? Well, we're getting there. One step at a time. Looking at the wrong monitor there quite briefly as Yamato. Stern-faced, words of wisdom. Pat on the opposite side is smiling, laughing. Very different vibes. You can understand why. Vitality coming off a win yesterday. Feeling pretty okay. Wasn't the most exciting game, but a win is a win. Draven now taken away as well.
Interesting.
Maybe a Varus ban, maybe something entirely new on the bottom
There's no way
side.
they're gonna ban Varus.
They're gonna ban Ashe.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And now Rumble is up.
But it's Lucian. First
Don't do it.
Oh, upsets. First Varus of the split. All right. He caved to the meta pressure.
The thing is as long as I've known Upset, he's always been a meta guy. He might play the same 3 champions forever, but he just wants to play what's good.
Hey man, but there is a downside to this. Rumble, Photon got his hands on it once last week, and they did lose that game, but he was doing like over 1,000 damage per minute. He was the only saving grace of that lost game.
Oh. And now they've opted to go for the Xayah here, so obviously a bit of protection against the all-in there. Xayah Rakan
going the Rumble. I guess teams have just decided, you know what, Rumble ain't it.
Well, with Udyr coming into the meta, obviously it's not maybe as dominant of a blind pick
I
as
mean,
it
I
once
also
was.
quite like things like the Scion into it. Just full tank, you just eventually get to a point where you can't be killed.
My fear is that he goes first strike and he just farms you for money, and
Well,
then
that's
he
what he tried
one-shots
to
your
do.
entire
Yeah, that's
team,
what I
right?
remember.
Yeah.
That was exactly what Photon tried to do in the match versus BDS, and Adam said, I don't care.
That's true. A lot of murder in that particular matchup, and now the Rumble could just get locked in. This is a great start to a composition in terms of meta power here. Question is that Rel going to go into the hands of Targamas? We've mostly seen it as a jungle pick thus far. But
what did you answer here? Because ideally, I think that they would prefer that maybe they just lock in the Jin Zhao now. Oh, okay, they want more utility.
Something's going down in
I
scrims.
liked by Xin Zhao,
Much more than
Nocturne,
Maokai. Yeah,
and then
agreed.
Maokai Rel back in the meta.
The thing is that ult is just so good. We saw it all game last game. You just push the button and you go back up. You get like 3,000 units of free space to do whatever you want with. Mostly it's taking objectives and towers.
You know, and it's really cool. I love that scene from the Lord of the Rings when the trees decide to attack.
Yeah.
Is it Isengard?
It is.
Yeah.
They're coming to take Isengard.
And that's a great scene, but you can only watch that scene so many times.
Yeah. Not a lot of character development happens when they speak so damn slowly.
Yeah.
You know?
Regardless, obviously Maokai, a lot of power in terms of utility. We've been seeing way more of the just full tank builds, so less of a reliance on making sure that you have to have an AD mid laner. Graves now going to be taken away. That makes a lot of sense rather against Bo. For anyone that has ever watched Bo's stream, he's a big fan of things like the Graves jungle.
Yeah.
And he can be a right menace on it. But they are assuming that this Rel is for Targamas. And they are leaving open the possibility that Bo could very well switch it up.
Which I think is fair, because when you look at Bo's track record for success, oftentimes when people criticize Vitality last year, what they said is, why are you taking one of the best individual junglers in the league and putting him on tank duty?
Yep.
What is wrong with you? So we'll see if KC want to try that
really
this time around.
They're either trying to force him into the Rel jungle, or they are really concerned about what else he can bring out in the jungle.
Rakan versus Rel isn't a terrible matchup. I think you're fine with that 2v2. It's hard to get pushed against
in
Varus.
my head, they want Renata bot if you're KC. You want the Varus Renata. Oh, my apologies. It's already banned away.
Yeah.
What am I talking about?
So that reliable counter engage option just isn't available in the draft right now.
That's true. Okay, then the jungle bans do make a lot more sense. Orianna going to be taken away from VTO. Okay. So Azir, something that we've been seeing all throughout the day, completely left up and available right now. It is Saken's most played so far this split. I wonder if VTO is just going to hand it over. And it looks like that he is. So they're going to lock in the Cassante, something safe for Photon on the top side of the map, into the Rumble. Now what will they choose? How are they going to round this draft out? Where is this Rel going to go?
I don't know, there's a lot of tension in the audience over this pick, though.
I think I prefer Rel jungle and then something else in support. But then the question is, what else could you pair it up in support?
Double AP topside, a little bit rough, but I like the sleep into Rumble combo. If they can pull it off, that is one dirty interaction.
Tristana, yeah. I felt like that you need some type of ranged AD. And Tristana does make a lot of sense. Okay, so Rel is your primary engage. The big thing that we saw from earlier, G2 kind of gave us the blueprints of how to execute this composition. Pushing lanes, super important. And then you leverage the fact that you have Prio everywhere to work with the jungler to make the enemy jungler's life miserable. And I can tell you right now, Maokai will be really miserable against the Lilia. There is very little that you can do to stop her prancing around in your jungle.
This is going to be a tough one for Douglas. While he's going to have the inevitability of, just like the reliability, rather, of so much CC on the kit, it's going to be easy for Bo to run circles around him if he gets a lead.
By locking in Ari, I love the champion. I don't know how strong she is in the current meta. We don't see her, like, really at all in pro play, from what I can recall. But the problem is that it does concede prior to a Tristana early.
Yeah.
You don't get wave clear until you actually have a few points in your queue, which doesn't really come until like you've got your first item, and then you've got like level 7, level 5, arguably with 3 points in queue is fine as well, but Tristana just has push right from level 1, right? And so you
push from level 1. You have a bot lane with Varus that's likely to get push early on, which means that Bo's life is going to be that much easier to invade. So it's easy to see how this game could fall apart in the early game for Vitality. For KC, on their side, I'm a bit concerned about the lack of reliable tanky front line. When we saw G2 play a very similar composition early in the day, they had the Cassante top themselves, which I think made it much more difficult for the opposing team, whereas their team is very vulnerable. Outside of the Rel, they're basically a glass cannon.
I mean, I think that if KC can get a foothold on the early game, they can run away with this, with the pressure that they have, with how much impact the Lilia can do, and to just making Douglas's life miserable. But frankly, the way in which KC lose their games is in the mid to late game around these big objectives, Dragons, Barons, and just mis-executing on the fights. A number of individual errors we'll often see. And it's a really easy teamfight comp for Vitality to play, like really easy. You know, very traditional front to back, easy engage tools, easy follow-up. It's simple and it's straightforward. So if Vitality can weather an early game storm, then I have confidence that they're going to be able to turn this one around. But we'll see. Can KC finally get their first win of Winter hit in the LEC?
And you mentioned it earlier in the previous game, Vedius. 4 wins is usually the safe point. Again, not definitive. It'll depend on the rest of the results. But going down to 5 losses means you need to 100% win out to really have any chance of making it further.
Yeah, I think 4 wins basically like guarantees you at least a tiebreaker or something, right?
Yeah.
Like it's.
Oh, indeed.
That's unfortunate.
Dear audience, we'll keep you updated.
But
Bo's hand's a little sweaty. Gotta wipe him off. Don't know what the actual reason is. We'll keep you updated. Of course, reminder, courtesy of our stats team. 4 times these two organizations have met during the LFL regular season. In 2020, they're 2-2. But that was many years ago, so.
But there's still a lot of domestic rivalry between the two organizations. KC and Vitality hate losing to one another in the LFL. We heard from the fans earlier, we heard from Law on the desk. So there's a lot of pride on the line. A French match-off in the mid lane, Seiken versus VTO.
Who is the better French mid lane? There can be only one.
Well, that's not strictly true, but...
No.
No.
Niski, VTO, Seiken.
Okay, Niski's Belgian.
No, he's been adopted. Ifya says that every time, it doesn't matter.
He's Belgian.
Kameto says you count as French, you count as French. Those are the rules. I've been asking for months. He won't butt me in.
Do you speak French?
Nope, not a little bit. He may have said yes, and I didn't know. He probably just said nothing.
Oh. All right, well, when we have more information for you, we will update you. But unfortunately, we don't have any information right now.
I do have information, because in the time that you spent telling people that we didn't have information, someone fed me information, which is that Vitality, are reporting audio issues.
And we're getting those fixed.
No. Ready checks now. We're about to head back into game.
That's good, because if we had to go into our fill content, we had some wacky stuff prepared.
Wacky. Wow.
Drakes and I, we've been friends for many years now.
Yep.
And we've, you know,
probed the depths of each other's psyches.
It's true.
No stone has been left unturned.
If you ever hear him start a sentence with, so centaurs, just run. Just get out of there. You know?
If it's a slow game, they're not ready.
Then just get out of there, guys.
All right, we're about to head back in the game, but I'm going to ask you, audience, where is a centaur's heart located? Think about it, ponder it, get back to me. Where do they put the heart in that bad boy? Where's Lilia's heart at?
It's exactly that, because there's
Which
a Lilia
part
in the game.
animal?
That's the terrifying.
Which part of the animal is it in? Going to need an official response, Riot. Lore team's going to have to tell us. Anyway, that was the break. Now it's time for breaking news. Kit Kat Gaming, get some rewards, but for now.
All right, level 1s. Doesn't look like we're seeing anything creative. Can you press the keystones? We haven't done that for a while. Let's see if there's anything creative. First strike on the Rumble. Not too surprising when playing into a melee matchup. The phase rush, we saw that earlier from the Malachite from Isma.
Yep.
The electrocute from Ari. I'm always a big fan. Deciding to go for inspiration second. Sometimes you will see the sorcery tree if you want a bit of extra mana. But totally makes sense. All right,
so one of the things you mentioned early on was, of course, Tristana mid lane prio. Should be pretty cut and dry there.
I do want to see how this bot lane 2 versus 2 ends up working out in terms of early push. Targamas with control over the bush right now. They're not actually looking to fast push it. I mean, we see Bo starting on the top side of the map, likely looking for a full clear towards bot. Maokai doing Raptors into bot side, likely to mitigate any early potential of an invade.
Wants to be there, wants to clear out early. Of course, neither side has bot prio quite yet. Upset and Targamas not getting too aggressive. Hard to win bot early on against a Halo Blades Vars. Halo Blades, one of the strongest early level runes you could possibly go for here.
You can see how much control Seiken already has in the mid lane with that push. Cabo building up that wave as well. Bit of a slow push coming out from Upset, likely waiting for his jungler to actually get onto this side of the map before looking to push.
Nope. Targamas mounting up again, just threatening here, ready for the crash down. The play does happen on the bottom side. Carzzy and Hylissang ticking over to level 2. Guardian the choice for Hylissang, just hoping to mitigate a bit of the poke and harass that could come out from a Varus in a lane like this. That on top of the Gleaming Quill should help keep Carzzy relatively healthy. And for now, VTO burning through the mana to fight for push with Seiken.
I mean, Dagger's going to be happy with the fact that he's able to get his bot side. But it's the problem with Maokai into Lilia, right? You really want to avoid the Lilia at all costs. Maokai can do very little to trade.
I mean, she's more than a full camp ahead in terms of clear pace, right? It's just so hard to compete. Maokai's clear speed has been hit so many times in an attempt to take him a little bit down in terms of jungle power.
And I really like the pathing that he took. I think it makes a lot of sense. So here we are with the push that they have, and now immediately they move into the enemy bot sides, trying to get a bit of vision. That ward will spot Bo out, so they know exactly where he is, but ping's coming down into the Maokai on red. They know exactly what he's been up to.
Keep
so
in mind,
now the warning is towards Cabo. Careful, Douglas is hovering around.
Yeah, so Douglas has opted to skip the Krugs there, knowing that this is his small window of opportunity to take a scuttle.
Smart pathing. I liked it. Goldberg praised Douglas for his pathing yesterday. And we're seeing good adaptations here into the Lilia.
Targamas locked up here, going to be forced to crash down away from the initial trade. Carzzy's starting to run down Upset again after that initial burst.
Nice trade.
Varus is going to suffer, but yeah, excellent punish.
This puts the wave in a bit of an awkward spot. You're going to force the back out from Upset. Needs to regenerate that HP. We'll have a bit of money to spend. Hilly just trying to interrupt as he often does. They can create this slow push, then give them a window to reset. Have a nice back timer here for Hylissang, where he can look to have some impact in mid lane.
Ooh, and just a very awkward back timer for Upset. Double longsword instead of a serrated dirk hurts in a lot of these early game situations, especially because Carzzy isn't going to be opting for any early lethality. You expect it to probably still be Kraken Slayer as the conventional build. So
watch this as well. Hilly's going to start his back first, which is great because the two champions share the back timer. Carzzy's going to jump on top of that. Cannon going to be missed from Upset as well. So a small advantage gained, but look at the minimap once more. You'll keep track of where Hylissang decides to go. And Targamas, he's going to be forced to match him as well.
Sorry, that's a floating hand in the base.
Oh, was that the U? Was that the
It's the fist bump, but it's just hanging out there, just lingering, left unattended.
But now this is a mandatory play that Targamas needs to make because he realizes that Seiken could be in some serious trouble here. Cautious of an early roam from Hilly. And he's there to cover. So nice stuff from both supports. Early game kind of going as we very much expect. The main problem for KC is that they haven't been able to gain any significant advantages yet, but that's likely to change right now.
Yep.
Bo going to start off the grubs. He has push in top, he has push in mid. This means that Upset is going to have to play on the weak side. But a nice trade call from Vitality. Just really good awareness here from Douglas. Not allowing all of these early objectives to go into the hands of the opposition. Because remember, when we used G2 as the example that was playing a very similar comp to what KC has now, G2 got the grubs, they got the dragon, they looked to get the second respawn of the grubs. Like, it was just everything was in their control, and it felt like that Heretics couldn't do anything to answer. But some smart pathing from Douglas. He's mitigating what Bo can do to steal away camps. He's cross-mapping at just the right time. And he's doing a very good job of limiting Bo's lead. And you look at the bottom of your screen, there's only a 1-cap difference between the two junglers right now. And Douglas is still in a very relevant position in this early game, even though he's playing against a team that has pretty much 3 pushing lanes against it.
And again, when you looked at the drafts on paper, this was one of the biggest points for concern, was that if the Lilia can clear fast enough, if you can get bot prio for the side of KC, Douglas might just not have any opportunities in the early game. But as you mentioned, done a fantastic job mitigating that. Seiken now jumping in the mid lane. Nice sidestep on the charm. Going back for a little bit more against VTO, forcing out an early ultimate, but Upset now isolated. No cleanse available. Backing off. Hylissang taking his sweet time. Players obviously spend a lot of time playing together, but Bo on the way in. Targamas gonna whiff, but forces the flash out. Does manage to get something back at the very least, but Carzzy just stepping up now, knowing that there's no engage threat coming through.
Trader flashes between the AD carries. I was concerned for Targamas when he flashed with the stun, but then he expected it, then used the W to try and collapse onto Carzzy, but Carzzy reacting very quickly, sidesteps away. Nice bit of mechanics demonstrated in the bot lane. Ultimate expended by VTO in exchange for, well, not really much from Seiken. He's going to keep with this push, and this is going to give that bot crab over to Bo. Nice charm there from VTO.
Good trade back, but Tristana. Still Tristana.
Yeah, this is why I don't love Ahri into Trist.
Can you win trades?
Yeah, if you land the way you win is you land the charm, do your combo, leave. Yep. But then the problem is you sacrifice your wave clear, so Trist will push in that immediate window. Later on it gets better when she actually has some wave clear.
Yeah.
So normally around, I mean, level 7 with this item.
With Lost Chapter completed. Yeah,
It's normally when the wave clear gets a little bit better.
Enough Q damage, enough mana that you can start to fight back. And I think the good news for Vitality is that if they find an opportunity to play around mid, they have so much more setup for kills on Seiken. It is still a Tristana, notoriously one of the hardest mid laners to kill, but Seiken and Bo, unless the Swirl Seed hits, pretty impossible for them to get a kill on VTO.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, what I will say is that this early game, it's not great news for KC. The fact that the gold is within 200 of each other is not what you ideally want from this draft that you've gone for. It's very much about leveraging your early prio to deny enemy jungle opposition. Because you talked about it in the draft, Dracos, it's not the tankiest comp. Your only real frontline is Targamas. You do have a decent amount of mobility and range, but Vitality have a very cookie cutter front to back team fight, right? And so around these objectives, we saw what Isma did with his Maokai, right? Drop the ultimate, gives you full control over an objective. Doesn't matter if you set up first on it, they have ways that they can just walk themselves in.
And they have Recon follow-up, which is comparable, but more often than not, superior to Alistar follow-up outside of the circumstances where Alistar is caught and can really leverage that additional tankiness. So KC have to be careful. It is definitely going to be a tough game. The good news is that unlike a lot of these drafts where we see a team pull ahead in the early game and it just feels decided, is that KC do have a pretty solid range advantage in a lot of contexts, basically when the Maokai ult's not available. So I still think there's room to fight back as we go later, but it will require a level of execution that we haven't really seen from KC consistently yet in the LEC.
Well, the pressure is definitely on them. 0-4 right now in the LEC. But let's think about what they're playing for next. The Grubs is respawning. Bo is just on a full clear from top side to bot, but he's going to make his way back up towards that way. Cabochard just went back to base. He's picked himself up the Leandries. Really nice item spike to hit for him to be sitting on. So Vitality, unlikely that they're going to be able to contest these, especially as VTO needs to back off and go to base. So this is an ideal window for Vitality to try and crossflank, maybe get themselves some plates. Targamet's actually path towards bot, so we can contest the 2 versus 2, believing that Lily alone with the Rumble should be enough to secure these Grubs. Maybe with this numbers, they actually can contest. Perhaps they're a little too skeptical with the current strength of Maokai. Lily's on his way.
It's a little bit tricky. Seiken now pushed back, at least for a brief moment. Has to be a bit respectful.
Are they too late for this?
Malignant's up and available for VTO. Surely if a fight breaks out, they should win, but Bo already got 1. That's 4. Not sure if he got the 5th one there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Dagos going to steal 1 back, but that's still 5 buff. Bo now just dominating Dagos in the 1v1. And meanwhile, on the backside of the fight, Seiken finding a kill. Targamas with the setup. VTO with the Malignance is just not enough. He wants to leap over the wall. He wants to find another kill. He wants to get a reset, but he just has to leap right back out to safety. That was fantastic for KC.
Yeah, I mean, a scrappy force from Vitality that KC were more than happy to take advantage of. The fact that they tried to fight that, I mean, you look at the setup here, Bo has already secured the 5th Void Grub. That's what he wanted. At this point, he can disengage, but Targamas and Seiken are first to the play. Ari's kind of caught awkwardly behind them. Douglas doesn't have the damage, and crucially, it's Cabochard first again. This is where they got to utilize that pressure that they had in the fight. And, yeah, a disjointed Vitality couldn't really take advantage of this. That means KC found themselves 2 kills.
Yeah, well played. You can see KC support staff excited as Photon going to go all in on Cabochard, forcing out a quick flash, so positive trade there. But Vitality, you know, I think not above criticism either. Yes, they did find a win yesterday, but they've also been similarly scattered in a lot of games, and you saw there, Daglas and Hylissang walking up, 5th Grub already down, no damage anywhere around. This is a tanky Maokai. And you can see here, Dagos just isn't really a threat. That said, Carzzy is. You can see Targum is immediately going to stun, just lock him down, make sure that no more damage can go onto Bo.
So right now, Seiken has to catch the mid-wave. There's no TP available for Cabo. Photon should have his up now, which makes him a real threat in this exchange. Bo's decided to go and get the Krugs, though. I'd be surprised if KC choose to continue that. Nope, they're going to still fight this.
Ready to fight it. Getting the dash out early. Bo can go for the sleep here. Is going to lock down Hylissang as well as Dagos now going over the wall. Wants to steal this one away. Bo! Absolute madman. Charm now down on the Seiken, flashing back in. Dagos, do they have the damage to lock Seiken down? He's barely able to get dropped there. Carzzy's still standing, though. Keep your eyes on the feathers. The feathers, the pullback is there. Hylissang now running. VTO, 2 more charges. It's time for Ahri to clean up. 1 more charm in. Manages to connect. VTO obliterating the fight, taking down Bo! Making a statement in that exchange.
4 members dead for KC. They do get the dragon, but at what cost? 3 kills now for VTO. The support from the fans is still strong. This was not a do or die fight, but it was definitely a much needed reprieve for Vitality. Carzzy standing on the front line doing a lot of damage, knows he has the Maokai ultimate for support. A great steal from Bo from over the wall as Seiken and Bo are kind of left to their own devices. Then Upset gets involved. A nice ultimate response from Carzzy. And that engage from Targum has looked good, but the follow-up wasn't quite there. Upset then oversteps. Carzzy and VTO are very quick to pounce on top of that. And then the ultimate reset charges from VTO means that he can just continue to chase down and clean up the fight.
Eating good off Malignants. The almost clap into the wait a second.
the reactions from both coaching staff.
There are 2 wolves inside of you. One is jumping up and down on the chair. The other is looking on in horror, praying that things go well.
Now they've moved Seiken to top lane. I quite like this. An opportunity for him to secure a plate. No TP available for him, though. TP going to come out from Cabo towards bot. There is no dragon to play for.
And I mean, the gold is essentially dead even on the back of that play. Vitality
Oh,
really
it's over the
evened
crab.
things up.
Okay. Bit of a fight over this. But it looks like Bo's going to choose to disengage. Herald should be spawning in 5 seconds' time.
Keeping an eye on Upset's mana bar.
See, the problem you now have is, well, I guess it's debatable if it's a real problem, but you invested your TP bot side, which means that you've now committed Cabo to this side of the map.
Well, Cabo's going to be in trouble here. That's a knock-up into a giant root. VTO following up with a charm. He doesn't get to push a single button. Flawless CC layering. VTO now on a rampage. That is one scary Ahri. Cosmic Drive around the corner.
So, KC had their eyes on the Herald, right? Bo immediately passed up towards top, and you committed your TP towards bot. And Vitality just chose to make the cross map happen. So a bit of an overextension there from Cabo. He gets punished for it. The good news for KC is they're ultimately going to get more for this. They should be able to secure the top tier 1. I don't know if Carzzy has the damage just yet. Maybe with the damage from Hilly's, I forget the name of it. What's the sieging rune chord?
Demolish.
Demolish. That's the word I was looking for.
Took me a second too. Yeah, sadly, Cabochard wasn't able to lay down the equalizer. I don't think the wave was quite in the right position, so couldn't just try to delete that wave. So Vitality, at the very least, will get a tower back. And
ooh, smite.
Dagos moving in, gonna get the knockback there onto Bo, but Cabo ready and waiting. VTO coming over the wall. That is one sleepy Maokai. Equalizer gets dropped down on top of this. He's dead, but the charm from VTO stopping the follow-up.
Carzzy is playing like a madman. He is just on the front line. He has 1k golden lead over Upset. And he's just constantly looking to challenge and fight Upset on the front lines. Upset's forced to pay respect. Doesn't even have an item completed yet.
Yeah, this is rough. Ever since that first back timing where he only picked up 2 longswords, they've just been on the complete and total back foot here in terms of the 2v2 matchup.
And here's what I'll say. When we think back to video games, when does he look best? When he's on his comfort picks. We saw Kali yesterday, we're seeing Ahri today.
Yeah.
And so far, he's having phenomenal performances on both. And we both know that when this man gets a lead, he sure knows how to carry with it. Let's see if it's enough in this game against KC. Seiken making his way to bot. They're moving him around the map to use his sieging strength. This time VTO going to go and answer that.
Yeah, and courtesy of all the plates he's been able to grab, all the CS he's been able to grab, he's only 100 gold behind VTO, so still can't have that big impact. His knockup's going to be there for Hylissang. Dagos on the way in, but a quick rocket jump out means play is going to fizzle.
Now the mid is completely exposed. There's an opportunity here for KC to just push that in. It will guarantee Vitality secure this control over the bot side river. Cabo needs to get involved in the play. The Photon's already down here. Doesn't care about the top wave. They've lost that window to contest this mid. And Vitality, now with the pushing bot, have just taken full control over the river. Yeah. This is where it becomes really difficult for KC. Their composition doesn't give them easy access. Imagine trying to face check into a Maokai and a Rakan, let alone the fact that Ari could be lying in wait anywhere to land that charm and find a quick kill.
You don't have vision, you don't have prio. This is a nightmare. But they do have vision in the pit, so they know at the very least that the objective has not been started. Now they're going to try to leverage their heralds to force Vitality to respond, to try to get a leg up on the dragon play. Notice that no one is mounting up on the herald. They want priority over the pit. They are not interested in the tower.
Photon has made his way back. KC have forced their way into the river, but they're still hesitant. VTO is sitting in that brush. He knows that he's sitting on a control ward. They're clearing out the vision consistently again. They're fighting over this next wave.
KC don't get more from this play. That was the entire value of their herald for 45% of a turret.
Hilly?
Hylissang going into the backside, immediately locking up Seiken. Seiken still managed to survive. Hylissang still ticking up as well. Barsalt now going down. Ulti from Rumble not quite going to connect. It's a comedy of errors in the fight.
VTO's ult is now down. Seiken gets away unscathed, but the Rumble ultimate is exchanged. Hilly doesn't have his engage tool. Taglas used his too. Oh, here we go.
Targamas can try to turn and burn here. Targamas still has ultimate and flash up and available.
This is a good fight for KC.
Absolutely. 3 major ultimates down for the side of Vitality. They really have no business being here. Stepping too far could cost them so much, but Upset's the one who gets caught out. The slow. Flash out to safety. Photon now on the chase with the Ghost up and available.
Taglas is so low as well. I think the Vitality need to just commit to the mid tower. They can't fight this anymore. VTO gonna act as interference. Maybe he can get a bit of chip damage. Look for a pick.
Bo. Charm going down. No way that they managed to steal this one. Bo will knock it down, but Vitality going to trade it for the mid lane tier 1.
But an overforce from Vitality. It felt like Hilly and VTO were not on the same page there. You could see the engage come out from Hilly. He even hesitated a little bit before using the W, maybe trying to interrupt Seiken's jump away. But VTO wasn't there quick enough. Couldn't quite connect the charm, which meant that that was a lot of big ultimates used before the fight could really get going, and KC get themselves their second Drake of the game. Did cost them a tier 1 in the mid lane. The gold remains dead even. Very tense situation between these two teams.
Yeah, very tense. And credit to Seiken for making it out. Obviously, input buffering on Tristana. If you played Tristana, it's not the hardest mechanic in the game, but if you're too eager, if you overforce, you miss time, it can still go wrong. So kept cool under pressure there. 2-1-0 his score up against the 4-0-1 VTO. Both mid laners showing up today. Carzzy, the other one that we have to keep our eye on, getting closer and closer to 2 items.
Sorry, I was just looking at this Ari build because I've seen a bunch of different ones, right, ever since the item rework, and this one is very tailored towards that low cooldown, a lot of ability haste. Malignant's obviously giving you that extra haste on your ultimate. At level 2, it's already at a 53-second cooldown. So
yeah, it feels pretty good.
Yeah, Vito's going to have that up a lot. And of course, the advantage of using your ultimate, because you get the 3 dashes, you get to take advantage of that Malignant. I always think of it as like a blood pool, but it's supposed to be like a fire pool. But that extra
a little more
damage
on a W.
Yeah.
But obviously, you get additional stacks as well, so you can get up to 6 charges, 8 charges. You can charge every time. Pretty strong. Photon wanted to watch the Drake spawn, it would appear, or the Baron rather. Both moving up here. It doesn't really have any business being here.
Bo was like, this is my red buff.
I don't... Does he know that there are 3 people in his jungle?
Oh, I always keep my eyes on VTO.
Seiken's on the way.
Oh, look at him in the fog.
Who's caught in here with who? Seiken now moving backwards. Hylissang finds absolutely nobody. Fall from Daglas, but it's Targamas on the backside. There's no damage. Targamas is going in for nothing. He just gets slaughtered in his own jungle, but that's the 3-man sleep. Oh, TP coming in. Eyes on this equalizer. Carzzy cut out of the bot side, and he's gonna burn to the ground. Cabo finds the angle. KC take the fight.
A much needed win for KC. Cabo with the teleport now hunting down VTO. He has the flash, but I don't think he's gonna use it. There's no way he gets out of this one.
Seiken gonna pick up the kill. Shut down onto VTO. Massive cash out in his back pocket.
An incredibly questionable engage from Targamas, but it turned out so well once the TP came through from Cabo. The fans rightly cheering him for that performance. Targamas just acting as interference, trying to keep this tower alive. But that was all over a red buff. The TP now comes through from Seiken.
Play on the top side. They want to keep this momentum going. Photon unstoppable for now. He's going to go for the pullback here. Can do decent damage, but Volcanic Rooker Shield means nothing against this Tristana. Hillisang ready to save the day. They will bully back, getting only the ultimate and the ghost out from Photon.
Credit to Seiken, he's been having a great game on the Tristana. Even with the Maokai flash Wing onto him, Vito trying to get the follow-up as well. He was still able to buffer out with the W. Hilly now sitting in the middle of the enemy territory, but where's the follow-up, Hilly?
There's no damage. Bo doesn't know.
I don't...
Oh, Douglas is here. Dude, they don't have enough damage without Vito. Vito's gonna ult in on the backside, but he just wanders away! Oh, look at him run! He's just hopping, he's skipping, he's sidestepping. The charm now going in, but surely he will fall. Opts for the backstep. Here, Bo is still alive! Casey in the extended fight coming out clutch, but Vito, keep your eyes on him. One reset left on the charge. Upset, untouched, Seiken, untouched. Cabo looking to turn things back, and again, Carzzy just getting burned to the ground by this Rumble. KC. Oh, Vitality thought they had the setup. They thought they had the Death Bush Classic, but KC were ready.
But that's Douglas dead, and that means that a Baron is up for grabs for KC. It's been a chaotic back and forth, but KC can very well get a huge lead here.
Taken over, flashing away, anticipating the charm. The VTO manages to hold on to it. It doesn't matter. Otto comes through. The charm can't stop that one. Hex flash back in. Photon in the area.
They can't get the Baron now. They know they're too low. Photon is full HP. He's looking. Will he find it?
Bo?
I think he can just run away here. The sleep comes through. Unstoppable, okay. Wow, chaotic. Wow. Chaotic.
You can't say it's not a banger.
It starts with Hilly and Douglas trying to catch out Bo. Vito is on the way, but the ultimate from Douglas misses. Bo just sidesteps it. Vito now on the chase, but the rest of KC know exactly what's going on. First ultimate committed from Vito, but the damage isn't quite enough. This healing is coming through from Bo. And then the rest of KC join the fight. Carzzy forced to use his ultimate very early. Means that sure, they're able to get that kill onto Cabo, but then Upset can clean up there. Now we're back in the live, we're back to the Dragon. KC to start it off.
Dragon gonna reset. Choke still a dangerous place for either side. KC seems like they're just gonna concede this one. Upset gonna go for a cheeky steal, isn't gonna find it. VTO fishing over the wall. Wants to land a charm, but again, relatively low damage comp from Vitality. Both compositions mirroring each other. KC kind of all damage, Vitality really lacking. Photon steps a bit too far forward, gonna lose a massive chunk of health here. Douglas, too keen on that ultimate. Vitality in a position where they have to force now because of that ultimate usage, but Hillisang is quick to follow up. That's a shutdown already coming through. On to Lilia. Carzzy, the damage source that they need. Cabo Shard, the ultimate, not enough this time around. Upset untouched. 2 carries. All that remains standing, but Upset has been caught out. Charm, flash out to safety. Seiken waiting over the wall. Upset surely gonna fall here. Seiken, will he just be next on the list? Knockup is there. Input buffer is good, but VTO still looking to chase. One more dash forward. Photon now bringing it back. It's a slaughter in the jungle of KC as Vitality turn back to the Baron.
It is an ace. All 5 members are down for KC. All 5 alive for Vitality. Photon face checking should have been his demise, but it actually resulted in a perfect team fight for Vitality. Look, he's gonna face check this brush. He's gonna take so much damage, and Douglas reactively uses his ultimate. KC then stack. They're trying to have one person initially take it. Now they're all collectively grouped up. Vito with the charm, then the follow-up from Hilly. Upset and Seiken look safe, but then Douglas sees an angle onto the back line, forcing them to split up and allowing Vitality to play the standard front to back. They work through each target that is presented in front of them, and they chip away at KC one at a time.
And again here, the follow-up, Photon coming through, quick ult just to ensure, as if there was any doubt that the Tristana is locked down, that there's no more rocket jump. Relief and excitement on the side of the Vitality staff.
And that's a Baron now. The gold swing in Vitality's favor, and the siege will begin. The KC faithful remain strong, but that's a level 16 Photon.
Baron buff as well, and you can see
6k damage from VTO.
That was just the VTO show. Carzzy's owned away for so long by the ultimate here, and the resets with Malignance coming in clutch.
Maokai, this is the value of it.
And this is the exact dream situation. Maokai comps with the lead, just get to push ult and take objectives. There's no counterplay.
I mean, if Isengard couldn't stop it, I don't know why KC thinks they could.
The Ents, man, they just group up, they make stuff happen. We can't even figure out where a heart is on Lilia.
All right, so Vitality now drawing their attention to the top side. Playing through mid and top, 4-1 setup, makes a lot of sense. VIT choosing not to base with the rest of his team, saying, you know what, I got no money to spend, that's fine. Sonya's now completed for him, adds a bit of extra safety. But they'll keep Photon in mid lane. He has the TP, Ghost going to be up any second, and they'll do this thing where you'll just see them hover between the two lanes. Hilly and Douglas kind of moving towards whether they see a better opportunity as the wave clear sits top. Nice patience from Vitality, not quite pushing the wave in immediately, waiting for the other wave to connect, and now they push. Both waves create this double point of pressure. The wave clear on the top side looks solid for KC.
That is the good news. Vitality bars, even in the face of the Baron, can do a lot of work. It's still a slow push forward, but here comes the Maokai ultimate. Fun, interactive, stoppable.
A lot of damage onto Vitio there from the Rumble ultimate.
Just a trade of ults ultimately, but the tower slowly fading away. Next wave should do it.
Yeah, Photon rather, looking to get this one in mid. Bo just acting interference, keeping the wave away from the tower as much as possible. Casey holding on nicely. Dragon going to be spawning in a minute's time. This wave should do it though for Vitality. Targus needs to be careful here.
Yeah, standard expectation for a Baron like this is that you at least get all of the tier 2s. It's taking Vitality a bit of time, but they're disciplined. They're not over pushing, not over committing.
I feel like they could definitely take that mid tier 2 as well. Maybe they're just trusting that the minions will do it themselves. And yeah, that's exactly what they'll do. Okay, so with the Baron now faded off, 4K is the gold lead for Vitality. 3 items fully completed. Seiken's still pretty strong. If this Tristan is left untouched in the fight, there's definitely a world where he can turn things around, but level down against VTO. And their jungle, once again, does not belong to them. Good deep vision coming out from Hilly, spotted out by Seiken.
And of course, the rule of Hylissang takes effect. There's a bush without vision. Hylissang is in it, waiting, lurking, fishing for a play. I like that they have the Mikhails available for Carzzy as well,
yeah.
With the cleanse on top of it, because the only way he really dies is if he gets caught in the Rumble equalizer.
I mean, also potentially for the sleep. Does it cleanse sleep? It does, right?
Yeah, yeah. You can buffer to hit the timing right to get that stuff. All crowd control and debuffs. Now, that's another Drake. Divine Recall. They're not messing around with the Drake spawns on this particular map. It is Hextech Soul. Surely whoever gets it will win the game. But this one has been chaos. It
I
has
don't know
been
if we'll get there, to be honest.
Douglas. They should try to force the flash
I
here.
think he can honestly fight if they try to punish him.
No one else is in the area.
Well, he's got Hilly right behind him.
Douglas, fearless.
Nice side step there from Hilly. All right, so now it's just about waiting for Baron. Vitality don't need to overforce anything. They know they have the goal lead. It's easier for them to control whatever part of the map that they want to, given the position in the game. And so they'll do exactly what you're seeing on your screen. Push in top, push in bot, use that pressure to move into the enemy jungle. Targus is a little overextended here.
Targus about to get pulled back into the waiting arms of Hylissang. That's a 1-2 punch. What is he doing there? Targus is caught out.
Like, that jungle doesn't belong to you. We just talked about this.
You don't have mid push. You don't have top push, really.
And yeah, Targus, the good news for KC is he's not going to lose really anything for it. They can't, Vitality rather, can't gain any significant advantages. They're going to drop their vision, reset, replenish their wards. More control is going to be picked up. You can see on the inventory of Vitality. Refresh coming out from Hilly.
I mean, bot lane are having a rough one this game. That can be said.
Yeah, one of the worst performances from Upset we've seen in a while, I feel. A couple of missed positions in the team fight, and laning didn't go the way that he wanted it to. Obviously, overall, it's been a chaotic game between these two teams.
It certainly has. I think a lot of the power of a champion like this Rumble has been mitigated somewhat by the mobility of the carries on the side of Vitality. Carzzy may be lacking mobility, but has the luxury of the ult. VTO, you know, just on the Ahri, going to be a tough champion to lock down. So hard to get a good equalizer, hard to get that really clean combo when your only reliable setup is a Lily asleep or a Targamas engage.
VTO now pushing in that top wave, creates another point of pressure. KC doing what they can to clear out this topside vision so they can actually contest the Baron. Photon has created this crazy flank. There's a ward in the middle of the lane that they see Upset. And if Photon can make this play happen, could be a big opportunity to just secure that Baron and contest it. Here we go.
Ooh,
no, the ping, they spotted him, they spotted him.
They know, but Vitality have first access 2 Baron here. Again, Vitality, have tanky frontline, have a Maokai. They can get vision for free. KC with a Lilia in the jungle, it's so hard for them to fight for vision. No one on their team face checks well.
Level 16s at least now came through for KC. Bits of vision. Our observers are highlighting it for us now.
They spot the edge of VTO pushing the W there. They
know
have
this is
to know
happening.
this is happening.
And I think they're just going to concede it. They're going to try and unlock this mid tower. Get a bit of gold back. Maybe play for the next dragon.
I mean, 2 minutes. Baron buff is still going to be up for the next Drake spawn. Very likely that Vitality, if KC do not force a fight, can just transition this into Soul.
KC on the precipice of going 0-5. A horrendous start to your debut in the Winter Split. The pressure only continues to mount. There are ways in which they could maybe turn this game around, but this really is Vitality's game to lose at this point.
Well, gold lead, pretty sizable. Baron backing them up as well. 2 minute 30 left on the Baron buff, 1 minute 30 till the dragon spawns. The runway is clear for Vitality. Turn this Baron into a Hextech Soul. KC are going to need to play flawlessly in the coming fight. They want to find a way back into this game. They want to keep their hopes alive here in the LEC.
VTO's ultimate's on a 39-second cooldown.
Yep. So if you force it, you immediately have to force a follow-up fight, or it's not going to matter.
All right, so they've finally taken down that mid-tier 1. A bit of gold back as VTO acts as a split pusher. But you'd think at this point they'd look for a collapse onto VTO, but he's conscious of that. And so the bot lane is pushing as well. Complete opposite sides of the map, dividing KC's resources here.
It's so tough. Bo's going to try to go for it.
VTO has
just
the ult,
holds
though.
on to ult. Dash out, dash away. Has he overcommitted? He has! Huge shutdown. Bot side, though, they have to respond to this play. And Inhibitor's already going to drop, but that might not matter. 30 seconds until the Soul. KC have a window to force a fight. VTO up in 50. They need to get aggressive now. Targum is going to try to bring it home. Fantastic ultimate. Carzzy able to make it out to safety, but there's no follow-up. Again, the Maokai will create so much space. Photon going in. Vitality looking for the 4v5. Photon in no man's land currently. Upset continuing to fire back. Seiken, the carry for the team. Seiken, the one who can make the difference. Sleepy Carzzy immediately. The Mikhail's now coming out. Seiken finding one. The reset coming in. The knockup not going to connect. Seiken continuing to flash forward. The pride of France in the face of Vitality finds the triple to keep KC's hopes alive.
A great engage from KC. They knew they needed to force a fight while VTO was down. They had the numbers advantage, and I thought that they were going to lose it. The moment the Photon joined the fight, I thought that it was disaster, but they make the play happen. Seiken comes up clutch, and KC are not out just yet.
Not out of the woods whatsoever. 3 Drakes to 3, no Elder on the table. Both sides fighting for the Soul in 5 minutes.
But it gives them more time to complete these 80 carry items. Double 80 carry in the late game is something that is terrifying. This engage was so good from KC. 2-man ultimate, immediate rumble ultimate, forcing Carzzy to use his ult very early on. They get that kill onto Targamas, and it's at this point that you think, oh, this is very scary. But look at this hard commitment onto Cabo. He gets pushed out of range of Carzzy, though. Seiken is left completely untouched, chipping away at Dagnus' HP. Photon then realizes he's overextended. A good route back from Carzzy, but it doesn't matter because the sleep comes through from Bo along with the stopwatch. Hylissang does what he can to try and protect his 80 carry, but Seiken with the flash to avoid the knockup means that he secures a kill. The fans are elated, and they know that this game isn't quite over yet.
Level 18. Maho, face of focus. He knows they're not out of the woods. 7.5K.
I would say.
Ooh, I like that from Seiken. This is late game Tristana. Huge range. It's going to be tough for Ahri or Xayah really to step up in a lot of these fights if they don't have that immediate CC. Mercurial Scimitar now coming in for Seiken as well, which means that much harder now to lock him down.
The thing is, 2 minutes until the Baron. So what does KC get now? Free farm. This bot wave is going to keep pushing in. We're at the late game.
Full build Tristana, baby.
And that's the thing, right? This is what that play resulted in. You've now got to trust that if you cannot land that, even if you land the charm, he can now QSS it away.
Yeah.
It's the tides of these fights have definitely shifted.
VTO
needs to find things
Big
like
damage.
this.
Bo now needs to recall. Again, not a lot of plays here, but VTO, because he's used the ult, wants to commit for a little bit more. Charm goes
Covering
wide.
for Seiken, though, which is exactly what they need to do. He's now pushed in bots. They should have a lot of time to play with. Bo, very low HP.
Is there going to be follow-up here? Yes, there is! The squad is here. Bo is now in trouble. Vitality need to push this lead even further. A minute 30 on the Drake, but that does not matter. They just want to end the game right now. They know they have the main advantage. They know they have the gold advantage.
Hilly used his ult, Vito used his ult. 10 seconds until Vito's ult is back up again. 2 inhibitors now unlocked. They're making their way towards the third. TP from Vito. They're going to play this tutorial style. They realize.
Back to the top side. Pull back is there. Hylissang now leaping out to safety. Targamas is ult, a bit of a whip here, but Hylissang is still continuing to burn. Seiken on a rampage. Again, that's 1 kill now traded back. Stopwatch coming through his clutch. Photon going for the pullback. He won't find it. VTO not in the fight. VTO TP topside. He thought the job was done, but the job's not done yet. Seiken's still alive, baby. Mercurial Scimitar in the clutch finds the angle. Oh, VTO's gonna be kicking himself.
A huge blunder there. He just TP's top to get the wave pushing in, hoping that the rest of Vitality can get out of that fight. But what happens? They get interrupted. They leverage the fact that it's a 4 versus 4, and they are quick to punish it. Look at this TP from VTO. They spot this. Do they ping it out? Do they see it out? Oh, of course, and Douglas is engaging. It's a 3 versus 4 at this point. And so a good Rumble ultimate forced onto Kazi. The Targamas ultimate doesn't quite land, but the damage is done to Hilly. Now again, still a 3 versus 4. They use Cabo Shard on the front line to soak up the ultimate, then the stopwatch, or the Zhonya's rather, buys time. Seiken, I thought he'd overstepped here, but the QSS was clutch. And he's able to get away to safety. Now the Baron is alive. It is KC that are there first, and they begin the objective.
And don't get me wrong, Seiken did overstep, but he had the Scimitar then. He does not have it now. He has to play flawlessly in this fight. Baldibar's poke. Not doing much at this stage.
The waves are also in a good stop for KC, but that means the Vitality just have to stall. They have to buy time, wait for the minions to start knocking on the doors of KC. The worst thing that Vitality can do right now is try to force the fight, because that's what KC is looking for, an opportunity to unleash Seiken.
Taking the
Hilly.
Hilly on the flank, the choke there, the opportunity big, but he doesn't go in for the multiple members. He just looks to lock up the Lilia and take him out of the equation. Targamas with a beautiful counter engage, but for now, the Tristana can hit absolutely no one. Pushback is there. This is perfect for Vitality. They get 2, they get out for free. They can turn their sights now to the Baron.
Bo is dead, the smite is gone. KC are going to have to concede this objective. Seiken, you do not want to face check this, my friend. And he's going to leave it be. Baron secured for Vitality. Dragon, 18 seconds. The recalls have come through from Vitality. Maybe the idea here is look at Photon. He's pushing in top lane. He realizes that KC likely going to go and contest this. KC's in the brush.
The bait.
Hilly doesn't know.
Hylissang leaps back to safety. They need to get even more aggressive. Carzzy stepping up. No, he knows he's strong as long as he can stay close. The range is what Tristana has, not the power. It is Carzzy who goes for the throw, who finds the kill, and takes the last light of hope out of the eyes of KC.
The longest game of the split ends in devastation for KC. 5 members strong. They make their way towards the Nexus. Only Bo and Targamas left standing to defend.
It would take a miracle. There's absolutely no way. A single moment of overconfidence costing KC dearly. Chaos taking hold. Targamas obliterated. Bo doing what he can to clear the waves. Trying to hold on as the sleeps come in. But look at those respawn timers. There's not enough time left in the world. This victory belongs to Vitality. 2 and 3.
A stressful game for both teams. A constant back and forth. Some crazy fights. Seiken really coming up clutch for his team with some great Tristana performances.
Not enough at the end
but
of the day.
It just wasn't enough. Hilly with the flanks at the end. He was involved in 20 of the team's 22 kills.
Incredible stuff. Kia player of the game at LEC on X, VTO, Carzzy, Hylissang. You can see VTO at the end of the game breathe a sigh of relief because while he might have carried a lot of that mid game, that TP almost threw it all away.
I mean, the top lane play too, where he just gets caught out. He thinks he's creating 2 points of pressure, but KC with a great idea to initiate, knowing they have the numbers advantage in the bot lane, unlocking Seiken to potentially be that carry. It wasn't enough for KC. A super exciting game to watch. A great way to round out day 2.
Oh, thrilling game. Favorite game of the week so far. Absolute banger. Both sides continuously improving on stage, but it is just an arms race. Who can improve the fastest in such a short period of time? KC finding themselves still at the bottom of the standings. It's all do or die where Vitality can breathe a sigh of relief. One more day this week, 3 more games next week, and right now, things are looking good.
The pressure is seriously on for KC. We talk about how 4 is often the safe spot. Not always, but often the safe spot for qualifying for that top 8. But Vitality was one of your direct competitors when it comes to the bottom of the standing. This is one of those teams that you wanted to keep within range so that you can potentially get ahead of them, look for tiebreakers, maybe even secure 4 wins for yourself.
I mean, when you look at teams next to you in the standing, losing and winning against them essentially counts double, right? You're knocking a competitor down, you're moving yourself up, and this is crushing for Vitality, but confidence inspiring for the Vitality faithful. Or sorry, crushing for KC, sure. Confidence inspiring for Vitality faithful. We are moments away now. No, we're ready now. Let's hear from Lore and VTO.
Thank you, VTO. Thank you also for joining me after this victory. Congrats on taking this one. It was not an easy game though, and if I may refer on what I saw on social media, people were saying that there is no way KC lose. There is no way they can lose against this draft from Vitality. What did you think of your draft, and what do you think people thought that KC had the better and easier approach here?
I think about our draft, I think our first phase was really good. That's really what we wanted. And the second phase, we went a bit into the dark because we really didn't plan they will draft like this. It was very different from what they showed the previous games. And so I think second phase was maybe a bit harder. I think my pick in the meta maybe is not the best, and even the matchup is not that good, but I felt like it was the best for our comp, and it's one of my best champs, so I'm really happy that I could play her.
Well, thank you for making the perfect bridge for my second question, VTO, because I wanted to talk about mid lane, because when I had Nuke yesterday and we talked about the mid lane champion pool, it's basically rotating between 3 champions, and you can throw in a Kali in there maybe, but it's mostly control mages or something that's going to give you control of the mid lane. How much do you think the mid lane can be flexible and you can venture into playing other champions? We saw Yone earlier, Ari from you today. Can you try things in mid lane, or is it just stuck in this kind of champions?
I mean, I think it depends on the teams too, because I think, for example, last week I played Xerath, and I think it worked for us in scrims, and I think it could have worked if we were a better team, and if we were if we played better than what we did. I think the champs that are played right now are easy to play, and makes new teams easier with Ari or Yana, just control mages. It's when you're a new team, you just log this and it's easier. And then not everyone can play champs like Akali or Millies. So yes, I think it's easier to play control mages, but for sure you can play more stuff.
So comfort and your ability to play the champions. I want to focus a bit on you, because I had an interview with the jungler yesterday, and before the interview, I've asked him if you were nice to him. And I asked him for one reason, because he's the rookie jungler. You are more veteran now, having played 3 years in the LEC. Tell me about having this new role, because for so long you were the young kid, you were the new one, willing to learn and guided by other players. Now you have a rookie jungler to take care of. What does that change for you?
I mean, I had this a bit in my second year on Misfits, where I played with mostly full rookies when I played 1 year before. But I can really remember me when I joined Misfit first year, when I played with Razork, and how he helped me just gaining confidence, because I think when you join LEC, it's really hard as a real player. The difference is really high. And I think the best is to have the confidence that you can fail and that it's fine and nobody will blame you. And I hope that's what Douglas gets from me, because I don't mind if he makes mistake. I think everyone does in our team. And as a rookie, it's the best is to know that you can do mistakes, and as long as you work for it and you try to improve, then it really doesn't matter.
And on the other side, you have Hylissang, who might be the most veteran player we have in the LEC alongside others. But how is it playing with him? Because we often hear about Hylissang, he's going to do things no matter what. It's on you to follow him or just watch him die on the Rift. How is it playing with Hylissang and following his calls? And how is it matching your playstyle?
I mean, I think it's really good for me, because having someone that is willing to die and that is really not scared, and to go in to make stuff happen, like as a mid laner, and especially in my role, where I play most of like follow-up champs, and then I don't really play engage or stuff. Like it makes my life way easier, and I think having a player that knows so much about the game and that you can like share and talk about, and having different opinions when sometimes just like you don't agree, but I think that's how you learn too, and that's great. That's what I need to.
I think you guys have an interesting mix at Vitality. Nice to see you with new colors and smiling, as always. Merci beaucoup, VTO. And back to you, Shox, for PGL and wrapping up the day.
Thank you so much, Princess. And thank you, VTO, as well. Wonderful interview, as always. And Vitality gets another win on the board after a... Okay, you can fill in the A game. What word would you say? Like, you know, you can use a word like an adjective, like good or bad or interesting or...
Stressful.
Stressful. What did you say?
Happy game.
Happy game.
Happy game?
Okay.
I like that.
Good. I mean, it was kind of fun to watch.
It was fun to watch. It was exciting. I mean, it was a lot of back and forth. I thought from draft that KC was going to run away with it. I really liked their draft. Same?
Yeah.
I thought it was hard.
I mean, but I think you guys played after the mid-game started. You guys looked more comfortable in the fights, looked more aggressive. I think Hilly had some really good engages, and obviously in the end you took the win. It was good job.
Correct analysis?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah? So how did you take the win if you were so outdrafted then?
I think we played a bit better, and also with scale I feel like better. So if we get to late game, we had some Drakes. I feel like that's why we didn't contest the Krubis early game. We just traded Krubis with Drake and tried to get some scaling on. And yeah, I felt like we played around objectives a bit better than them. And I feel like I could flank this game so easily as well. I feel like they didn't really take advantage of it as well. So I don't know, I feel like we just out-teamed them.
Okay, you agree?
Sorry?
You agree?
Yeah, I fully agree with Hilisank on everything he said.
Fully agree.
Always.
Perfect analysis.
You talk about flanking, Hilly. At the end of the game, you had a really, really good flank, and you went for bow because maybe the rest of the team was too far away. But like, can you talk to me through that flank specifically and why you then decided to go on bow? I don't know if we're gonna see it. It's probably after this.
So I was in the bush behind them, and I was already like calling about Lilia and Rumble, and they were like kind of split, and my team was closer to these two people, and I feel like they need Lilia to go on our backline to play the game. So if we one-shot the Lilia, we'll just run them over, which that's what happened. So I feel like Lilia was a very important target in this game.
Yeah, that makes sense, and it worked out that way as well. The Kia player of the game is VTO. Yeah.
I mean, he played well.
I wish it was me.
I wish we're Vitality fans, but it's not. Even if you want. Oh, the Kia Pog or the fans?
Yeah.
Both.
Both. What?
The Kia player of the game is VTO.
Both.
You want the fans and player of the game? I mean, you got the win here. I think honestly, in team fights, you guys played really well. I think VTO, he made the Maokai Ori work somehow. He played the good Ori in team fights, so I think the player of the game makes sense. But I could see you guys also being up there for sure.
I think he played really, really well. So I'm happy we won with Maokai Hari.
Yeah.
Because it's like LPL combo.
Yeah.
So
it's a known classic.
Yeah, I think VTO like made us go to the late game, so Kazi can carry the late game, you know. So I can see why VTO take it, but I think Kazi played like really good fights later on.
Yeah, we were talking about Karzi in the green room a lot, weren't we?
We were actually talking about you because we were thinking, or at least I was thinking with GB, who's the best AD carry? And then I didn't think about you initially, and then I saw this game after your Zaya performance. I was like, actually, it might be Karzi. This guy's pretty underrated,
it's like
I think.
If you want to win a game, if you have Karzi on your team, you're in pretty good hands.
Yeah.
And we were theorizing that maybe people don't put you there because you're kind of goofy in interviews and you're kind of like chill.
Funny guy.
So you're not perceived as stern and serious. Do you think that's correct?
I'm possibly, yeah. Well, I'm very try-hard when it comes to improving and like working hard in the team environment. But from the outside, it might look like I'm
Slacking, maybe.
Not slacking, I think, it's how people perceive it. But no, I just wanted you to know that, Treats was singing
Because I
your
think
praises.
as an AD carry, they're seen as like the very like quiet, very hard carry type of in-game. But I think, yeah, as you said, a lot of people see you as kind of the funny guy, and then maybe therefore you get the reputation that that's not true. But I think you show in-game, obviously, that you can do it. And I think even in your losses, you've had a lot of good performances so far. And I think especially if you guys play really good on bot lane, you can actually become a very solid team, I would say. Obviously, tough start now, but there's still many games to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. When me and Hilly, for example, when we were in Medlands together and we figured out the meta, what we want to play, and what's really strong right now, I didn't feel like anyone can match us. Even G2 bot lane, I really didn't feel like anyone can play against us. When we won in spring, for example.
Yep.
But then, yeah, we are very kind of meta dependent, I'd say.
Times change.
Yeah. So it's difficult from time to time.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment for sure. And then also the start of the split, Hilly has maybe not gone as good, I think. I mean, this is pretty good now. 2 wins eventually, but it could be a lot more. What do you think was like the biggest problem in the beginning? Or in the games you lost, I should say?
I mean, so we play with this team with Douglas and Vitio and Photon, me and Kazi, or like at least I play with them for first time, and I feel like it's like a long process, and we're like already learning so many concepts that we are applying in the game, and which makes me like really happy to see. But I think in the first week we were kind of like maybe too nervous or something, and it felt like we didn't really play the game in 2 of the games. We really didn't know how to execute some compositions as well. And one of the games, the whole comp was around Nami and Zerat.
Yeah.
And the Nami didn't buy the right item. So
I tweeted about that too,
so the whole composition went to hell.
Yeah.
And then we couldn't play for like 15 minutes. And when we could play, the game was kind of like over. So I think this game was on me. And the previous 2 games, I feel like we could have won, but we decided to go fast and end the game when we could have taken Drakes, and like we lost to the Giant X then as well. And I don't remember the other loss, but I think all the 3 games were like kind of unfortunate. We could have won all of them if I bought Mandate instead of Ardensense or Nami, or if we didn't go for the end right there and then, and we just take it a bit slower, which I think we'll do right now, for example. And yeah, the other game I don't remember what I played. I played the Rakan again, I think.
It was against BDS.
Oh yeah, it was the Renata Kalista.
No, it was BDS when we were just dying all the time.
Yeah, you started dying and you didn't stop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Respectable.
That game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that game.
Happens.
But it's a weird thing when the split is so short and you want to learn so much in a short period of time. It's like you're trying to improve almost too fast sometimes, and you have to take a step back and be like, okay, let's take 1 step at a time and actually solve it kind of logically. And because when you go maybe 1, 2, 0, 3 in the first week, it feels very stressful to catch up 2 more weeks. But I think at least now you guys are on the correct path.
I mean, look. 2-3, 2-3, 2-3,
exactly, and also head-to-head now, obviously, against KC.
That looks so much better.
Yeah. Saved. The season is saved.
Very great job. Carmine Cordo.
Yeah, struggling.
I was like, as a spectator, you kind of want to see them win at least a game or get going. And you just played them. So from what you played versus them on the Rift, can you kind of identify what you think is going wrong for them? Or?
It's really hard to say.
Yeah.
I feel like they just eventually they stop doing stuff, if that makes sense. I feel like they played like good early game. They fought around objectives, but then they just stopped doing stuff. Feels like there was no cross map, there was no trying to catch somebody on side, there was no trading. It eventually, I don't know who is shot calling or who is like leading the team, but it feels like eventually they just stop playing and trying to like trade stuff or like get advantages somehow, and they just fall behind. Or at least that's how it felt in that game. So I haven't watched their games like closely, but that's how I felt in this game.
For me personally, I think that it's kind of difficult for them to translate the scrim performance onto stage, because from like scrimming them, I don't think they should be. They are like the worst team in the LEC, you know. So
who
I
is?
think. I mean,
From scrims?
At the beginning of the split, I thought that SK would be like the worst team, but they are pretty good, so...
Really? I'm hearing mixed messages. Some people are saying they were...
No, but it was just like overreaction from me.
Ah.
It was just like one scrim day, and... But I think they are kind of good right now. I don't know. Probably like... I'm not saying anything.
This kid was smurfing today again. Okay, this is for tomorrow. KC's playing Rogue, so that should work. Are they?
Casey's playing Heretics.
Oh no, Heretics! I got misinformation by my producer, John. It is Heretics. To be fair, they're both like wearing a hood.
Yeah, they are.
I can see it.
Similarities for sure.
No problem there. And who is Vitality playing? Oh, G2. Ouch.
Yeah.
But you just said that you're better than their bot lane, so easy peasy.
Yeah. I mean, me and Hilly have a good win rate against
do?
G2, so it should be fine.
I don't think G2 are that oppressive right now, at least. I don't think they're winning clean games and they're stomping everyone. I feel like they're beatable right now, for sure.
Yeah, they give that impression right now, right? But maybe that's kind of the dangerous thing too.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not?
No.
But when it comes to kind of, I think you guys are ideally situated to beat them, I think, if they are in this situation, because you can really clutch it late. I mean, yourself with your flanks, Carzio, of course. I think the team, it could work. I believe in you.
I also believe, thank you.
No problem. So that'll be it then. Vitality gets another win on the board. This is already the halfway point of our regular season. That is so crazy. It goes so fast. We have another day tomorrow. That's 5 p.m. CET. If you miss any of the action today after the LCS finishes, you can watch our rebroadcast. Speaking of the LCS, and speaking of the people over there, Jat, what is going on in LCS today?
Hello. This photo has been baffling people since it was taken. Some of us see it as the LEC MVP, and some of us see it as the LCS MVP. So which is it? Europe, North America, or both? It depends on your perspective. Today on LCS, we'll show you some narratives that are based on reality and others that are completely fabricated by a writer. At the end of the show, you'll know which is which, but be forewarned. The difference between Europe and LCS may be as indistinguishable as the difference between Inspired and Ignar. Tune in today to watch Inspired and FlyQuest face off against Immortals, or see if NRG can succeed without Ignar when they take on Dignitas. After all, you have to see it to believe it.
The question is, Elyoya coming down. That flash going to be burned early. The knockup comes through. Shattering strike there as well. Elyoya gets hooked back in. Not again! Dagda! Not again! Down Labrov is going to cover the wall. And Frescowy fails the flash. Adam matches, and with Dominus, no! Labrov!
I think yeah, it's good for us. Let's go Franco. Get a cannon. Big cannon, Jay. And look at them. Jay, can go, Kalista.
Greedy for a bit of the extra CS gold, but Razor
is on revenge. Good tangle barbs coming through. There's a lot of poke damage. And hey, one back, it does go to Razor. Kalista getting fed as Comp is stuck in the middle with you as well. A double kill over to Noah.
Go, guys, trolling. Okay, go here. Nice, commit. Come out. I love you, Jun. Thank you for follow-up.
Park going golden. Lineup from Hansama is there. It's clean. It's a double.
I'm looking for TPs. They're not TPing. Oh, they're TPing, guys. They're TPing here. Yeah. I'm TPing as well.
Fight, but Yike is so damn strong. In he goes. That's a very drowsy Xin Zhao. That is a very dead Xin Zhao.
I'm so strong.
Wait. He did? Why? Now enemy has blue buff. Giant X on the collapse though. Isma stuck around for too long. The pull back! Hits him with the Scorpion. Get over here, baby! Resources to try to find an angle back in. Jackie's on side here. Fantastic E-back. Fate Sealed again. Gonna miss! No, that's 0 for 3. That's crushing. In his own jungle, but that's the 3-man sleep. Ooh, TP coming in. Eyes on this equalizer. Carzio cut out of the bot side, and he's gonna burn to the ground. Cabo finds the angle. KC take the fight. Hillsang now running VTO. 2 more charges. It's time for Ari to clean up. 1 more charm in. Manages to connect. BTO obliterating the fight, taking down Bo! There's not enough time left in the world. This victory belongs to Vitality.